Crimson Hollow, Koven Chronicles Book 4 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2018 Andrea Pearson. Dedication to Sandra Wright and Lori Wakeler. 1. Lord Kenan stepped toward me before pausing. I'll give you a head start. I backed away from the disgusting, leathery demon, swallowing, barely able to hear over the blood pounding in my ears. I blinked as I realized what he was saying. He had no intention of letting me survive. I'd been a puppet, a tool. I'd followed his plan to return to power exactly. He'd used me. Instead of the intense anger I expected to feel, I was sure that would come later, only fear flooded my system. Spine-numbing, heart-stopping fear. My palms began sweating, my heart raced, and I could no longer feel my legs, couldn't even tell they were supporting my weight. A ripping sound came from the darkened crypt behind me, and I looked back. Bad move. The intense pain from my broken ribs made tears spring to my eyes and forced a whimper through my lips. It had only been a couple of days since I'd been gravely injured while stealing the flame this creep had just swallowed, and my meds were running out, along with the adrenaline and energy drink that had gotten me this far. Roots slithered toward me from the darkness. Oh crap! Lord Kenan's laugh made me glance at him. He leveled a glare at me, not saying anything. A new wave of fear hit, and I lurched around the demon, hurrying as quickly as my bruised and broken body would allow. I rushed toward the stairs that led to the church above, praying that the energy packet I'd downed only a few minutes earlier would last. Every step was agony, but I finally made it to the top of the stairs without new injuries. Sweat dripped down my face as I stumbled across the chapel floor, holding on to the empty pews for support. Miss Ashton? The voice was deep. I froze in my tracks before turning. A ghost stood at the edge of the room, one of those who had acted as bait to get Lord Kenan out of the way so I could accomplish my task. Yes? Godspeed? I'll keep you updated on his progress. Relief washed over me. Oh. Thank you. He disappeared, and I turned and continued through the church, heading toward the open doors at the opposite end. The ghost reappeared, floating at my side, tucking his scraggly hair behind an ear. The roots are strengthening him, giving him nourishment. They hadn't been coming for me? Boy, I sure could have used that knowledge earlier. How soon until he's strong enough to give chase? Please be enough time for me to reach Abel. And the car. And the airport. And to get out of the country. Okay. I know. I was asking for a lot. One could hope, though. I was in a church, after all. The ghost shook his head. I do not know. I'm unfamiliar with his magic. I thanked him before crossing the threshold of the church and stepping into the graveyard. I couldn't see Abel on the other side of the gate, but I knew that once I exited the graveyard, he would be there. There was no way he would desert me now. Weaving my way through the headstones and statues was torture. Every step brought burning pain, every breath caused sharp spikes of agony. I prayed I would make it, prayed I would survive. Prayed that whatever had been unleashed in Lord Kenan would not cause my loved ones or myself or more innocent people further heartache. The ghost gave me another update. The demon was still feeding on the roots, and I reached the gate, barely managing to get it open. I didn't know what they were giving Lord Kenan, but the ghost told me that he was gaining strength from them. That was all I needed to know. I stumbled out of the graveyard, and Abel appeared in front of me. He was pacing back and forth when his eyes landed on me. Lizzie, he breathed, stepping to me and catching me just as I collapsed. Naturally, I'd pass out in his arms. How melodramatic. 2. I awakened as Abel was belting me in the car. Oh, thank heavens. You're back. He dashed around the car and hopped into the driver's seat before asking, what happened? I filled him in as he backed out of the parking lot and headed toward the airport. When I finished, he cursed. And now he's coming after you. He glanced at the rearview mirror as if expecting to see the demon there. I nodded. Myriad emotions flitted across his face before he visibly steeled himself. Let's get you home. He's not right behind us, and the ghost said he'd keep you informed on his progress. The only thing you need to worry about right now is getting better. A weight lifted from my shoulders, making breathing easier despite the pain. I had the amulet, I'd finished the mission Lord Kenan had given me, and Abel was there. He was right, I needed to focus on healing. I bit the inside of my cheek. The chances of Lord Kenan waiting until I was healed were pretty slim. I pushed those thoughts aside though. I couldn't afford to hyperventilate right then. The minute Abel and I returned to the States, I checked into Mountain Point Medical Center in Lehigh, Utah. Abel dropped me off with a kiss on the forehead and a promise to return soon. He made sure I was comfortable and in good hands before leaving, and then I was alone with only an nurse to keep me company. I could sense an urgency on Abel's part, a sort of franticness, and hoped he'd fill me in later on why he needed to hurry off. Especially when he'd barely let me leave his sight lately. The cushy pillow almost swallowed my head, and I relaxed in bed, relishing the tingly, pleasant sensation as the morphine kicked in. I reached up and grabbed the amulet around my neck, so glad it was mine now. It warmed as I contemplated my lonely and broken feelings. Okay, lonely, yes, but broken was more of a physical sensation. Someone knocked at the door, then entered. It was the doctor, X-rays in hand and a worried expression on his face. He took a seat on a chair next to my bed. Well, the good news is you have several hundred bones in your body that aren't broken. I gave a half-hearted laugh, hoping he would just continue. The bad news is you have 5 broken ribs and 2 that are dislocated. We can't really do anything for those, other than adjusting them, of course. But the crushed bones in your hand? He looked at my file, then peered at me over his glasses. Why didn't you come in immediately? I was in Iraq. And I did go to a hospital there, but they only bandaged my hand and told me to check into a hospital in the States as soon as I got back. The doctor looked at my file again and shook his head, thumbing through a few pages. I don't like your stats. You definitely need surgery on your hand as soon as possible, and I've got an orthopedic surgeon on his way now, but you're also severely anemic, meaning the iron in your blood is very low, and your sugars are definitely not where they should be. I had expected surgery, so I nodded. Let's go forward with treatment. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. He gave me a compassionate look. Yes, I'm sure. It must have been agony traveling and getting through customs with your hand in such awful condition. I nodded and grimaced. The morphine was taking the edge off the pain, but my chest still burned. The hand is fine. I can almost forget it's in such bad shape. It's the ribs that are killing me. The doctor tsked, his expression still compassionate. I can imagine. Well, this surgery is usually an outpatient one, but with how battered you are, we'd like to keep you overnight for observation. At the minimum. Great. I'd been afraid he would say that. Is that absolutely necessary? It wasn't like I had somewhere to go. My job wasn't exactly a 9-to-5 gig, but I did have demons I was supposed to be hunting and people I was supposed to protect. I'm afraid so. That probably won't be long enough, though. To be perfectly clear, you shouldn't leave the hospital until you've had a bowel movement. I rolled my eyes. I always get backed up when I'm traveling. Not like that was any of his business. Yes, well, with the injuries you've sustained, the neglect your body has seen the past few days, the painkillers you've been on, and traveling on top of that, we want to make sure you're functioning smoothly. Grr. So surgery today, spend the night, then leave tomorrow? The doctor raised an eyebrow at my leave tomorrow, but nodded anyway. That's the plan. I'll prescribe stool softeners, and we'll get you going ASAP. I groaned inwardly. James Bond didn't have doctors prescribing him stool softeners in the middle of his adventures. At least, not as far as I knew. Maybe the actor had a doctor encouraging him to pop pills behind the scenes and stay close to a bathroom. I made a mental note to send Daniel Craig, or whoever was currently playing 007, an email. If I could find his address. Despite my sarcasm, I knew the doctor was right. I hadn't been on such strong painkillers in a long while. Surgery practically flew by. I was out for it after all, but I woke up with a different type of pain in my hand. It was mostly numb, but the skin where they cut me was burning, and with all the gauze and the bandage wrapped around it, there wasn't anything I could do. The rest of the day passed in a medicated blur, with me doing my best to ignore my hand and ribs. I couldn't think straight. I knew there was danger somewhere out there. It lurked just at the back of my mind. But I couldn't pull it to the forefront to examine it. I was too exhausted and hyped up on narcotics. Instead of stressing and trying to think, I let myself sleep. It was fitful and punctuated by frequent interruptions as nurses bustled in to check on me and ask if I needed to use the bathroom. I was getting tired of that question. My sleep that evening was much better, thank goodness. Possibly because the sun was gone, but also because I got interrupted a lot less. The night nurses were nowhere near as interested in my bowel movements as the day nurses had been. I'm grateful to say I was able to meet all of the goals the doctor had set for me, and the next morning, a nurse informed me that I'd be discharged in a couple of hours. I was irritated that they wouldn't let me go immediately, but apparently my orthopedic surgeon, a guy that I first didn't even remember meeting, wanted to check on me after he finished another surgery. The first thing I noticed after waking up was that I was a little more alert. I didn't know how long it would take for the anesthesia to wear off, but I was mostly able to think through the fog that remained. With a higher alertness came the recognition that I was surrounded by corners. I watched them constantly, waiting for smoke to build up, signaling the approach of one of the hounds I was supposed to be hunting. I still couldn't believe what had happened. That stupid demon, keeping a sliver of my amulet and threatening to kill my family if I didn't follow his ridiculous demands. Lord Kenan had led me to believe that the flame he wanted me to retrieve belonged to a torch that kept his graveyard lit up, while in fact the flame was his. And like a hound or a fire vampire, it had come to rest behind his sternum after he'd swallowed it. But what sorts of powers and abilities would it grant him? And just who was Lord Kenan anyway? I had my phone with me and had done everything I could to search for him, but nothing ever came up. I searched for his graveyard and for any articles about a demon that consumed the souls of ghosts to keep their place of residence dark. Nothing ever resulted from said searches, and I had just as little information on him now as I'd had before approaching him. I got interrupted from my thoughts when a shadow paused in my doorway. I glanced over and nearly shrieked when I saw who was there, my hand automatically grabbing at the amulet. 3. Omar, I said, dropping my hand quickly, hoping he hadn't recognized the action. Omar chuckled, staying in the doorway. I don't blame you. I've not exactly endeared myself to you. How are you? How are you feeling? I knew without needing to check the amulet that the version of Omar in front of me was a good version of himself, but I didn't want to assume. He shrugged, not leaving the doorway, and said, nearly back to my old self. I chewed the inside of my cheek, not sure if I should ask him to clarify if his old self was bad or good. And should I invite him in, or make him stay in the hallway? How much did I trust that he wouldn't suddenly switch sides, as he had in King Nebuchadnezzar's palace back in Iraq? Finally, my Texas hospitality overcame my need to maintain a safe distance. Come in. Have a seat. A troubled expression crossed his face. Are you sure? You're in a bad position. I would hate to force you to defend yourself here. He had a point. But if I was ever going to gain the trust of his good side, I needed to show that I trusted him first. I shrugged. Doesn't matter. Your bad side didn't kill me even when he had the chance. Omar hesitated for a moment longer, then nodded. You have a good point, Miss Ashton. He took the chair the doctor had vacated earlier. You can call me Lizzie. Very well. Lizzie. We looked at each other, almost as if we were trying to decide what to think of the other. This man had both saved and endangered my life multiple times while I'd been overseas. I didn't mistrust him, but I definitely knew not to place my safety completely in his hands. "What are the hounds doing?" I asked. He gave a half shrug. "They are trying to figure out what their next step will be. You killed quite a few of our kind, and that makes them hesitate." A familiar ache returned to my ribs, and I leaned back against the pillow and closed my eyes. "I'm glad to hear it." Omar gave a soft sigh, and I opened my eyes and looked at him. "It's good to see you relaxing," he said in answer to my unspoken question. "The news on Lord Kenan is similar to what you'd already heard." "Oh?" I asked. "Where is he?" "Still in his graveyard. He couldn't have destroyed you in his current state." I gave a bitter chuckle. "I don't know. He had me convinced." I watched Omar for a moment. "Wait. Are you saying he's not really dangerous?" He snorted. "Oh, Lord Kenan is dangerous, all right. However, he can't come after you until he fully regenerates." "Why not? And how long until that happens?" "I don't know how long it will take. And I'm not sure why he can't travel until he regenerates. I think it may be because he's between two spheres, what he was for the last several hundred years and what he was before his fire was stolen. But he's weaker right now." Omar nodded. "Then we should go kill him." "No. He is not unprotected. Lord Kenan has very powerful allies. He's been calling them to himself, ensuring that they defend him in his weakened state." Omar became agitated, rubbing his thighs repeatedly before clasping his hands together. "Miss Ashton." He paused and cleared his throat. When he spoke again, his voice was much lower. "You must do the same. You must find powerful beings who can help you." "With fighting Lord Kenan?" "Yes." His fingers turned white from clutching each other. The amulet began warming at my neck. 4. Evil Hound. Oh, great. Just what I needed. I glanced at the nurse call button, but quickly dismissed that idea. Sure, let's invite a whole bunch of fragile people in here to witness a man transform into a dog and destroy me before turning on them all. Instead, I raised my hand in a comforting way. "Omar, are you okay?" Just then, Chief O'Hare stepped into the room. "Lizzie, glad to see you alive." Omar startled. He jumped to his feet, knocking his chair over, and whirled to face the door, a menacing glare on his face. Before either Chief or I could say or do anything, Omar shifted into a hound and lunged across the room. "Omar," I screamed. "No." Chief dodged just in time, stepping into the room and pulling his gun. The hound leapt at him again, and Chief shot him. One bullet didn't stop the animal, and Chief had to empty half his magazine before Omar dropped to the floor, finally dead. By that point, people were screaming and running through the halls. Chief grabbed his cell and dialed a number before holding the phone to his ear. He glanced at me, his face pale. He obviously hadn't expected to have to do something on-duty-ish while visiting me. The poor guy. "Get animal control to Medical Point Center immediately," he said into his phone. "Also, get me some backup. We have a dog that needs to be put down." He kept his gun trained on the hound until 3 officers and an animal control person arrived, then he glanced at me. "You've got the amulet now?" "Yes." "And it works?" "Yes." "Do you think you should?" Chief nodded at Omar as the animal control guy was putting him in a large cage with the help of 2 officers. By this point, the bullet wounds had healed, and the dog looked to be sleeping. The amulet wasn't warning me any longer, so I knew Omar was either still unconscious or had reverted to his good self. I shook my head. "No. He's a friend. You startled him when you came in. They're very jumpy under normal circumstances. Especially Omar." Chief didn't look convinced, but he respected my wishes and dropped the subject. Once animal control and the officers had taken care of everything and the nurses were calm again, he sat next to me, patting my unbroken hand, his eyes on my face. I tried calling you multiple times. I nodded. I knew I'd worried him a great deal. I'm sorry. He shook his head, a patient, compassionate expression crossing his face. A shooting happened in Sandy. We had plenty of time to prevent it. 4 people were killed, including the shooter. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees much as Omar had earlier. This amulet deal is important. I know it is. I really do. But you have had a duty to the citizens of this state before you receive this calling. I can't have you up and disappearing like that ever again. I need you either to recommit to your job or hand in your resignation so we can find someone who doesn't have so many outside responsibilities. I blinked. I felt like I'd been slapped. That was not at all what I'd expected from his visit. I didn't know how to respond. No words came to mind. No response seemed adequate to express my feelings. I didn't even know what I was feeling. Chief got to his feet, putting a hand on my shoulder. I'm not downplaying what you're doing. I know it's incredibly important, and I know that the future safety of many lies in your hands. I'm just not sure you can or should be asked to handle both. And with your job being something others can do, and this business with the amulet something only you can do, perhaps it's time to. He didn't need to finish. Resign. Quit. Move on. The thought made my heart clench. I couldn't possibly allow someone else to protect the state and people I'd come to love so much. I wasn't ready to be done. I'd only worked in Utah for a few short years. Chief stepped away from me, clasping his hands behind his back and staring out my window at Camp Williams across the freeway. I still didn't say anything. I was so completely shocked. My tongue and lips were dry, my eyes burning. I couldn't believe it. Chief had always been on my side. He'd always been my most enthusiastic supporter, someone ready to tackle anything with me. Finally, he turned to me. When you get out, let me know. Alice and I will have you over for dinner. He said goodbye and kissed my forehead before leaving. I knew why he'd invited me to dinner. He wanted me to know that regardless of what happened, he'd still be my friend. But boy, thinking about resigning from my position really made my heart ache and my stomach turn in knots that had nothing to do with the narcotics I was on. Could I do something like that? No. Absolutely not. I hadn't chosen to be destroyer of hounds, or whatever my title was. That had been thrown on me. My choice was to be a Fire Impeder, to be Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, an Arate defending and protecting the lives of citizens around me. Was it possible for me to give back the amulet and ask not to do that job anymore? Even as I thought that, I knew I couldn't. The prophecy was about me. If I didn't complete the task, no one would. That wasn't me being dramatic. Literally, no one else would be able to do it. The job requirements were too specific to me. And the hounds would torment the people of Earth until they had everyone under their control. I knew I couldn't give up my position as Hound Destroyer. But what about Fire Impeder? I couldn't toss that aside either. I'd worked too hard and too long to get this position. The people I associated with were dear to me, close friends and family. I loved the daily grind, the not knowing where the next job would come from, and the excitement that bubbled up inside me when I stopped bombs, guns, and wildfires. When I saved lives. I couldn't just turn my back on the innocent civilians I had been hired to protect. It seemed like I was at an impasse because Chief was right. I couldn't do both tasks. Well, maybe I didn't need to. Chief expected me to give up one of the 2 jobs, but maybe that wasn't necessary. Maybe all I needed was more help. Warmth crossed my chest as I pondered that idea. Yes. That is what I would do. Once I was healed, I would go to all the training schools and seek out an assistant, an apprentice. Someone I could teach the ropes to and rely on when I was out of town. Decision made, conscience mostly cleared and determination to succeed restored, I lay back in the bed closing my eyes. It was way past time to take a catnap. A knocking at the door woke me. A nurse stepped inside, followed by a man who introduced himself as my surgeon. They reviewed my chart and checked my stats and the dressing on my hand. Then the doctor informed me I was free to go. Thank goodness. They both left. The nurse returned shortly afterward with my things. I'll be back soon with a wheelchair, but I first need to get your discharge papers together. I'll try to hurry. Thank you. With her help, I changed into my clothes. How was I going to get home? I hadn't heard from Abel, and he was the one who dropped me off. Just then, yet more people entered the room. This time, it was Eleanora, my Fire Impeder predecessor, accompanied by Detective Cole from the American Fork Police Department. How many visits was I going to get that day? It only took one look at Eleanora to know she was not happy. She wagged her finger at me. Do you know how many people died while you were gone? 3, not including the shooter. Eleanora's mouth popped open, then shut, then open again as she tried to figure out how to respond. She obviously hadn't been expecting me to know the answer. I took advantage of her hesitation. I know. I screwed up. But I had no choice. Getting the shade amulet fully in my power was much more complicated than I expected. Once I finally found the previous owner, he made me do stuff for him before he granted the whole amulet to me. Eleanora raised her eyebrow, folding her arms, and Cole stared at me with a similar expression of disbelief on his face. Do stuff? Eleanora asked. Yes. I had to retrieve a flame for him. Come to find out, it was a fire that had been separated into 7, and it took over a week to get the whole task completed. Eleanora motioned to my body. And I assume you got these injuries in the process. I nodded. Yes. Do you know anything about Lord Kenan? I asked, remembering that we hadn't given her information on the demon when we'd asked her to help find us a connection in Iraq. She shook her head. I've never even heard of him before. I quickly told them what happened with the demon and amulet. As I talked, Eleanora put her head in her hands, rubbing her face, obviously frustrated at what I'd done. I knew I'd unleashed a new horror that I'd have to take care of later, but without the amulet, how was I supposed to protect anyone or anything? 5. When I voiced my question after I finished updating them, neither Eleanora nor Cole had a response for me. By then, Cole was sitting with his elbows on his knees, hands clasped, staring at the foot of my bed. Eleanora was near the window, a blank expression on her face. It didn't surprise me that they didn't have any answers, especially when neither of them knew who Lord Kenan was. After a long pause, I motioned to Cole. What's going on with the governor? He shrugged. Nothing really. Are you sure he's a hound? We've seen no evidence that he's anything other than a regular politician. A human who, yes, can be a bit vicious sometimes, but is generally interested only in people and how they think and work. Yes, I'm absolutely positive he is one. I thought back to the night of the Black Masquerade, when we'd been hired to protect the governor from what turned out to be himself and the other evil hounds. Yes, he was a hound. Eleanora sighed. Lizzie, you are far too important to allow yourself to get derailed. I know. Chief already basically told me I'm letting the community and its citizens down. Eleanora nodded. I was disappointed, but now that I understand what happened, I can see why you weren't around. There's no way I'd just up and leave my responsibilities here. Have I ever put my personal needs first? No, you haven't. Not ever. That's why last week was so confusing. Cole rubbed the back of his neck. I told them you had to have a reason. Chief knew you'd gone to Alaska, but he didn't hear anything from you after. I felt like smacking myself. I hadn't called Chief when I'd learned I needed to go to Holland. No wonder he'd been so upset. I totally dropped the ball on that one. With a sigh of resignation, I told them what he had said during his visit, along with what I'd decided to do. Eleanora agreed with my decision. Yes, get better, then find an assistant. I recommend starting him or her as an intern, free room and board in exchange for learning the ropes. Don't expect it to be easy, though. It took me 5 years to find you. Whoa. I didn't know that. If I'd discovered you earlier, you would have been hired on as an assistant instead of a full-time replacement. By the time you came along, I couldn't do the job nearly as well anymore, and you'd had so much training already in Washington, D.C., that I didn't need to have you shadow me. I'd had 3 years of training there, after 2 of education in California, and an undergrad degree from Koven University. A lot of time had gone into this career. Time and money. I couldn't let all that fall apart because of this task to stop the hounds, something I hoped would only take a little while longer. Weeks maybe. Definitely not years. It occurred to me then that I didn't have a plan for how I'd actually accomplish the task. I hadn't had a chance to think about it. Most of my time had been consumed with trying to stay alive while figuring out how to use an amulet that wasn't functioning properly. My first goal after getting home was to come up with a plan. The nurse returned with a wheelchair. "Discharge time," she said in a sing-song voice. With her help and a little assistance from Cole, I got out of bed and into the wheelchair. When the nurse asked how I planned to get home, Cole and Eleanora quickly volunteered. I thanked both of them while trying not to worry about Cole. I'd already had the conversation with him and really hated the thought of hurting him by prolonging his contact with me. Unfortunately, our line of work would make us cross paths regularly. I didn't know that he'd ever get a clean break, not without one of us quitting anyway. Hopefully, things would be okay. If I thought I'd been in pain before, nothing compared to what I went through on the drive home. The anesthesia had worn off, and the painkillers I'd taken before leaving the hospital hadn't kicked in yet. I did my best not to cry out, but it was hard. Broken ribs were horrendous. Despair nearly overcame me. Who was I kidding? I couldn't do anything in this condition. If hounds showed up, they'd have me destroyed in seconds. The only thing on my side was the amulet, and since I couldn't move without pain cascading over me, it didn't give me much of an edge. Cole helped me into my house with Eleanora trailing, offering helpful bits of advice on how to manage gates and doors and stairs. An amused smile was on Cole's lips the whole time. I took a look around, surprised at how little damage had been done to my house given the fact that the last time I'd been there, hundreds of evil hounds had been trying to reach me, traveling through the corners as they did. Furniture was askew and footprints were everywhere. The hounds had tracked dirt and mud in their rush. But hardly anything was broken. Sia was there, excited to see me, winding around our legs and nearly tripping us as Cole helped me to the couch. She jumped up on my lap, and I lifted her carefully, burying my face in her soft fur, so grateful she was still alive and safe. I knew I had my neighbors, the Russells, to thank for that. The moment I was able, I would do something to show my appreciation. Eleanora hobbled into the kitchen to scrounge up something for us to eat. She called out several options, all of which sounded awful after that trip home, and finally settled on chocolate chip cookies. They were, after all, her specialty. And, as it turned out, they were the only thing I could put on a stomach hypersensitive from pain, narcotics, and travel. I barely stayed awake long enough to enjoy the snack. Getting home had completely exhausted me physically, and the visits I'd received that morning had exhausted me emotionally. My narcotics finally started working, and the whole day was wasted on TV shows I couldn't remember, cookies I could barely taste, and conversations I couldn't follow. Luckily, my visitors didn't seem offended. And Sia was more than thrilled to have me back. The feeling was mutual. She sat on my lap or near my side the entire day, and my hand almost never left the comfort of her soft fur. Eventually, Cole and Eleanora bowed out, apologizing for not being able to stay longer. Eleanora was in a lot of pain herself, I could tell from her expression, and Cole needed to drive her home and get some sleep himself. When he asked if he should return, I told him not to. I needed to be alone for a while. Having him there made me slightly uncomfortable. Our relationship wasn't yet one where I could completely relax around him, and his presence didn't do anything for my feelings of guilt over hurting him. Speaking of feelings, where was Abel? Why had I still not heard from him? It hurt so much, especially after what we'd been through and me realizing just how deep my feelings for him went. Tempted to call, I fiddled with my phone, mentally weighing the pros and cons of trying to contact him. Would it annoy him? Make him happy? Help him remember I existed? Someone opened the door, saving me from having to make a decision. Mrs. Russell, my amazing neighbor to the north, poked her head in. I saw Detective Cole and Eleanora leaving and decided to come by for a visit. I'd asked them not to lock the door as they'd left. I wasn't in danger of being robbed, since pretty much everyone knew where I lived and kept an eye out for me, and the hounds, if they wanted to hurt me, could approach through a corner and bypass the front door. "Come on in," I said, motioning to the armchair with my good hand. "And thank you for taking care of Sia while I was gone." Mrs. Russell smiled fondly at my cat, where she kneaded my leg contentedly while I scratched around her ears. I'd forever be in the Russells' debt for constantly watching my poor kitty. It wasn't a problem. She's a sweetheart. She really is. Mrs. Russell eyed me. I'm afraid to ask what happened. You could honestly ask what didn't happen. I'm a complete mess. I can see that. She stood, picking up my empty plate and glass and taking them to the kitchen. Do you need anything right now? Food? Water? A trip to the potty? I smiled at her choice of words. No, thank you. And thank you for checking in with me. Okay. Mrs. Russell sank into the armchair and pulled some knitting from her bag. Go ahead and rest. I'll be here. I blinked back sudden tears. I really had the best friends in the world. Her offer was far too tempting, and soon I drifted off, spending the rest of the evening somewhere between sleep and drugged-up brain farts. Yes, I used the word fart. Hey, I was heavily medicated. I had an excuse. The bright morning sun awakened me the next day. Mrs. Russell was still there. I couldn't believe it. The poor woman looked so uncomfortable in my armchair. Her mouth was slightly open as she snored gently, her head at an awful angle, her legs propped up on the arm of the couch where I lay. I reached for my bottle of painkillers and downed the correct dosage with several sips of water. Just as I was contemplating waking Mrs. Russell to help her get in a more comfortable position, Cole and Eleanora returned. Cole didn't seem to care that he was missing work. Eleanora had a much more flexible schedule, being retired, and she immediately went to the kitchen, letting me know she was going to start another batch of cookies. Cookies sounded good. They really did. I'd probably lost 5 pounds over the last week, which definitely was not my goal, since it generally meant I was losing muscle. I have the type of body where muscles flee at the first sign of trouble. Traitors. With a wave and a promise to return the next day, Mrs. Russell headed home, and I realized they'd arranged schedules ahead of time. Another day passed with me barely being aware of my surroundings, or the fact that Eleanora kept giving me cookies. She and Cole helped me to the bathroom as I needed it, with Eleanora assisting me in perching on the toilet while Cole waited outside. I was too out of it to be embarrassed or even grateful, apart from just a simple thanks. I couldn't wait until my stomach muscles could support me without horrible waves of pain spiking across my torso. Who knew walking depended so much on healthy ribs? Eleanora and Cole waved off my weak attempts to get them to go home. Eleanora couldn't help me physically as much as Cole, but she insisted that us being alone together wasn't appropriate. I chuckled at that. Like anything could happen while I had broken ribs. Still, I appreciated her presence nonetheless. It made things less awkward. Cole and Eleanora stayed the night, helping me get to my bed, my wonderful, amazing, and comfortable bed. It was the first time I'd slept in it in well over a week. Not surprisingly, I drifted off immediately. Eleanora awakened me once or twice to give me medications, and as a result, I got much needed rest. The next morning, with Cole and Eleanora's help, I made it to the bathroom and brushed my teeth, staring at myself in the mirror. I looked so stoned, it wasn't even funny. Dark rings under my eyes, my hair was a horrible mess, greasy, snarly, and frizzy, and my eyes looked nothing like me. I rested my good hand on the countertop, forcing myself to recognize what was happening. Yes, I was in an extreme amount of pain, and that wasn't about to go away anytime soon. But Lord Kenan was out there. And the hounds too. I couldn't afford to have my judgment and my ability to reason taken away just for the sake of comfort. Not only that, but I could barely feel and recognize the shade amulet. Too much was at risk. I picked up the prescription bottle and studied the very uninformative label. Narcotics clouded my mind so much. Everything I did had a delay. My actions were sluggish and my brain was tired and foggy. This was not good. I took a deep breath, wincing as the pain flooded my system. The meds Eleanora had helped me take during the night were starting to lose their edge. Regardless of the pain I knew I'd be in, I vowed I wouldn't take another narcotic if I could help it. I needed to be as alert as possible, so I could warn my friends and loved ones if danger approached. 6. Decision made. I called out for Eleanora and Cole to help me to the living room, where I popped ibuprofen and Tylenol, and sat on the couch to watch house reruns until the fuzziness in my brain started to disappear. I knew it would be a while before I got all my cognitive abilities back, but I was able to speak and think clearly enough by around noon to have Cole help me put together a plate of cookies to take over to the Russells. Mrs. Russell eyed me with her matronly gaze. "Go back to bed, Lizzie," she commanded. I couldn't even laugh, it hurt too much. "Yes, ma'am." Even just thanking her for caring for Sia had exhausted me. I could barely breathe, and my stupid ribs were sending stabs of agony through my chest. Rather than return to the house, though, I sent Eleanora a quick text and had Cole help me to his car. It took a little bit of convincing, but he drove me to the police station up on State Street. I wanted to get the names of the families who had been attacked while I'd been gone. I felt strongly that I needed to apologize to them. Chief was right, if I'd been there, their loved ones wouldn't have died. While we were driving, Cole kept glancing at me. Finally, exasperated, I looked at him. "What's up? You've obviously got something on your mind. Spill it." Cole gave an exaggerated sigh. "Yes, I do." He sent me a glance that only served to annoy me. I motioned for him to go on, trying not to get impatient. "What's going on with the other guy?" A flash of irritation flooded my system. "We've discussed this several times." I knew I was being short with him, but I really had no desire to hash out the conversation yet again. I told him multiple times that I wasn't interested in pursuing a relationship with him. I really liked Cole, but he was coming to remind me more of my brothers than he did a potential boyfriend. I don't know when that started, but it's never a good sign when it does. "I know." He exhaled loudly. "But where is he right now? Why am I the one who's helping you get around? Don't get me wrong, I don't mind. I just can't help but wonder. He's got other jobs to do. So do I. And it's not stopping me." I folded my arms, wincing at the resulting pain, and glared out the window. I have no idea where he is. He's not my boyfriend. Yes, I would like to see where things go with him, and I think he feels the same. But we haven't had the chance to do anything normal people do when starting a relationship. I sighed. Besides, now is not the best time to be making dating choices. And now is also not the best time for me to be putting any sort of expectancy on him, or demanding that he stick around constantly. I mean, we were together for over a week straight. He saved my life multiple times while we were traveling. He deserves a break and a bit of patience. Cole gripped the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. I would have done the same thing. I tried to tuck my impatience aside. Cole and I had only been on one date and had barely talked on a professional level before that. What he felt was infatuation, love for an idea that only existed in his mind. I really didn't think he would feel this way if he truly knew me. Something told me he needed stability in the woman he ended up with, and that was something I definitely hadn't ever offered, nor could I. I reached over with my good hand, briefly touching his arm. The point is, Cole, I didn't ask you to. I hugely appreciate what you're doing. I hope you're not doing it with strings attached, though. Please understand. I think the world of you, but I don't want to lead you on. I do understand. However, no one else is here to take care of you. I was painfully aware of that fact. And though I was tempted to defend Abel again, I didn't. It made me irritated with Cole for being so blunt when all he'd ever shown me was kindness. And new irritation with Abel for not telling me where he'd gone. With Cole's help, I got out of the car at the police department and entered Chief's office. He argued with me for a couple of minutes, saying the information was private, and I threatened to pull out my badge and tell him I had a right, as a Fire Impeder, to visit these families and apologize. He finally relented and handed over the info. Cole and I returned to my house and ate a late lunch with Eleanora. She was content to putter around my home, putting things back in place and ignoring my wishes that she just watch TV and relax. I smiled fondly at the elderly woman. I was so blessed to have her in my life. I ached, though, to get out and be the one helping other people again. To do my job and to repay the kind acts that had surrounded me lately. I dosed up on Tylenol and ibuprofen again, then 45 minutes later, once the medication had time to settle in, I had Cole take me to the first victim's house. 7. The visit was painful, and not just physically. Mrs. Lawrence, the wife of the man who'd been killed, answered the door and started sobbing when I explained who I was. I couldn't help but cry too, as she led me into the living room, where a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old sat, waiting and watching with big eyes. "Tell me about your family and your late husband," I said, after apologizing and explaining I'd been out of the country when the shooting happened. She started talking, the topic of her 4 children distracting her from her fresh pain. I looked around, nodding at appropriate times, noting my surroundings. The house was comfortable, though small. Her husband had just accepted a promotion at the local rock refinery. They'd planned to finish their basement soon and were hoping to try for another baby. My heart ached as I looked at the pictures of their sweet family that lined the wall in front of me. Her husband was an arete, and their arete son would no longer have a dad to show him the ropes and help him learn what it meant to be magical. So horrible. Once Mrs. Lawrence finished and I'd apologized again for not being there when her husband needed it, I took her by the hand. "Karen, I'd like to do something for you, if you'll allow it." She gave me a shaky smile. "What is it?" "I'd like to cover the costs of the funeral and," I rushed to continue, "any other expenses that have occurred because of his passing. Even if it means helping pay for his kids' graduations." Mrs. Lawrence's eyes bugged. "Oh no, I couldn't possibly allow you to do that." Cole was staring at me, his eyebrows so high they almost met his hairline. I ignored him. "I insist. Please. It's the least I can do. If it weren't for me, your husband would still be alive." I knew that things were tight, her clothes were frayed and their furniture had seen many years of use. Without him to help support their family, what would happen to her and the children? And funerals are expensive. I mean, really expensive. She resisted for a bit longer, but I could tell it was because she was being polite, and it wasn't hard for me to convince her to at least let me pay for some of the expenses. She refused to allow me to set up a fund for the kids or to save money for their college, saying she had family who would help with that sort of thing. After exchanging gentle hugs and promises to be in touch later, Mrs. Lawrence and her 2 children said goodbye, and Cole assisted me out to the car. The moment we were buckled in, he sent me another incredulous expression. "Why on earth are you covering her husband's funeral expenses?" Lizzie, are you out of your mind? Do you know how much a funeral even costs? They're thousands. You're not going to talk me out of this. If I'd been there, her husband wouldn't have died. He shook his head, starting the engine. That's not true. He might have died anyway. Fire Impeders still make mistakes. A bullet could have gotten through. Are you trying to make me feel worse? I know I make mistakes. I know bullets slip by sometimes. In those cases, I would still insist on paying for the funeral. He growled, pulling onto the street. You can't do it. It's stupid. And no one expects you to. Again, you aren't going to convince me. Cole glowered, staring straight ahead as he drove. Once I got inside my house, I insisted that he and Eleanora resume their lives. That they go back to their own homes. I was still in a great deal of pain, but it would last for weeks, not days, and I needed to learn to be independent and take care of myself again. Besides, I was so tired of constantly being surrounded by people. I hadn't really been alone in a long time, over a week at least. If they didn't leave, I swear I'd scream. They promised to check in on me later. I carefully and slowly made my way to my bedroom, grateful that my feet were healthy, and tucked myself into bed. It was difficult, yes, but not impossible, and I ended up sleeping for 12 hours. I awakened to the sound of someone pounding on my door, jolting me from the deep sleep I'd entered. 8. I sat up quickly, then cried out at the resulting pain. Breathing through it, I forced myself to focus on other things. The sun was bright outside, and I guessed that it was probably around 9 in the morning. The pounding started again, and once I'd gotten my breath back, I hobbled to the front door, wincing at the pain it caused to move even that far. I looked through my window and felt like sobbing in relief when I saw my parents on the other side. I pulled the door open, and my mom, Brenda, rushed in and almost threw her arms around me before hesitating. She settled for cupping my face in her hands. Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie. My dear girl. Why didn't you tell us? We would have been here immediately. My father, Justin, nodded in agreement. I gave them a feeble smile, struggling to control my tears, and stepped aside, letting them enter. Who told you? We received calls from both Chief O'Hare and Eleanora, Brenda said. You've got quite a support team here. Justin looked around my house, and I saw his eyes noting the furniture that was still slightly disheveled and the tracks of mud that Eleanora hadn't been able to get to. The poor woman. I knew the marks had driven her insane, but her body didn't allow her to get on her hands and knees. I'm not embarrassed to say I didn't actually own a mop. I preferred to clean my floors using wet rags. Brenda settled me onto the couch and started whipping up breakfast, insisting that I relax while she and my dad completely took over the house. I was totally okay with that. I melted into the cushions, letting the stress and frustration roll off my shoulders. My contentment and happiness in seeing my parents was short-lived, though, when I realized that having them there was the worst idea anyone had ever come up with. The protections Alexander had put around my house weren't in place anymore, and it wouldn't take long for the hounds to find out people I cared for were there. They would serve as fuel against me. I knew they weren't safe in my house, and I feared for them when they returned to their own. But maybe I could get them out soon enough for the hounds not to notice. I got my mom's attention when she wheeled my vacuum cleaner into the living room. So, you and Dad might not want to stay very long. Nonsense. Where's the nearest outlet? I pointed to the only empty one near the window. Seriously? It's not safe for you to be here. Not for me, and not for you. And having you here alone like this is safe? She leveled a glare at me only a mom could produce. Look, honey. I know you're stressed. And I know your job puts you in the path of dangerous people. She held up her hand when I opened my mouth to respond. And not just criminals. Dangerous people, creatures, like the ones you and Nicole found a while back. Brenda dropped my vacuum cleaner's handle and put her hands on her hips. I don't care. We're not leaving until we know you're better. Let them try to get at me. This Texas woman will show them a thing or two. I couldn't help it. I smiled. My mom was amazing. Okay, Mom. I know you're tough. But these creatures are even tougher. And they'll use you against me. Then don't let them. I rolled my eyes. Right. Like I could possibly allow you to be tortured. Just the thought made me cringe. Memories of what Abel had gone through flashed into my mind. How much would my parents and siblings endure before I gave in? Not much, that was for sure. Justin entered the living room and took the vacuum cleaner from where my mom had dropped it, turning it on and effectively ending the conversation as he pushed the machine back and forth over my threadbare carpet. Brenda walked to the kitchen to continue breakfast. After an hour, the house was spotless, and we all sat down to bacon, sausage, and biscuits and gravy. Now that the narcotics were nearly out of my system, my appetite had returned, and I dug in enthusiastically. My parents were seriously amazing. I had to hold back tears as we dropped into companionable silence. I loved Eleanora and I appreciated Cole, but nothing beat having family in town. I was only able to relax for a little while, though. The pain was hard to handle, yes, but more than that, my thoughts kept returning to the hounds and the danger my parents were in by being there. Could my enemies see through time? Or did they actually have to be present in my house? I had no idea. Those were the sort of things I wish Alexander had told me. We're staying the week, Brenda said, smiling at me as I took a second helping of biscuits and gravy. Dad got off work, and we'd been meaning to visit for a while. Though I nodded and maintained a straight face, my panic levels rose several notches. What was I going to do? The moment I got the chance, I gave my best friend Nicole a call. I quickly told her about my parents' visit. What do? I asked. I need to contact Alexander. I can't tell my parents more than I already have, and they're not recognizing the danger they've put themselves in by coming. I heard Nicole sigh on the other end. I have no idea what to tell you, honestly. I definitely see why you're concerned, though. Loved ones and these hounds don't mix well. She was speaking from experience, I was sure. Nicole continued. I'm glad you called me back. What happened last week? I felt like slapping my forehead. Chief wasn't the only one who'd tried to reach me while I'd been in Iraq and India. I filled her in on the missing part of the amulet and the task I'd had to complete to get it back. That's insane, Lizzie. I know. How is Abel doing? He's not here. I haven't seen him since he dropped me off at the hospital earlier this week. A flash of irritation flooded me before I reminded myself about what I'd told Cole earlier. Even though I'd realized recently that I loved Abel, I wasn't technically in a relationship with him, and he wasn't obligated to keep me constantly updated on his whereabouts. I'm sorry. Me too. I didn't need to say anything else for Nicole to know how much it upset me that I hadn't heard from him. My college self would have either freaked out by now or moved on to another guy. Current self was pretending not to be hurt or offended. Sooner or later, though, I'd need to face the feelings I'd pushed onto the back burner. We ended the call and I set my phone down. Brenda must have overheard the last part of my conversation because she stepped into my bedroom and gave me her best stink eye. Just who was Nicole asking about? I chuckled, then regretted it, holding my arm around my aching ribs. Abel. I swear I've mentioned him before. He's the guy I've been working with on special cases lately. Brenda nodded. She remembered. Good. Out of the doghouse on that one. If I hadn't told my mom about a guy, we would have had big problems. Give me an update. What's new? I could tell from your voice that you have feelings for him. I nodded. Yes, I do. I didn't want to mention the L word. It felt premature when my mom so badly wanted me to get married. I didn't want to get her hopes up. Well, what was he? I had no idea. He's emotionally unavailable most of the time. Brenda frowned. That's definitely a problem. Have you had any sort of discussion about where you stand with each other? I shook my head. No, not really. I mean, we've had some pretty. What had we had? I know he has feelings for me, judging by how he treats me and the fact that he's willing to do whatever I need him to do, but I don't know. I definitely have feelings for him. I wish the guy would just commit to being there, or not being there. Preferably, he'd choose being there. But I'd vowed never to push a guy into anything with me again, and so far I hadn't regretted making that vow. Where does his family live? I slowly shook my head. I wasn't sure how to tell Brenda about what happened with Abel's family. They'd been brutally murdered, minus his mom, and that wasn't exactly something you just dropped into someone's lap. After some deliberation, with my mom waiting patiently, I decided just to tell her everything I knew. It would make life easier, as I wouldn't have to remember what I'd told her and what I hadn't. Abel's job isn't exactly a 9 to 5. He disappears all the time doing work for people. He basically takes care of threats. I hesitated. I don't know how to say this, Mom. He's kind of like an assassin for hire. I put my face in my hands, trying to control my stupid emotions. You see what's going on? I know he's a good guy. I know he is. But I also know that what he does for a living isn't exactly something I want to, marry into. His skill set is unique, and it's what he knows. How can I ask him? Brenda put her hand on mine. He's not asking you to do anything just yet. Calm down, give it some time, and see where things take you. Don't pressure him into making any changes or decisions. I nodded. Moms. They're great to have around. Mention of his family made you hesitate. Of course she noticed that. Yeah. He had to watch them get tortured to death, all but his mom. It's obviously done a lot of emotional damage to him. My mom's face paled. What were they trying to get out of him? A job. They wanted him to do a job. He's given up on it though, and is now trying to find his mom. Relief flooded over me as I realized that was where he'd gone. That must be what he's doing right now. And naturally, he wouldn't be able to contact me. Not if he felt he was close to her. Brenda nodded, then patted my good arm. He'll come around when he's ready. I thanked her, and she helped me settle into my bed for a much-needed catnap. Have you heard from the Hawkins yet? She asked before leaving. Oh no, I haven't. Brenda frowned. Okay, I'll let her know to give you a call. Sounds good. The Hawkins were family friends who had lived close to us in Texas until I was around 3. They'd been hired as lighthouse keepers in southern Texas and had been struggling with keeping the light lit. I wanted to help them, but I'd already told my mom it would need to wait until after the next month or two were over. Brenda left and I relaxed into my bed, falling asleep quickly. I was grateful I'd gotten that rest in when Nicole called me later in the day, absolutely furious. 9. You downplayed your situation, she practically shrieked. I mean, here I was, thinking that your ribs were bruised and sure it hurts to breathe, but Brenda says you can barely even walk. You could barely get out of bed. And your hand. You had surgery on it, for crying out loud. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to worry. There's nothing you can do about it. You're up in Montana and I'm down here. Lizzie, I can do something about it. I can get you some of that sap. I shook my head. No way. We're not bothering him, he's off living his own life. The sap Nicole was referring to had healing properties. It had been a long time since I'd used it, but it required a lot of sleep in order to work. I was already sleeping a lot and couldn't afford to leave the people around me exposed any longer. I might not be able to do much, but at least the amulet was functioning, especially now that I was off narcotics. I would be able to warn people that danger was coming, and if I had somebody nearby to help, I could destroy any hounds that approached. But with the sap, I would be completely out of it for who knew how long until it had time to heal all my injuries. It was absolutely out of the question. I explained all this to Nicole. She got even more frustrated with me, but I still begged her to stop worrying and to focus on staying healthy for her baby. She was due in December. I could tell that only annoyed her even more. Nicole is not one you go around telling what to do. After explaining to her for 20 minutes about my worries where the hounds were concerned, how having her here plus my parents would only give them so much more fuel to use against me, she huffed in exasperation, then said, "Okay, fine. I can see where you're coming from. But just promise you'll let me know if you change your mind." I definitely would. 10. The next morning, my phone rang bright and early. I almost knocked it off my nightstand in an effort to answer it before the annoying jingle woke everyone else up. Grabbing the phone knocked the wind out of me, though, and I gasped in pain. "Hello." I breathed. I held the phone away from my mouth so they wouldn't hear my heavy breathing. Maybe I should have had Nicole come. I brushed that thought away as the man on the other end of the line introduced himself as the Payson fire chief and started explaining a situation he had on his hands. "I assume you've heard already about the fire down here. We need your assistance as soon as possible." He rushed on, not giving me a moment to interject. "I know of the situation with your ribs and hand. Chief O'Hare made sure I was aware of it when I called to get your number." I was surprised he didn't already have my number. I was sure all of the local departments knew. Course, Payson wasn't a big city, and they rarely had anything that would need a Fire Impeder's help. They probably had put the number somewhere easy to overlook. The fire chief continued, "We're prepared to do everything we can to get you here quickly and as pain-free as possible, so we're sending a helicopter with our best pilot. I hope you don't mind, but he's on his way now. We'll get you onto a stretcher and have volunteers carry you around wherever you need to be." I hesitated. They'd obviously put a lot of thought into this. If we weren't completely desperate, I wouldn't even ask you to help. But the fire is surrounding the scout camp, and we have over 200 kids there right now, all of them trapped. We can't get them out without your help. We wouldn't ask otherwise. I chewed on my lip, not really needing to think it over before knowing my answer would be yes. If they helicoptered me in and did as he said, it was worth the pain and discomfort I'd experienced to save innocent lives. It was probably absolute insanity, but I had to do everything I could to make up for the lives lost while I was in Iraq. He was true to his word. The helicopter landed 15 minutes later on my street just outside my house. I was grateful the road was large enough there, especially since the next nearest spot that would have been large enough was a couple of blocks away. 2 men hopped out of the helicopter, grabbed a wheelchair, and approached the house. I watched through the window from where I sat on the couch, ignoring as my mom fussed around me. She hadn't been happy when I'd told her what I'd agreed to do, but as soon as I'd explained the stakes, she recognized why I'd said yes. I was grateful for that. My mother had always been reasonable. That didn't stop her from worrying, of course. Brenda made sure that we had plenty of food for the flight down to Mount Nebo. I just want to make sure that the pilot doesn't have a blood sugar drop and cause a crash. That would put Lizzie in a much worse situation than she is already in. One of the men grinned at that until he realized Brenda was completely serious. He scuffed his toe on the sidewalk in discomfort, and I rolled my eyes at my mom, deciding not to point out that if the helicopter crashed, I most likely would not survive. That definitely wouldn't make her feel better. I did my best to hide my pain as the 2 men helped me onto the stretcher and wheeled me out of the house. Mrs. Russell was watching from her front porch, and so were several other neighbors. A helicopter landing on the street and me being wheeled out on a stretcher? Of course that would worry them. I grabbed Brenda's arm. "Mom, would you tell my neighbors I'm fine? Let them know what's going on?" Brenda nodded. "Of course, dear." The flight to the scout camp was exhilarating. I'd never been in a helicopter before, and even though I was in a lot of pain, I still enjoyed the ride immensely. Everything quickly became obscured by smoke the closer to the fire we got. Flames licked at the edge of the burned land. I reached out, but couldn't grasp at them well enough from above to extinguish anything. We landed next to a lake in the middle of the scout camp, and several people rushed forward to open the doors and pull out my stretcher. The moment the doors were open, the heat blasted against me even more strongly than the high temps that had hit me in Iraq. The smoke was bad, very bad. I started coughing immediately, which made me double over in pain, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes. A couple of women quickly put a mask on me and piped in clean air, then helped me into a protective suit similar to the ones firefighters wear. Once I wasn't nearly crying from the pain, I instructed my volunteers to take me wherever the fire was the strongest. Usually, there would be an impromptu command center, but I had the feeling they'd been fighting the fires in such a panic, trying to protect the kids, that one hadn't been set up. I was correct. Luckily, though, they all seemed to know where the fires were the worst. Apparently, the flames had moved much faster than usual, not allowing anyone time to get out in vehicles. The one passenger helicopter they had access to had been sent to pick me up as soon as they realized the scouts would be trapped at the camp. The moment I had exited the helicopter, the pilot began taking scouts away, but with over 200 kids there, it would take forever to get everyone out. We reached the flames at their strongest point, and I started reaching out magically and extinguishing the little sparks as they fled toward the camp. As usual, it was hot, difficult work, and even with volunteers carting me all over the place, I quickly ran out of physical reserves. The pain in my ribs tripled, nearly making me pass out repeatedly. And still I fought the flames. I recognized I was overdoing it when my ability to sense the things around me disappeared. Soon, I could no longer tell that the mask was still on my face, nor that I was even wearing a protective suit. The good part of overdoing it, though, I no longer felt the heat nearly as much. I ended up closing my eyes and reaching out magically, waving my good hand when I needed the men to move me around. 3 hours after we began, I'd extinguished enough flames for the real firefighters to get a solid grip on the fire. By that time, I was as limp as a newborn baby. I couldn't raise my head or even my hand anymore. Talking was out of the question. My thoughts weren't coherent enough to converse. I finally relaxed into blissful blackness after hearing we'd been able to save the camp and all the scouts in it. 11. I woke up just as they were putting me on the helicopter. I heard them saying something about Utah Valley Regional Medical Center, and I tried to protest, telling them just to take me home, but no sound came out when I opened my mouth. Had I even opened my mouth? I couldn't tell. The next time I woke up, I was in the hospital. Man, I was getting so tired of being in hospitals. This was the 3rd time in a week I'd been in one. It was ridiculous. Luckily, I wasn't there long before they discharged me. It took about 4 hours for my senses to return, and they realized there wasn't anything else I needed or that they could do for me, and Brenda and Justin took me home. When we got back to my place, Brenda helped me change into clothes that didn't smell like smoke. I wanted to shower, but I was so incredibly overexhausted from the day's events that I opted to change my sheets the next day instead. I settled into bed with my phone in hand. As soon as my parents stepped out of the room, shutting the door behind them, I dialed Nicole's number. Talk about eating humble pie. I was prepared to beg for some of that sap stuff if necessary. She didn't answer though, and I set my phone aside, hoping she wasn't mad enough at me to ignore my call and wishing Sia would at least come visit. She was probably hanging out with my parents in the living room. I could text my mom and ask her to open my door for the cat, but I didn't want to disturb them when they'd been waiting on me hand and foot so much lately. I picked up my phone again, playing around with it, wishing the loneliness would go away. I found myself missing Abel so very much. Should I call him? How would he respond if I did? I knew him well enough by then to recognize when he needed space. The fact that he hadn't called yet said he needed alone time. What he did was dangerous, and I could possibly put his life in jeopardy if I tried calling him. As soon as that thought struck me, I set my phone down, resolving not to bother him. He would call when he was ready. It made my heart ache a little, though, to think of him and the time we'd spent together and how close we'd gotten. After I had been alone for a couple of hours, my mom and dad sat me up so I could eat the soup Brenda had prepared for dinner. She hadn't even asked me what I wanted, but it was absolutely perfect. My mom had been a nurse for quite some time before she decided to have a family and put her nursing skills to the practical test. She must have known that these kinds of injuries and the medications I'd been on previously would affect my appetite. As I said, soup was perfect. While I ate, my parents sat at the foot of my bed and discussed the baseball game my dad had been watching. I could tell they'd been discussing me previously and now didn't know what to talk about. How awkward. It wasn't like I'd walked in on their conversation. Why were they being so weird? And what did they have to discuss that concerned me, but I couldn't be a part of? After dinner, I convinced them to take me out to the living room so we could watch a movie together. I was still hungry, and Justin went and got food from the local Wendy's, and we enjoyed dipping French fries into our Frosties. That was something Chief O'Hare and his wife had introduced me to a while back. My parents had thought it was weird, but as expected, they'd caught on just like nearly everyone else. Hey, people eat pineapple on pizza. Why not dip French fries into Frosties? It's basically the same concept. Sweet and salty together. Except pineapple on pizza is disgusting, and French fries with Frosties is amazing. Once the movie was over, my parents assisted me back to bed, and I fell asleep pretty much instantly. Maybe having a free conscience helped. If I hadn't gone to take care of those kids, I would have died from guilt. My mom awakened me sometime later, gently shaking my knee. Luckily, she had the sense not to touch my shoulder. That would have hurt a lot. I'd only been asleep for a couple of hours. I groaned, not even attempting to sit up. What's going on? My hand flew to my amulet. It was silent. Nothing to be alarmed about, Brenda said. Nicole and Austin are here. They brought something for you. With Brenda's help, I sat up, hastily pulling my gross hair back. I so couldn't wait for a shower. I nodded, and Brenda opened my bedroom door for Nicole and Austin. Only Nicole came in, and she shook her head when she saw me. I told your mom you didn't need to doll yourself up. I don't mind seeing you with your hair messy. I smiled. Oh honey, if you think this is me dolled up, you don't remember much from college. Nicole chuckled and sat on the bed next to me. I blinked away my exhaustion, trying to clear the cobwebs from my mind. What's going on? Why are you here? Nicole patted my knee. I got some sap. I knew you would come to your senses eventually. And when you did, I wanted to be here. I mock glared at her, then gave it up and grinned. I actually got smart about 5 hours ago. I even tried calling you, but you didn't answer. How did you get the sap? It was easy. I texted Jacob and he brought it to me. Jacob was a mutual friend we'd worked with a few years ago. Oh, technology. How much it's blessed our lives. Nicole laughed. Well, he didn't answer right away, and that got me worried. Silly man, he thinks he's got things to do with his life. Don't we all? I murmured. Just then, Austin and my dad entered the room, talking about the same game my dad had watched earlier. Apparently, Austin had missed it and wanted to be caught up. The moment my eyes landed on Austin, I felt my heart lurch for joy, but it dropped almost immediately in disappointment. I'd thought for a second that he was Abel. They had similar builds, both with broad shoulders, and were roughly the same height and had the same hair color. Only their eyes and facial features were different. Nicole raised an eyebrow, obviously noticing my reaction to her husband. I slumped back against my pillow. I thought he was Abel. I've missed him a lot. Nicole whispered loud enough for me to hear over the men's conversation. You've got it bad, don't you? Yes, I'm in love with him. Literally. What am I going to do? He's not here, and he's rarely reliable. I mean, I can't ever count on him to be where I need him to be. He disappears for days on end. I'd like to know what his adventures are, Nicole said, but I'm afraid to ask. Yeah. Especially given what I've told you already. I glanced at Austin and my dad, who'd finished their discussion. Thank you for coming, Austin. He shrugged. Don't worry about it. Well, give me the sap. Oh, but first, what's the plan if anyone comes to attack while I'm sleeping? That's why Austin and I are both here, Nicole said. We can handle anything they throw at us. I smiled. I almost wished hounds would come. They'd never know what happened to them. No, they wouldn't die permanently, but Austin and Nicole were very powerful artes. In fact, Nicole had reached the point where she no longer had a threshold to her powers. She handed me a cup of what looked like broth. It smelled like maple syrup, and I knew it was the sap. Drink up. Drinking was an unconventional way to use it. Generally, the stuff was spread over the injured area, and clean sheets were laid over the person to allow it to work while they slept. But in instances where the injuries were internal, like my broken ribs, drinking it was the best method. The bitter liquid burned as it went down, completely frying my taste buds. Tears were pouring down my cheeks when I finished. The stuff might smell like maple syrup, but it definitely didn't taste like it. I gasped, accepting the bottle of water Nicole had ready. Once I chugged about half of that, I felt the drowsiness already hitting me. Kaide sap is a fast-acting medicine. Noticing my exhaustion, Nicole and Brenda jumped to help me settle into the bed. Knowing that Nicole and Austin were there, I had no problem falling asleep immediately. The first thing I noticed when I woke up, before I even opened my eyes, was the complete sense of rejuvenation and energy that tingled in my limbs. I hadn't felt so alive, so awake, so well in months. I couldn't believe how long it had been since I'd been fully healthy. Had I really been running myself that dry? Obviously, yes. Wanting to savor the bliss, I stretched my broken hand. Zero pain. The bandages had already been removed. Next, I took a deep breath, expanding my lungs to their capacity, relishing the complete lack of resultant pain. You're awake. The familiar voice filled my body with terror. My eyes shot open, and I scrambled to a sitting position. 12. Omar was sitting in my armchair in the corner of my room, watching me. What are you doing here? He shrugged. Just checking on you. Don't worry, I'm in full control right now. My hand automatically reached for my amulet. It wasn't there. Where's my amulet? My door was already opening, and Nicole stepped into the room, handing the necklace to me. I could hear Brenda and Justin in the kitchen. The TV was on, and I presumed that Austin was watching it. I held the amulet to my chest, reaching out to it with my emotions. It was completely calm about Omar being there. Thank goodness. It wasn't that I didn't trust, okay, fine. I didn't trust him. Why did you take it? I asked Nicole. So you could sleep without it waking you up. I gritted my teeth, trying to control the flash of annoyance. It's supposed to wake me up so I can protect everyone, if people like him come. I nodded at Omar, then said, no offense, of course. I knew Austin and Nicole had both been there to prevent an attack, but I hadn't expected them to take my only source of protection and warning. Nicole rolled her eyes. You needed to sleep off the sap completely. Having you wake up before you fully healed would have prolonged the healing by days. Besides, I already told you, Austin and I can hold our own against these things. Omar nodded. Believe me. She can. And she proved it to me. At the surprised expression on my face, Nicole and Omar both chuckled. Don't worry, Nicole said. We cleaned everything up. I just had to test that he really was who he said he was. I raised an eyebrow at Omar. And who did you say you were? He sent Nicole a sheepish expression. A friend of Alexander's. I snorted. Omar is only good about 25% of the time, I explained. He tried to kill me a couple of times while we were in Iraq. Of course, he did end up saving my life too. He's very conflicted. Omar nodded, his expression still sheepish. Why didn't you tell me? Nicole demanded with a glare. He held up his hands in surrender. Because you wouldn't have let me come near her. Of course I wouldn't have. I motioned for both of them to be quiet, then looked at Omar. You must be here for a reason. You don't usually just show up to visit. He nodded. I wanted to give you an update. First, the demon still isn't fully regenerated. If he wasn't imprisoned in that graveyard, it would go much, much faster. As you can imagine, he's not happy about the delay. Second, the hounds are planning on attacking somewhere near you tonight. It's a good thing your friend here made sure you are fully healed so quickly, because you need to be there to stop them. Why are they attacking? Because they sense your weakness. They want to draw you out of your house, see what you're willing to do and how far you're able to go. He ran a hand through his dark hair. I took advantage of being good right now to tell you. But don't be surprised if I'm with them. If you feel like killing me again, I would understand. I rolled my eyes. I'm not going to kill you. Especially not now that I understand how easy it is for hounds to go back and forth between good and evil. He thanked me, I thanked him for the update, and he shifted into a dog and disappeared in a cloud of smoke in the corner. After making sure no one else was coming, Nicole gave me some privacy, shutting the door behind her as she left. I desperately needed to take a shower, the longest shower in the history of Earth. I had weeks of grime buildup to remove. Yes, the hospital had helped me clean up, and I'd done plenty of no-water rinses on my hair, but nothing could possibly compare to the feel of crisp peppermint shampoo that tingled as it cleansed. While drying off, my thoughts drifted to Abel. It suddenly occurred to me that I'd hired him to do a job and had promised him money, but I hadn't paid him yet. My insides ate away at me as I thought of his situation. I was positive he needed cash. How was I supposed to get it to him? I hopped into clean clothes and pulled my hair into a tight ponytail, braiding it in an effort to prevent frizzy loose ends. And then I called Abel, leaving him a voice message when he didn't pick up and hoping I hadn't called at a bad time. Hey, it's Lizzie. We need to make arrangements for me to pay you. Give me a call when you can. I ended the call and stared at my phone for a moment, wishing he'd answered. And then, of course, I felt silly for calling him in the first place. Which I shouldn't have. There was nothing wrong with trying to fulfill my end of a bargain. It was the honest and upfront thing to do. So what if it also would have allowed me to hear his voice again? A couple of moments later, I finally left my bedroom, ready to be seen. My mother saw me first and hopped up from the couch, a worried expression on her face. Don't worry, I said. I'm all better now. Oh, good. Brenda hugged me tightly. I was so worried you'd be mad at us for calling Nicole and tattling on you. I laughed. I'm not. She hedged for a moment. I don't want you to think Dad's running the moment you're better, but his company called him in to work yesterday, and they were disappointed when he was unavailable. Now that you're better, though, we'll be switching his return flight to tomorrow. They really do need his help, and with this being an unscheduled trip, they're suffering. I'll be staying another few days, just to make sure you're on your feet. You should go with Dad, you know how he is when you're away. I'm 100% fine now. Brenda looked unconvinced, but it didn't take long for me to get her to agree. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As much as I appreciated and loved my parents, their presence here still freaked me out, especially now that Omar knew they were staying with me. He would still have that knowledge when he went bad again. And that was a huge problem. Don't worry about it, Mom. I really appreciate you coming. Brenda raised an eyebrow. Last time we had this conversation, you made it obvious that having us here stressed you out. I'm just worried for your safety. She frowned. And I wish you would tell us why. I wish we could help you with whatever it is. Before she even finished, I started shaking my head. I know. But I can't tell you anything. Just pray that it ends quickly, and I'll be able to go back to being a normal person again. Nicole sighed. As normal as you ever were anyway. I mock glared at her. Hey, I'm your best friend. Which means you chose me. We laughed, then Brenda announced that she and my dad were taking us all to dinner. While I was still nervous having them around, I did have a functioning amulet, and I honestly couldn't say no to a night out with my parents and best friend. I'm seriously a sucker for things like that. We chose a big restaurant in a popular mall in Salt Lake City, one I never would have gone to on my own given the distance and cost, and I couldn't wait to try the food. Unfortunately, I never got the opportunity. 13. Our drinks had arrived, but not our food, and we were laughing and talking. It felt so good to relax and enjoy the company of some of my favorite people in the world. My heart ached when I thought of Abel, wishing he were there too, but I pushed that aside and focused on the loved ones who surrounded me. A distant pop 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 caught my attention. It was followed immediately by faint screams. I glanced at Nicole for only a split second before jumping to my feet. No, Lizzie, my mom said in a gasp. I ignored her. I never have a night off from my job as Fire Impeder. Like police officers, I'm always on duty, ready to serve and protect at a moment's notice. It didn't take long to figure out where the screaming was coming from. I rushed through the doors of the restaurant, my hand near my waist where my CZ was holstered, already reaching out magically, trying to sense what gun the shooter was using. A few turns through the halls brought me nearly close enough to see the shooter. I was running against traffic. All the sane people were dashing in the opposite direction. How many guns? Came Austin's breathless voice next to me. I startled, glancing at him. Can't tell yet. You should have stayed with Nicole. He gave me a withering look. She would have come too, had I not insisted she stay behind. Don't say no to help, regardless of where it comes from. Austin had a point. He might not be skilled enough with reet magic to be able to stop bullets. The vast majority of silvers couldn't work that minutely, but he could definitely do a lot of damage in other ways. Unfortunately, so could the shooter. I felt the magical pulses coming from him as I neared him and sneaked through a corner store that had doors to both hallways. This guy was powerful. Incredibly powerful. Austin must have noticed it at the same time. Crap, he muttered. The two of us might not be enough. We have to be, I whispered. How close to him do you need to get? Closer than this. We were 30 feet away. I could sense his magical pulses, but wasn't near enough to feel his guns. He was standing in the middle of the large hallway, a ring of magical flames around him, preventing anyone from attacking. He'd stopped shooting and was now yelling. Think he can stop bullets? Austin asked. I shrugged, shaking my head. I didn't know. The guy was obviously a silver, but I wouldn't know what he could or couldn't do within the fire abilities itself. Not without testing things out. Which I didn't really want to do. Either way, I still needed to get closer. Turning to Austin, I said, Can you make sure the civilians stay away? Get some cops here? Protect me if something I don't see is about to happen? I knew he would, he'd come as backup after all. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. Yes, I'd given him plenty to do, but I also knew he'd be able to handle it. There was a reason Nicole had fallen for him. This guy was talented and powerful. He nodded, and taking care to stay out of view for as long as possible, I crept forward, hiding behind the rolling racks of clothes the vendor had pushed out into the big hallway. When those ended, I kept the man in the corner of my eye and inched forward, walking sideways, pretending to be looking in windows when his eyes roved in my direction. The closer I got to him, though, the more I realized something was off. He was still shouting and yelling, freaking out. His eyes were crazed looking and I gasped. He wasn't there. Those eyes were focusing on something far away. When I'd been in Fort Irwin, down in California, for my Fire Impeder training, I'd seen it any time something horrible happened. PTSD. He was having a PTSD attack. I was close enough now to hear what he was yelling over the sounds of the roaring fires. And I was right, this man wasn't there emotionally or mentally. He was at the front lines of battle. Take cover, soldiers. We don't go down today. He pointed at an imaginary enemy. No. You'll pay for that. And then the man started shooting again. I reached out magically, blood pounding in my ears and through my veins, making my limbs tingle. I hadn't dealt with PTSD in a long time. I wasn't trained to handle someone having an episode. What to do? A quick glance at Austin told me help still hadn't come. Which surprised me. Malls usually had cops on hand for this purpose. Unless the man had already shot whoever was supposed to stop him. My heart plunged, doing weird things to my stomach. I always had backup in shooter situations. But not this time. This time I was alone, apart from Austin. I was close enough now to stop the man's bullets. I was tempted to pull my gun, but I knew if he saw me approaching armed, it would only panic him more, and with him being a silver, I had no idea what he would do. He could bring the whole building down around us, killing everyone inside. Grateful Austin had my back, I mentally grabbed the guns, stopping the man from firing. He didn't even notice they weren't going off anymore. And then I approached, cautiously, carefully. His eyes roved over me. He didn't even see me. You won't take me down, not here, not now, he screamed. I continued toward him, marveling at how well he maintained his flames and the shooting and screaming. How long would he be able to go? I could already feel my magic tiring just from stopping those bullets. He still hadn't noticed anything was wrong with his guns. Right before I reached the fire, he made eye contact with me. Intense anger crossed his face, and before I could do anything, before I could even think, he lunged at me. 14. The man didn't get far. His clothes pulled him back, holding him in place, and he strained against them, screaming and yelling wordlessly at me. Without looking back, I knew Austin had a grip on the guy's shirt and pants. I'd reached the flames by then. They tingled and tickled at me, warming but not burning, and I stepped through them. The man kept screaming. When he realized he couldn't get out of whatever was holding him, he threw his guns at me. I dodged one, but the other struck me in the cheek. Oh my gosh, that was going to bruise. My cheek throbbed, and tears started pouring down my face from the pain. But I didn't lose eye contact with him. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, if he'd see me as a threat, or if it would calm him down. I stopped about 2 feet from him. Miraculously, he didn't try to reach for me. He wouldn't have been able to with Austin holding him, but still. Was he calming down? He'd stopped screaming, but sweat poured down his face and his eyes were still crazed. Hey, I said, not sure where to start. I couldn't help but remember the high school kid with the bomb and how he'd been triggered when I'd said the word, fine. I wouldn't repeat that mistake here. My name is Lizzie. What's yours? He only breathed heavily in response. Okay, let's try a different tactic. Where are you, soldier? Front line. He nodded forward. Enemy targets. You've done a good job. You've protected your friends. He shook his head in quick, jerky motions. No. Haven't. They're dead. They're all dead. I noticed then that he was missing an ear, and the left half of his face was severely burned. My heart swelled inside my chest as I wondered at the horrors he'd experienced. You fought hard for them. His chest heaved for several breaths before he finally said, yes. They won't forget you for it. I hesitated, then reached out and touched his forearm briefly. It's over, soldier. I'm alive. They aren't. Disgraceful. I shook my head. No, not disgraceful. You're brave and good. You have friends and family here at home who love you. The man started shaking, and I stepped back, thinking he was trying to attack me again. Instead, though, his face crumpled and he began sobbing. I think I hurt my wife. My own tears spilled over. I couldn't believe the awful things and pain this man had gone through. Wasn't there something that could be done to help him? I had no idea. But it killed me to see even just this much torture. Let's stop the fires, okay? I could have done it, but stopping the bullets had been more important, and the fire wouldn't hurt me. Plus, it kept others away. We can get things figured out. He looked around, then down at me. Fire? He blinked, his mouth working wordlessly. He blinked again, staring at the fire surrounding us. When he spoke again, his voice was so quiet, I almost didn't hear it. Oh, what have I done? I felt a rush of magic, and the flames died completely. Austin must have released the man's clothes because he slumped to the floor, face in hands. I sat next to him, putting a hand on his arm again briefly. We'll get it figured out, I repeated quietly. By now, several people were surrounding us, most official, but a lot of rubbernecking civilians. I tried not to show my frustration at those civilians. These sorts of people made my job so much harder. The ones who didn't seem to care if they got injured or even killed if it meant seeing something cool. An officer stepped up to me, putting his hand on my shoulder. You're Miss Ashton, right? I glanced up at him from where I sat on the floor. Yes. Good work here. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? I didn't. And there were a lot of questions and reports. They put the man in handcuffs and carted him off. I made sure to be detailed in my information. I felt strongly the man needed help, not jail time. I asked about his wife, but they didn't know. They'd sent someone to the man's house, but she hadn't been there. As it turned out, he hadn't killed anyone in the mall. Most of his bullets had gone into the ceiling or walls. 2 security guards had been hit, but neither was in critical condition, and both would be fine. A miracle. My parents and Nicole had caught up with us, and were talking to Austin in hushed tones. When the police were finished asking questions, I joined them. Thanks for your help, Austin, I said. Seriously. You're welcome. And thank you for calming him down so quickly. I shook my head. It felt like it took forever. I was completely wrung dry. After making sure nothing else was needed from me, we finally left the mall and grabbed takeout. The only thing I wanted was to go home. We started a movie and ate our takeout. This time, we really did enjoy one another's company. It felt nice having my favorite people in the world, minus Abel, around me again. So much time had passed since we'd all been together. I sent up a few prayers for the man at the mall, knowing I'd probably never find out what happened with him. That was how it was for most of these jobs. I hadn't forgotten Omar's warning. As I felt the attack approaching, not sure how I knew it was coming but still feeling it, my nerves started tingling with fear and excitement. Austin and Nicole had promised they'd help. Well, Austin had. There was no way we would allow Nicole to assist us. From what I knew, Austin didn't have any experience fighting, but as stated earlier, he was fantastic with magic. We shouldn't have any problems working together again. At 10 at night, the amulet started warming at my neck. It's time. 15. I glanced over at Austin, who was snoring on the couch next to Nicole. She was struggling to stay awake herself while reading a book on her phone. Silly people, already exhausted from the day, and they didn't even have kids yet. Austin and I were both dressed in dark clothes, Austin in ones borrowed from Mr. Russell, my neighbor. They weren't exactly flattering on him, and Nicole hadn't been able to stop giggling for quite some time after he'd put them on. Mr. Russell was a tiny old man, and his clothes looked ridiculous on the much taller Austin. The pants hadn't fit around Austin's waist, so he was wearing suspenders and had tucked in the long black and gray flannel shirt to hide his boxers. The poor man was seriously uncomfortable. Too bad neither he nor my dad had brought anything other than khaki shorts. Austin didn't want to buy dark pants because he had plenty at home. Served him right, according to Nicole, for not wanting to spend the money. I tended to agree with her. "Can you wake him up?" I whispered to Nicole. "It's time to go." She did, and he grabbed a soda from the fridge to help him get alert. I motioned to my car. He would be driving, so I could concentrate on the instructions the amulet was anxious to give. Following the simple directions, right, straight, left, etc., we got onto Pioneer Crossing and headed west. The amulet guided us past Saratoga Springs and into Eagle Mountain, where we turned left onto Ranches Parkway. The amulet warmed at my sternum. "Right," it whispered to my mind as we reached the chevron on Pony Express. I could tell we were getting closer to our destination. The amulet practically vibrated with an excitement that was contagious. I felt myself getting ready, tensing up and preparing to jump out of the car at a moment's notice. We entered Lone Tree, a subdivision I'd never been to before, and stopped in front of a dark split-entry house. No lights were on, they'd probably gone to bed already. After a brief discussion, Austin and I decided not to knock when we found the front door unlocked. We opened it, slipping inside. Austin motioned to the stairs leading down, but I shook my head, pointing up. We padded up the stairs, our footsteps quieted by the carpet, following the instructions of the amulet. At the hallway, we turned left. "Here," the amulet said at the first door. I glanced in at a nursery. Little nightlights illuminated elephant and giraffe decorations all over the wall, and a big stuffed bear in one corner. My heart stopped. A man was standing over the crib, staring at the baby sleeping inside. I knew right away he didn't belong. His ragged clothes were the complete opposite of the perfect and tidy home. Besides that, the amulet told me this was who we sought. I cautiously stepped across the room until I was close enough to see the little fire that glowed near the man's sternum. Before he noticed our presence, I snuffed it out. He fell over the crib, slamming his chin against one side with a loud bang and falling to the floor. The baby awakened and began crying. I held my breath, expecting the parents to come running into the room and preparing to deal with the resulting panic. But they didn't. Nothing happened. Austin and I glanced at each other before rushing across the hall into another room. I gasped, unprepared to see several people standing over the bed where the parents huddled in terror. A burly man farthest from the door glanced at me and grinned before pulling out a long knife and stabbing the dad in the chest with it. "No!" I screamed, sprinting across the room. 16. He leered at me, finding it amusing that I would attack. The expression on his face was short-lived, however, because before I got there, a strong pulse of magic rushed from Austin and ripped the knife from the man's hand, embedding it into the ceiling where it couldn't be easily reached. Just as suddenly, all four people were lifted into the air and slammed against the wall opposite the bed. The dad had slumped over on the bed. Blood dripped from the wound in his chest. The mom was screaming, grabbing his shoulder. Austin glanced at me. "Take care of the hounds. I'll call 911. With a flick of his wrist, he dropped the people to the ground, pinning them in place with his magic. Not wasting a moment, I fell to my knees next to them and reached out with my magic, snuffing the flames one at a time. Austin was already on the phone, directing an ambulance. I turned to help the wife with her husband, praying that he was still alive, when I saw a dog in the hallway, staring at me with an eerily intelligent expression on his face. It took me a second to recognize that the amulet was warning me about its presence. I'd been using it too much to kill fires to have noticed. The beast took off, and I jumped up and raced after it. The hound was faster. It slipped to the front door before I even reached the stairway, and by the time I was on the front porch, it had disappeared somewhere into the night. Even with the amulet guiding me, there was no way I'd be able to catch up. Not when all it needed was to find a corner to travel through. Had that been Omar? I'd probably never find out. Knowing I was needed back in the bedroom, I dashed through the front door and up the stairs again. The woman was sobbing, cradling her husband's head in her lap. I stopped at the side of the bed and checked his pulse. His eyes fluttered open, he was alive. Thank goodness. I looked at the woman. We've got to stop the bleeding. She didn't even blink through her panicked crying. Groaning in frustration, I grabbed a shirt that had been tossed on the floor next to the bed and pressed it over the wound on his chest. From what I could tell, the knife had gone in just above the man's heart. Thank goodness. I kept applying firm pressure to his injury, then glanced at the woman again. Your baby, I said. She didn't hear me over her crying. No wonder she couldn't hear the infant. Get your baby, I shrieked. The woman stopped sobbing, staring at me. He's alive? I tried not to lose my patience, knowing that several types of people simply did not handle stressful situations like this rationally. Yes. He needs you. Get him. The woman scrambled off the bed and dashed out of the room, completely ignoring the dead bodies on the other side of her bed. She returned, cradling the whimpering baby to her chest. Her husband opened his eyes and stared at me, a dazed expression on his face. I didn't know how much blood he'd lost, but he didn't look good. Sirens sounded outside, and Austin led the paramedics into the bedroom. A couple of worried neighbors hovered in the hallway. The paramedics tightly wrapped an ACE bandage around the man's chest, holding the rumpled-up shirt in place before getting an IV and oxygen started and putting him in a wheelchair. They took him down the stairs and out to a waiting ambulance. The woman and her baby went with, and a neighbor followed in the family van. Once the man and his family were taken care of, Austin and I took a seat in the living room with several officers to answer questions. Luckily, the cops knew me. When they asked how I'd known the attack was going to take place, they accepted my hedged answer about it not being safe for them to know. I put my hand around the amulet. This guided me. Beyond that, though, I can't tell you much. The officer in charge nodded. Most regular humans were still nervous about the demon visits we'd been receiving recently, and he didn't seem to want to know more. We'll be in touch if we have more questions. Thank you for what you did tonight. Please keep us updated on how things with this family go, I said. They agreed to do so, then excused us. Austin and I got back in my car, both incredibly exhausted, and me with blood on my clothes. I couldn't believe how badly all of that could have gone. Thank goodness Omar had alerted me to the attack, and I was prepared to run when the amulet started warning me. What would have happened if I hadn't been ready? How many people would have died? Something told me the hounds wouldn't have stopped attacking until I'd gotten there. On the way back to my house, Austin and I stopped at a store that was open 24 hours and grabbed a bunch of frozen pizzas. I enjoy cooking, and I was tired of other people having to make everything for me. Though this wasn't exactly cooking per se, at least I would be in charge of the kitchen. Despite it being almost midnight, my parents were both awake when we got home, and I insisted on everyone relaxing while I popped the pizzas in the oven. We stayed up late, talking without really discussing anything. I could tell my parents wanted to know why I'd returned with blood on my shirt, and wanted to know where Austin and I had gone. But either Nicole had warned them, or they seemed to recognize I couldn't tell them anything because neither of them asked very many questions. That was totally out of character for them. The next morning, Nicole, Austin, Brenda, and Justin all left. And for the first time in weeks, I was alone. It felt wonderful. Of course, I wasn't completely alone. I did have my cat with me. Sia was content to have just the two of us there again, and we curled up together to watch movies. I planned to wait until around 6 p.m. to stop by the homes of the other two victims from the shooting. I didn't want to do anything that even remotely resembled work, though I did keep my phone next to me and plugged in, just in case I got called out on a job. While watching movies, my thoughts kept returning to the idea of hiring an assistant. Who would I hire? And how? And when? Going to the training schools for help would be great. There were 2 of them in the States that I knew about. The one in California I'd attended, and another back on the East Coast. When the time came, I headed to where the second family, the Jewetts, lived, in Alpine. The visit went well, they were grateful to have me there, but declined my help to pay for the funeral. The house was humongous, and I mean literally huge, so it didn't surprise me. Still, I promised them I would do whatever they needed, and they promised in return to let me know if something came up. Then I headed to the next victim's house, the Reeds and Draper. While I was on the way, I got a call from the wife of the man who'd been stabbed the night before. She thanked me for my help and told me her husband had surgery to repair some damage to the ligaments in his shoulder. Luckily, he'd been stabbed above the heart in the soft area where the tendons, muscles, and shoulder joint all attached. He was very lucky. The Reeds turned out to be a single woman named Melissa, whose boyfriend had been killed. She wasn't nearly as pleasant as the Jewetts had been, and started shouting the moment she learned who I was. She threatened to throw me physically off the porch to get me to leave when I said I wanted to help. I didn't get the chance to offer to help pay for the funeral. I refused to let myself feel guilty. There wasn't anything I could do to make the situation better, especially not for someone who didn't want me to make things better. I drove back home feeling discouraged, yet glad I'd done my best. On the way home, I did something spontaneous. I stopped at a martial arts studio on Main Street and enrolled. I knew it wouldn't do me a whole ton of good, especially not up against people who were actually trained, but without Abel around, I needed to feel like I was progressing and improving myself. Classes would be held on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons. I couldn't wait to start. After getting home, I headed to the Russells, not quite finished with my visits for the day. I still felt the need to thank them for their help, especially after Mrs. Russell had stayed with me when I'd returned from the hospital. It had been a long time since I'd gone to their house just to chat, and I was overdue for that sort of visit. I had other reasons for visiting, though. Ulterior motives, you might say. I rang the doorbell, hoping they would take me up on the offer of paying for them to go on an extended vacation. Living right next to me was dangerous, especially since they'd been targeted so many times by these hounds already. Not only that, but the hounds knew I liked and visited them regularly. Mrs. Russell opened the door, and her face lit up. "Lizzie, come on in. We're just about to sit down to dinner. Would you like to join us?" I knew the Russells well enough to recognize that they didn't invite me to do anything unless they actually meant it. And I liked them well enough to eat dinner with them, especially when I didn't already have plans. Definitely. I'm starving. We sat down to eat, and I glanced at Mr. Russell. "Are you still working at the nursery?" "You bet I am. Best job I've ever had." Mrs. Russell smiled at him, then directed a grin toward me. "And it keeps him out of the house for a couple of hours most days." I told him, "Honey, you'll go insane if you retire." He didn't believe. Oh yes, I did. I had a plan all along. She gave him a skeptical look. "You planned to work at the nursery?" "Have you seen my yard?" he asked. I chuckled. I could easily predict Mrs. Russell's response. "Your yard? Your yard?" "My yard. I'm the one who takes care of it." Mr. Russell put a hand to his mouth while he mock whispered to me, "She putters. I work in it." Mrs. Russell feigned irritation, but then they both laughed, and she took Mr. Russell's hand. The banter continued until I set my fork down and cleared my throat. "I need to talk to you about something serious." 17. "Oh?" Mr. Russell asked, peering at me over his bifocals. I nodded. "You know that I've been dealing with some really weird things lately." "Tell me about it," Mrs. Russell muttered, sending me a smile so I knew she wasn't annoyed. "I've been warned that these people will target those who are closest to me. Friends, family, anyone I care about." Mr. Russell warmly smiled before turning to his wife. "You hear that, honey? She cares for us." I rolled my eyes, giving him a courtesy laugh. "Yes. Of course I do. And I'm wondering if it would be possible for the two of you to go." "There's no way we're leaving this house," Mrs. Russell said. Mr. Russell shook his head. "Heavens no. We've lived here for 50-some-odd years. It's where we brought up our children." I raised my hand. "It's just for a short period of time. Until I get all of this resolved. I won't rest easy knowing that the neighbors who have done so much for me aren't safe. And I can't very well move. I mean, I could, but anywhere I go will just put more innocent lives in danger. I'd much rather see if I can arrange to have you take an extended cruise or something. I'll pay the way, of course." Mr. Russell frowned. "No. Lizzie, we've done a lot for you over the years, but you've done quite a bit for us in return." I scoffed. "Relighting the pilot on your water heater? That's hardly anything." Mrs. Russell placed a hand on my arm. "Dear, we know that's something we could easily resolve. What you've done for us is so much more than that. You've been a friend when we've really needed one. It's lonely being older, especially when your family doesn't live nearby. You've brightened our days and have given us every reason to get out of bed and stay on our feet. The odd jobs you've allowed us to do for you, along with your bright smile and happy personality, have made it such a joy to live next to you. We have no plans to move or go on any cruise ship or vacation whatsoever." Mr. Russell agreed with his wife. "Besides, we're not without defense or ways to protect ourselves." I nodded. I knew Mr. Russell had been a hunter back in the day, and that he still kept a few guns on the property. Heck, Abel had used one of them. Guns won't do anything against these creatures. Not permanently, anyway. "You seem to forget that Mr. Russell has had a black belt in karate for many years," Mrs. Russell said. "Oh my gosh. Really? A frail elderly man with a black belt? Like that would do anything. These two dear sweet people were so stubborn." "We're not going anywhere, Lizzie," Mr. Russell said. "And that's final. We don't need protection. I promise. And besides, if anything does happen, we've lived good long lives." I opened and closed my mouth, trying to figure out how to respond to that. I knew they didn't have death wishes per se, but I also didn't want anything to happen to them. I'd have to find a way to protect them on the sly. Maybe I could get Alexander to bring back those devices that warded off hounds and place them around the Russell's house instead of mine. That would make me feel better. We ate the rest of the meal without bringing up anything else serious. I was surprised that they didn't even mention Abel. Instead, I again enjoyed their lively banter. The two of them updated me on their kids and grandkids and a granddaughter who was about to get married and hopefully produce great-grandchildren. We were just barely finishing dessert when I got a call from Chief O'Hare. The Woodland Hills area had a mountain fire, and they needed my help. We were still in the dead of summer, and I knew I would be fighting a lot of fires for the next couple of months. At least until October, maybe even November or December, until we started to get precipitation in the form of rain or snow. Once I arrived at the city offices, they quickly updated me on the fire, commenting on the fact that it was burning faster than most fires. I recognized the severity of the situation, wondering why they hadn't helicoptered me in. Perhaps the city couldn't afford it. I didn't know what Payson's finances were, but Woodland Hills was a much wealthier area. Rather than bringing the point up, I hopped in the fire truck with the other volunteers and headed into the hills where huge mansions had been built among thick scrub oak. The fire was roaring toward those houses, and if I had anything to do with the situation, they wouldn't be touched. It didn't take long for me to recognize that something felt off about this fire. It was, I don't know, different. I concentrated hard, trying to sense what exactly was off, but I couldn't put a finger on it. To be fair, most of my attention was directed to stopping it rather than figuring out why it felt different. 7 hours later, we finally got it under control, and the volunteer firefighters drove me back to my car. While we were traveling, I contemplated the possibility of hiring 2 assistants. One to help with my Fire Impeder duties, and the other to drive us around when one of us inevitably overdid it. Did you hear about the weird attacks that happened a couple weeks ago? The firefighter sitting next to me asked, drawing me from my thoughts. I shook my head. No. What happened? I don't think I'm breaking any sort of rules by telling you about the attacks, but several houses in the Orem area had fires that couldn't be put out. The fires happened mostly at night, and the people who lived in the houses were burnt to a crisp. My stomach churned. Fire vampires. What else could it be? Bitter guilt flooded my system. Yet again, I dropped the ball on my own turf. 18. The next morning, I drove to the Orem Fire Department and apologized for not being there. The fire chief was confused about why I was apologizing. Apparently, word hadn't trickled to him about my involvement in what happened up in Lehigh and American Fork several weeks earlier. He did give me information on the fire vampire attacks, and I headed out, copies in hand. This time, instead of visiting loved ones, I took the information home to study. 3 houses had been attacked. It didn't look like there'd been any sort of rhyme or reason behind the attacks. I don't know what I expected. 3 dots on the map weren't enough to show that sort of pattern yet. The fire department wasn't overly concerned about 2 of the attacks. That totally surprised me until I learned more. They were suspected drug houses, and the cops had been trying to gather enough evidence for a while to search and arrest the people who lived there. Incidentally, when the police officers started to investigate the murders, they did find drugs on the premises of both places. The one the fire department felt bad about was an empty nester's house, and the person who got killed was the caretaker of the owner's dog while they were on vacation. I made a mental note never to house sit. Without someone to apologize to, I pinned the locations on a map and decided I would go visit the fire vampires in Alpine when I got the chance. For now, it was nearly time for my first martial arts class. I'd chosen Kung Fu. Partially because I'd taken it when I was in elementary school for about 3 weeks before chickening out, but also because everyone and their cat or dog did karate and I wanted to be a bit different. That first class went well. I discovered that Abel had actually taught me some of the basics while we'd been doing my self-defense lessons. I was grateful for that. I was also glad I was a dancer. Good flexibility was required, and a lot of the other beginners weren't able to do some of the moves I didn't struggle with. Back at home, I took one look at my pantry and fridge and decided it was time for a trip to Walmart. Especially since it was almost lunchtime, and I was very hungry. After making sure Sia had enough food, in case I got called out on a job, I hopped in my car, reveling again at how fantastic it felt to be healed and free of pain. I parked and entered the store, looking forward to finally getting enough supplies to start making meals from scratch again. I was nearing the checkout when the amulet warmed at my chest. Attack! I grabbed it, freezing in place. Where? Go! Not hesitating, I found the nearest employee and motioned to my cart. Please take care of that. I just got called out on an emergency. And then I ran from the store. Why aren't you telling me where? Can't. Don't know. Will lead as information comes. I raced out to the parking lot, hitting the panic button on my fob just to figure out where my car was without having to think. And then I peeled out of the lot. The amulet guided me onto State Street and then north on the freeway. Wow. This magical device sure had a good radius. The amulet guided me past the point of the mountain before having me take the first Draper exit, then it guided me up toward the mountain. I had always been amazed at the size of the houses in Draper City. What did these people do for a living? I'd been tempted to go door to door and ask, but I knew that wouldn't exactly be socially acceptable. The amulet continued guiding me up and up, having me turn on Mike Weir Drive. It guided me past the Draper Temple and up into the enormous house neighborhood. Finally, it had me pull to a stop in front of a place that was covered in all sorts of towers and turrets. A quick glance around the neighborhood showed several similar mansions. Modern-day castles, if you will. Seriously, what did these people do for work? Don't knock. Okay. I raced to the front door and hesitated for a moment before trying the handle. It was locked. How do I get in? Back door. The amulet could have told me that first. I didn't want to be ungrateful though, so I didn't mention it. I stumbled around the side of the house, ignoring two side doors before finally reaching what someone might consider an official back door. It was partially open. I stepped inside, hesitating as my eyes adjusted to the dark interior. Even though it was daylight, all the blinds and drapes were shut, making it much darker than it would have been otherwise. The amulet guided me through a series of halls and turns, and up a couple of staircases, and along 2 more halls and 3 more turns, and I quickly realized there was no way I would find an exit to this place on my own. I heard a man screaming once I was on the top floor. Not needing the amulet's help anymore, I started running toward an open set of double doors at the end of the current hallway. It was lighter upstairs, and I was able to get my bearings. More screaming came from the room, and a lot of shuffling and scuffles. I pulled my gun, glad I'd thought to holster it before leaving for the store, and peeked into the room. Only 2 men were there. One towered over another whose face was bloodied and bruised. I watched for a moment, trying to figure out who was the bad guy. Attacking before I knew was a stupid idea. It quickly became evident that the innocent person was the bloodied one. The amulet confirmed my feelings, and I dropped the hound with a bullet to the head. The injured man yelled in shock, his body tensed as if trying to decide whether he should charge me. "I'm here to help," I said, flashing my badge. I still didn't know what I was supposed to say. I'm not the police or FBI or anything like that, and Fire Impeder wouldn't tell him anything. I cautiously stepped farther into the room, lowering my gun. My nerves were still on edge. "Is there anyone else in your house?" The man shook his head. "I don't know how this one got in." "The back door was open," I said. "That's probably how. Hounds didn't need to go through doors." I didn't want to mention that. I motioned to the blood on his face. "Go clean yourself up. I'll call the police." "You're not them?" I shook my head. "I work with them. I'm the state's Fire Impeder." "How did you know to come?" "Long story. Let's get your house taken care of, and we'll deal with questions later." I motioned toward the master bath, hoping he'd take the hint and leave. I didn't want to destroy the hound in front of him. It would raise awkward questions that wouldn't be easily answered. Even though the amulet was 100% mine now, I had found that to snuff out fires, I did need to be relatively close to the person. At least the amulet's other abilities, like helping me find these attacks, had a good radius. Good radius. The amulet repeated. "Something's wrong." "What?" The man left the room, pulling his phone out of his pocket to call the cops. As soon as he was gone, I dropped to my knees next to the hound and snuffed his flame. A gun went off in the hall. 19. I jumped to my feet, pointing my own weapon that way, and the amulet began screaming a warning in my mind before an intelligible word finally got through. "Coming." I spun as the amulet gave me confusing directions. Smoke was building in every corner. Multiple shapes appeared, solidifying, distracting me. Before I had the chance to tackle the oncoming hounds or figure out what was going on in the hall, someone pounced me, knocking me to my stomach on the floor. Hands fumbled at the necklace around my neck. "Get it!" a man screamed. "I'm trying," another responded. Before they could remove it, I snuffed out 1, 2, 3 flames. Still, hands kept yanking at my necklace, trying to take it off. I snuffed out yet another flame before one of them succeeded in getting the amulet from me. Curses. I rolled to a sitting position, surrounded by bodies, fumbling for my gun. I'd gotten to 4 hounds, but it hadn't been enough. 5 more had appeared while I'd been down. I saw my CZ in a woman's hands, and the amulet in the hands of a man I assumed was their leader, judging by how the others kept glancing at him. Omar had been right. They were testing me, drawing me out. Where was Abel when I needed him? Situations like this were the reason I'd hired him. If he'd been there, the hounds wouldn't have been able to overpower me. The woman poked a dead body with the toe of her shoe. So much sacrifice for just one person. Necessary sacrifice, the leader said. He was staring at my amulet while two men bound me with cords. Why not just kill me? The leader glanced at me. Connor wants you alive. It seems he has plans for you. Connor. Great. I heard sirens approaching outside, and I felt my frustration building. Yes, I'd wanted them there earlier, but now cops would only mess things up more. They were helpless against hounds. And I needed my amulet back. The leader approached the window, but never made it there. Another gun went off, also from the hallway, and Alexander and Omar leapt into the room. They were followed by 3 others. A brief scuffle ensued, people fighting and punching everywhere. With my hands tied up, I was helpless to do anything. Alexander, the woman said. I knew we shouldn't have left you alive. Connor is not going to? Alexander lunged for her and hit her on the back of the head with his gun. She dropped to the floor. Omar started undoing my knots, as the other 3 hounds quickly took care of the remaining 2 evil hounds. Alexander glanced at me. I would have shot her too, but the gun is out of bullets. He tossed it onto the king-sized bed and looked around the room at all the bodies there. You've done a great job here, Lizzie. I would have been gone if you guys hadn't come. Lucky Omar and I were both in the right mind then. The moment my hands were free, I jumped to where the leader was starting to stir. He held the amulet loosely in his hands. I grabbed it before he could wake up all the way, and snuffed his flame as soon as the device was in my hands again. Alexander motioned to the bad hounds that were starting to come too. If you would. I complied immediately, finishing off just before we heard the cops burst in downstairs. How do we explain this? Alexander shrugged, obviously unconcerned. Tell them we're colleagues of yours. You're a Fire Impeder. Pretty much all the cops know who you are. Good point. The questions were more intense this time than the previous. Maybe it's because we were closer to Salt Lake, but more likely it was because there were so many dead bodies. Including the homeowner, who'd been shot in the hallway, there were 11. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't seen any pictures of family, wife or kids, but that didn't mean that the man's death wouldn't be mourned. I wished I could have done more for him. 2 hours later, once it was established that those who were dead had done the illegal things, breaking and entering, attacking and killing first, the officers relaxed and gave us permission to leave. Again, they would call if they had any further questions. Alexander pulled me aside. Where is your accomplice? I shook my head. I have no idea. I've tried calling him, but he hasn't responded. Alexander looked troubled at this, but he didn't say anything. We parted ways, me heading to my car and Alexander and his buddies disappearing through random corners of the house when the cops weren't watching. I glanced at my clothes. They were splattered with blood from the people who had died around me. There was no way I could return to Walmart looking like this. Besides, I didn't want to. I was emotionally exhausted and still shaking from the encounter. I drove straight home and called in for takeout instead, arranging to have it delivered. After I'd had time to clean up and get some food in me, I sat at my computer and composed an email to Abel. I wasn't harsh, but I was blunt. I needed to know if he was planning on helping me out or not. This afternoon had been way too close. I didn't know what I would have done if Alexander and Omar hadn't shown up. My next goal was to figure out how to keep my amulet safe. Wearing it around my neck was the most convenient, but as it was turning out, it was convenient for my enemies too. Perhaps I could wear it around my waist, under my clothes as a sort of belt. I dismissed that idea though. The amulet was spherical and would give me a weird bulge if I wore it in the front or to the side, or it would be uncomfortable if I kept it in the back and leaned up against it while sitting. Sigh. Yet another thing to add to my growing to-do list. I shot off the message, then sent Abel a text asking him to check his email. Yes, I was getting desperate. At least it wasn't because I missed him or was trying to get attention, though. He'd agreed to help me, and I needed him to commit to the job or let me know if I should find someone else. Memories of my earlier conversation with Chief O'Hare flitted into my brain, and I put my face in my hands. I knew what it felt like to be told to recommit. I hated that Abel was giving me a reason to have that sort of conversation with him, and I felt hypocritical for feeling that way. I still hadn't made much headway into hiring an assistant. It would come. Things needed to calm down a bit before I could jet set across the country. After several minutes of catching up on email and waiting for Abel to respond, I finally shut the machine down and began cleaning the house. I'd just gotten out my rags to mop the floor when a phone call interrupted me. I dashed into the living room where the device was plugged in and eagerly picked it up, hoping it was Abel. When I saw who was calling, though, my eagerness was replaced with hesitation. "Hi, Mrs. Boggs," I said, hoping my voice sounded natural. "Oh, thank goodness, you answered. I was starting to worry I'd done something to offend you last time you were here." A pang of guilt hit me. The last time I'd talked to Mrs. Boggs had been while on my double date with her husband who was the governor of Utah, and Justin, Connor, an evil hound. Only a couple of days later, I'd learned that the governor was also a hound. "How are you doing?" I asked, trying to figure out how I felt. I sensed the honesty behind her words, how she was worried that she'd offended me. It brought a sense of relief. I'd seriously hoped she wasn't a hound too. But if she wasn't, why was she married to the governor? How was he hiding this from her? Did she know about him and Connor? 20. Something told me Mrs. Boggs didn't know what was going on, who exactly her husband was. "We're doing well, mostly. The governor has been very stressed lately, as can probably be expected with elections coming up in a few months. And with all the other activities he was participating in, including devouring innocent people. Yeah. Very stressful. I'm sure. Things have probably been really crazy since the Black Masquerade." She didn't respond for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean?" I blinked. What did she mean? Was she playing with me? You know, things kind of ended there with a bang. Oh, did they? I left early to put the kids to bed. Our babysitter had an emergency and needed to go home. I honestly didn't want to be at the ball anyway. I've never enjoyed those sorts of things, and I would have found some other excuse to leave. I sank to the couch. She didn't know anything. She had no idea what her husband was or what the purpose of the ball had really been. "But tell me your side," she continued. "I haven't been able to get much out of my husband, other than it hadn't gone as planned. He never mentioned anything about it ending in a bang. How had he kept all of that from her? From what I'd heard and seen while flying to Alaska, it had made national news. Things got a little intense when I met an ex-boyfriend who didn't exactly approve of my being there. It was sort of close to the truth. But if the governor was keeping this from her, so would I. For how long, though? Was she in danger? I didn't think so, but I didn't know for sure. I'd seen the way he looked at her. I'd never had any reason to believe he wasn't anything but in love. Was he acting? Or was it possible he'd really fallen for her? He even seemed to adore her kids. I was completely baffled. "Oh, now I wish I hadn't left early," she said. "That might have been entertaining to see." Believe me, it was. He threw a huge fit. Actually, I'd pumped him full of lead before he could have the opportunity. I'd have to repent for lying later. "Anyway," she said, "I'm actually calling because the kids and I would like to invite you up for dinner. The governor has been out of town for 2 days and won't be returning until tomorrow or even the day after. We're very bored, and my kids have been begging me to bring you here again for more magic tricks. You've made quite the impression on them. I laughed. I'd enjoy that. When would you like me to come? It sounds like today would work. I mean, if he's gone and you really did want my company. Of course. I wasn't able to get a hold of you earlier, so I'm sorry this feels like such a last-minute thing. The guilt from earlier returned. I'd seen her calls come through, but hadn't even listened to her messages. I didn't know why I answered this time. Maybe to give her a chance? Had I actually gotten over the betrayal and disappointment I'd felt after learning about Connor and the governor? Probably not, but she wasn't them. Maybe I was ready to hear her side of the story. And now that I had heard her side, I wished I'd answered her calls earlier. Things hadn't exactly been going well recently, though. I'd definitely been very busy. How about I come up right now? I said. If that's okay, we don't even need to do dinner since it's still early afternoon. But my schedule is currently open, and with how things have been going lately, I don't know how long that'll last. That would be wonderful. See you soon? I found myself nodding and smiling, looking forward to a couple of hours with Mrs. Boggs and her kids. Yes, see you soon. We ended the call, I grabbed my purse and hopped in my car heading north. We ended up eating ice cream and cake, laughing and hanging out in the breakfast nook. I hadn't ever been in that part of the mansion, and it was much less formal and more intimate than the massive dining room where we usually ate. I knew by then that Mrs. Boggs really wasn't a hound. The amulet was completely quiet around her and her children, and there wasn't a light behind her sternum. I again wondered about her relationship with Governor Boggs, but pushed my questions aside to focus on my time with the woman and her kids. I always wanted an Arit for a child, Mrs. Boggs said. But my husband passed away right after my third was born. And well, it wasn't in the cards. You and the governor decided not to have kids? I held my breath. It was an incredibly personal question, and I shouldn't have asked it. But my filter had apparently left, and the words just popped out of my mouth. A sad expression crossed the woman's face. He loves my kids but doesn't want to add to our family. I've only brought it up a couple of times, and he's been very insistent. I'm sure he has, I thought. Could hounds even have kids? Maybe that was a question for Alexander. No, it was more a question for Omar. Weird how I felt so much closer to Omar on things like this than Alexander. Probably because Alexander always seemed at arm's length, while Omar had really helped me through a lot of stressful situations. Anyway, I know he wants to focus on his career, and a newborn would make it difficult to be a successful politician. I've told him it wouldn't be that way, that I would make sure he wasn't stressed, but it didn't seem to matter. I'm really sorry, I said. And I'm sorry for sharing such personal things with you, she said. I don't want you to think marriage isn't wonderful. It is, but it's definitely been a bit difficult. Especially when the man you're married to was this particular man. Boy, she really didn't know what sort of a mess she was in. His motives definitely weren't pure. He was one of the most evil hounds I'd ever met, and I feared for Mrs. Boggs, regardless of how much love I'd seen in his eyes where she was concerned. We eventually moved into the sitting room, where, to the kids' delight, I performed magic tricks. I hadn't had time to come up with anything new. I honestly didn't think I'd ever be back again, so instead I ran through all the tricks I'd done before. The kids weren't disappointed, thank goodness. We'd been in the sitting room for maybe 20 minutes when the amulet warmed at my neck. Behind you. I spun in my seat, nearly falling off of it. The governor was standing in the hallway, his gaze on me. His eyes hardened. Miss Ashton, he said. I didn't expect to see you here. Ever again, I heard the unspoken words. He didn't need to voice them for me to catch his meaning. Your wife has become a good friend, a very good friend. I wanted to make sure she was okay. Mrs. Boggs shifted on the other side of the room, and I knew the conversation was awkward for her. The governor wasn't doing a very good job of hiding his hatred. Honey, she said, getting to her feet. What's going on? You're back much earlier than expected. His mood seemed to shift completely when he glanced at his wife, and again, the tenderness in his eyes was obvious. What the heck? Did he really love her? It didn't go as planned, he said. It was apparent that my presence wasn't doing much good. The amulet hadn't stopped warning me about him. I needed to extricate myself quickly, before something bad happened. I didn't want anyone to have to explain to Mrs. Boggs why her husband and I were trying to kill each other. Especially if one of us succeeded. I stood abruptly. You have a lot to catch up on, I said to them both. Then turning to her, I said, give me a call sometime. Thanks for the invite, I really did have fun. So did I. And I know you're busy, but feel free to text or call. I promised I would, then made a hasty exit. Once I was safely in my car with the doors locked and well on my way home, I delved into several thoughts and questions. Like, what was I going to do about this situation? I'd automatically assumed she and the kids were in danger because of who and what he was, but even now, seeing the way he looked at her and how his entire demeanor changed in her presence, I had to argue with my earlier assumption. But how on earth did he manage to control his desire to destroy and devour innocent people? Or did the fact that they had no idea what he was keep them safe? I vowed then not to do anything to put her and her children in danger. Even if it meant acting as if nothing was going on, not calling her every day to see if she was still alive, not asking random questions about her relationship with him, even though I was dying to know if he acted behind stage the same way he acted in front of people. I would do my part to keep her alive. But what to do about the governor? I knew he was evil, even without the amulet telling me. And it hurt so much that I would eventually cause her heartache, but I needed to destroy him just as urgently as I had to destroy the other hounds. I'd cross that bridge when I came to it, though. And given the fact that this man was the freaking governor of Utah, I couldn't just off him for no reason. I definitely would need to do it in a way that didn't cast any doubt on me, that didn't even trace back to me. But when would that happen? And how? He'd need to be one of the last hounds I killed. I knew that now. And so would Connor. But kill them both, I would. I was about to sit down to eat when I got a call from an unknown number. Disappointment flooded me when I realized yet again it wasn't Abel. Unless he was calling on a different phone. Hello. Miss Ashton, a woman said. Definitely not Abel. Yes? This is the Spanish Fork Fire Department calling. We've got a helicopter en route right now to pick you up. We need your help fighting a wildfire on the mountain. That would be the third in only a few days. I knew the summer was a hot and dry one, but this was a bit unusual. I'm ready now. Are you home? Yes. Thank you. See you soon. She ended the call, and I went outside to wait in the stifling heat. 2 helicopter rides in the same week. I didn't mind, they saved time. Yet again, I felt like this fire was different. There was something off. But not in the same way as the last fire. What was I missing? I needed more information. But from where? Or from whom? Eleanora? Possibly. Probably. It only took a couple of hours to get this one under control, as they'd caught it relatively quickly, and had called me the moment they found out about it. During the helicopter ride back, I got a phone call from Mrs. Russell. Weird. The elderly woman very, very rarely called me. Mrs. Russell? I shouted over the sound of the helicopter. Are you okay? I heard a chuckle on the other end of the line, and relaxed. Yes, I'm fine. Listen, Lizzie, Mr. Russell and I have been talking. And? She paused, and I tensed, hoping and expecting her to say that they'd reconsidered my request and wanted to go somewhere safe. Remember how a while back you and Abel were talking about vampires who use flame to devour their victims? I couldn't believe she remembered that. I thought we'd kept that part quiet. Where was this leading? A sick feeling dropped my stomach to somewhere around my knees. Well, we'd like to accompany you next time you have a problem with them. 21. My jaw fell, landing near where my stomach had gone. I spluttered, trying to figure out what to say. Are you? You can't be serious. No. No way. There's no way I'd put you in that much danger. Besides, I very rarely know when they're about to attack. The last one was in Orem 2 weeks ago, while I was out of the country. Apparently, Mrs. Russell handed the phone to Mr. Russell because his voice boomed over the speaker. He wasn't used to newer technology and usually spoke louder than he needed to. For once, as the helicopter blades roared in my ears, I appreciated it. We're totally serious, Lizzie. Take us with. We want to join in, to see what's going on. Maybe we can help. I shook my head. These people were insane. I was not going to get them involved, especially since there was nothing supernatural about them. I'd been living next to them for several years. Believe me, I would have known. And besides, the amulet would have told me if there was something off with them. I was so lost in thought that I didn't realize Mr. Russell had ended the call. Oh boy. Had I said something to let him think I was okay with taking them? I racked my brain, trying to remember, but couldn't. What had he said when I'd gone off into my thoughts? Lowering my phone, I stared at the screen, mulling over the conversation. Nothing good could come of them getting involved. I knew they were adventurous. Mrs. Russell loved action movies even more than Mr. Russell did, and he was quite addicted to them. They were constantly seeking ways to broaden their horizons and explore the world, but always safely from their house. Going with me to stop fire vampires was way out of the question. Later that evening, I got a phone call from the Springville fire chief about another wildfire. So soon? This was unusual. I couldn't help but notice that the wildfires were hopping mountains northward. My first thought was that it was arson, some idiot teenager trying to pull a prank. But the last 2 fires hadn't felt right, and officials hadn't found out what started them in the first place. The whole time I fought the Springville fire, I absolutely knew there was something wrong with the flames. They were the same color as regular ones, but they behaved radically. Like flames on steroids or fast-forwarded. They jumped quicker, spread faster, and burned hotter. And this time, I noticed almost immediately that strange feeling again. It was as if magic was involved, but it wasn't any I'd ever felt before. Arate fires don't feel magical unless the power is active. Not only that, but I knew it wasn't an Arate who started this, since their fires, while magical, burn exactly like any others do. This was different. Something told me it wasn't just random pranks or acts of nuisance. But who or what was starting them? We got the fire under control, and the firefighters returned me to my house. On the way in, I marveled at the fact that even while using my powers under high stakes and stress, for once I didn't reach my magic threshold. Was it possible I was getting stronger? I really hoped so. I'd been forced to use my magic a lot more lately. Eleanora had said getting stronger would happen. Speaking of Eleanora, she was the person I needed to talk to. She knew a lot more about supernatural creatures than I did, and she'd probably heard of something that created fire like this. At least I hoped so. As soon as I'd settled in at home, I gave her a call. Eleanora, it's Lizzie. I need your help with a dilemma. What's going on? I explained to her everything that happened with the fires, starting at Payson and moving north. She listened patiently, asking a couple of questions here and there, then fell silent for several moments when I finished. Lizzie dear, she said. I honestly have no idea what's going on. I need to be there, need to feel and fight them myself. I cringed. I was afraid you'd say that. Is there any way we can avoid that? Eleanora chuckled. I'm not as fragile as you think, honey. I got to my feet and started pacing. I remembered how she was when I first came to work in Utah. She'd been recovering from a broken hip and could barely hobble around. I absolutely could not picture her hiking up on the mountain, fighting fire beside me. I'm not convinced. Eleanora chuckled. Trust me, I'll be fine. Besides, I have a couple of young men, Corbin and Garrison, who help me get around occasionally. I'll call them and have them on standby for whenever the next fire happens. They don't normally have much time for me to get there. How am I going to explain that we need to wait for you? You wouldn't need to wait, of course. You can get to work right away. She hesitated for a moment, then said, her voice thoughtful, "What if I come stay with you for a couple of days?" I halted in my tracks. The thought of Eleanora living with me made my brain stutter. Don't get me wrong, I love Eleanora. She's absolutely amazing. I didn't know how I felt about having her as my roommate, though. What? She chuckled, obviously sensing my hesitation. It's honestly the best and most practical way to get me to the mountain in time. And it's just for a couple of days. Besides, you shouldn't be alone right now. If I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to hire an assistant, weren't you? I grumbled to myself. Yes. I'm going to do it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. And what about Abel? Where is he? I haven't been able to get a hold of him. I pushed away the desire to defend him, knowing that I had no reason to do so. Well, give me a couple of hours, then come pick me up if you can. I promised I would, and she hung up. I hadn't been off the phone for long, though, when I got a call from the Provo Fire Department. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered before answering. Miss Ashton, Assistant Chief of the Provo Fire Department here. We're holding a meeting with Orem, Payson, Pleasant Grove, and basically every city along the Wasatch Front. We want you to be at that meeting. When is it? I asked, grabbing my calendar and pulling it toward myself. Right now. Sorry, it's an impromptu meeting, an emergency. Okay. On my way. It gave me something to do while waiting for Eleanora to get herself together, and I was grateful for that. I arrived at the correct building, and a receptionist told me which room to go to. I entered and took a seat, noticing a map right away on a bulletin board that showed they'd also recognized the pattern, how the fires had started at Mount Nebo and were slowly making their way northward. We'd had around one fire a day lately. That meant the Provo fire would probably be happening that night. 22. At that moment, the firefighters were discussing how the fires were different from regular ones. I nodded, then raised my hand and said, "There's magic. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. I've already enlisted the help of the previous Fire Impeder, Eleanora, who will be coming to fight the next one with me." The Provo fire chief thought that was a great idea. Everyone, if you haven't already met Miss Ashton, she's our local Fire Impeder who took Eleanor's place. She's very good at what she does. As I've heard, if it hadn't been for her, the previous fires this week would have done considerable damage. He glanced at me again. And you've never sensed this type of magic? I haven't. It definitely is magic, but it doesn't originate from an arte. There were murmurs around the room. What is it then? The Provo assistant chief asked. I'm not sure. I understood their confusion. The vast majority of people didn't realize that artes weren't the only ones who could control fire. Because of the visits from demons several years earlier, most people recognized that there were other beings out there who were powerful. But we'd never before been attacked with flames. Well, great, the Payson fire chief said. But you say Eleanora might know what it is? I shook my head. She's never heard of it either. I described to her how different the flames were and how odd the magic felt, and she's just as clueless. But I'm hoping that between the two of us, we'll be able to nail it down. And before any more mountains catch fire. Or homes get burned. That was the Springville fire chief. I glanced at him, frowning. How many have been destroyed so far? Hopefully, not many. I hadn't been paying close attention to the news, either that, or the news hadn't been reporting loud enough for me to notice. 500 homes up Cobble Creek Canyon. And around 1,000 in Woodland Hills. That's not all, we did have several vacation homes in Payson Canyon get burned. That was the Payson fire chief. A couple of the other fire chiefs spoke up, and I soon learned that almost 3,000 homes total had been destroyed, including the vacation houses. I shook my head, feeling my stomach ache. I couldn't believe so many had been affected. How many have died? Only 5, the Provo fire chief said. And for that, we are extremely lucky. I nodded. They were very, very lucky. Especially with 3,000 homes having been lost. They discussed plans for how to handle the next fire. They knew with reasonable surety it would happen in Provo, and they decided to have Eleanora and me stay in a downtown hotel not far from the mountain. We would be better ready to get to the fire as quickly as possible from there. I agreed with the plan. It was a good idea. In that case, I need to leave so I can gather my things. I also need to pick up Eleanora. Someone text me which hotel I'm supposed to go to. The Provo fire chief promised he'd make sure it happened, then excused me from the meeting, and I headed straight to Eleanora's house. Once there, I helped her pack all her things into my car, marveling at the energy she displayed. Was she putting on a show for me? Or had she purposely been acting frail the last few years? The woman really did have arthritis. I could see it in her hands, so it made sense that driving really was painful for her. But maybe the rest of her body was fine. This line of thinking led me to wonder if she got bored regularly. The lifestyle of a Fire Impeder, especially ones in huge cities, was a very busy and dramatic one. We rarely had the opportunity to rest or sit down and relax. But this was the quietest place I'd ever been for a position. I was lucky that they even had enough emergencies for me to have a job in the first place. We drove to my house where I gathered up my things, explaining to Eleanora what was discussed in the meeting as I did so. While on the way back to Provo, I got a text from Abel. My heart jumped into my throat when I saw who it was from, and I handed the phone to Eleanora to have her read it to me. Sorry. Will still help. Can't come now. Sorry. Will explain in email. She glanced over at me. What's going on? I shook my head. I wish I knew. I had theories, but until Abel confirmed them, I didn't want to bring them up and have to explain the ins and outs. We got settled in at the hotel, and Eleanora made sure that Corbin and Garrison were nearby. She actually paid for them to have their own room there. She brushed off my suggestion that the department probably wouldn't mind paying for them too. And then we waited. After an hour, we decided to order takeout and watch a movie. 15 minutes into the movie, I got a call from the Provo fire chief. It's time. My heart began racing. On our way. Time to go, I said to my roommate as I grabbed my purse. It didn't take long to arrive at the place the fire chief had texted to me. Corbin and Garrison followed in their car. By the time we arrived, several hundred acres had already burned to a crisp. Eleanora and I helped each other don firefighter suits and masks. Then Eleanora perched on a wooden folding chair, and her 2 men picked her up as if she were lighter than the chair itself. And then we started up the mountain. I trailed behind my friend, nervous for her. Corbin and Garrison didn't stumble once though, and I relaxed, switching my concentration to the flames. I hadn't worked alongside Eleanora in a very long time, and I'd forgotten just how powerful she was and how fast she was at putting out fires. I was good and getting better, but Eleanora had done it for 60 years before I'd come along. She was so quick, I could barely keep up with her. Finally, I gave up, heading to a different section so I wasn't constantly trailing her. Though even then, I still couldn't help but glance at her every couple of seconds. The woman was amazing. Her eyes were shut the entire time, the expression on her face blank. She merely pointed where she wanted the men to carry her, and they did so in a hurry. The fire spread away from her as she stopped each individual spark before it could ignite the next bit of brush. I glanced back at what I was doing, wondering how long it would take until I got that fast. I stopped the sparks, but they didn't flee from me the way they did Eleanora. Instead, they merely stalled, not moving forward. Occasionally, I was able to get ahead of them, and with the help of the firefighters, stop them from progressing. With Eleanora there, we got the fire under control in only an hour. It was the fastest I'd ever fought a fire before. I vowed then and there to practice my magic a whole heck of a lot more than I had been. The thought of practicing sent a bit of pain to my heart, and memories of practicing with Abel at the airport flooded me. I missed him, and I was surprised by how much, though perhaps I shouldn't have been. Oh, how I hoped he was safe. How I hoped that calling him hadn't screwed him up or something. How I hoped he'd email soon. Once the flames had died down, the firefighters and their chief gathered around me and Eleanora. I looked at her expectantly. 23. Magic, definitely, she said. But like Lizzie, I have no idea where it comes from. The Provo fire chief frowned. How long do you think it'll take to figure out? Eleanora raised her eyebrows, staring at him skeptically. There's no way to know. How long did it take Columbus to discover the Americas? Or Michael Jordan to win the NBA playoffs? He obviously didn't know how to respond. Okay. What can we do to help? Nothing. Keep us abreast of any new information, and let us know as soon as you hear of another fire. She glanced at me. We've got work to do, Lizzie. I nodded, and Eleanora motioned for Koven and Garrison to get her down the side of the mountain and back to my car. Then we returned to the hotel. We're checking out of the hotel and heading to your house, she said as soon as we'd gotten out of the car. Sounds good, I said, scrambling to keep up as she hobbled down the hall, her men trailing. I need to get in contact with my connections, and I'm not doing it in a hotel. We have time before the next fire starts, presumably. She glanced at me quizzically. I nodded. They happen once a day, so we should have between 12 and 24 hours until the next one. That's not to say the pattern won't change, though. I chewed the inside of my cheek as I opened the hotel door. The fact that only 5 people have died tells me these fires aren't being started out of malice. Eleanora looked at me in surprise. What makes you say that? Because only 5 have died. 3,000 or so houses, hundreds of thousands of acres of wild land, but only 5 people. I grabbed my overnight bag, which I hadn't unpacked, and slung it over my shoulder. It's not fire vampires. No. Definitely not them. But it's something that draws strength from flames. Eleanora glanced at me. Fire vampires draw strength from fire, but that's after they've drained their victim's blood. I agree with this line of thinking. They're burning the fires for a reason. We just need to figure it out. Eleanora was silent the entire way back to my house. I was okay with that. I had a lot on my mind, too. I showed her my guest bedroom and gave her space to settle in. I didn't know what arrangements she'd made for Koven and Garrison, but assumed they weren't terribly far away. I realized then that I'd missed my kung fu class that day. Things were just too hectic for me to remember anything. I vowed to get a hold of the instructor and apologize, then see if I could make up for it later. I'd already paid for the next 6 months of lessons, so I knew it wasn't much of a loss to him, but still I didn't want to be a flake. Chief and Alice had invited me over for dinner, and I left, hoping Eleanora wouldn't need anything while I was gone. I knew she was pretty capable, but still, the house wasn't hers and the layout was unfamiliar. Dinner was a relaxed, wonderful affair. Not for the first time, I was grateful for the little group of friends I'd gathered since moving to Lehigh. Alice and Chief were some of my favorite people. Have you figured out what's going on with those awful fires? Alice asked as we were eating. I shook my head. Eleanora is staying with me now. We're hoping to get things under control quickly. Chief nodded. The smoke has really been horrific for Alice's asthma. And it's not doing my lungs any good either. I know. I'm sorry, it's been bad. Alice patted my hand. No need to apologize, honey. We know it's not your fault. Something told me she might be wrong about that, but I had no reason to argue. It had gotten to the point where I felt responsible for all fires, regardless of where they came from. I suppose that would be normal for Fire Impeders. At least the fires haven't been burning constantly, Chief said before taking a bite of chicken. That's right, Alice said. You've gotten them under control fairly quickly. It gives us all a break in between. How are things going where hiring an assistant is concerned? Chief asked. My face flushed, but even while slightly embarrassed about my lack of movement on that front, I still couldn't help but tease a little. Eleanora did just move in with me. Hearty har, Chief said. Then he paused. Is she acting as your assistant? Sort of. Only temporarily, though, until we figure out what's going on with the flames. I still plan to hire someone on full-time. I need things to calm down a little first, though, since it involves traveling out of state. I can't leave right now, obviously. Not with these fires happening. Not until we stop them. Chief nodded. No, and we appreciate you sticking around. I hope you can find someone you enjoy working with, though. Me too. It'll be good having another person on hand. Even though Eleanora is only working with me temporarily, it definitely relieves a bit of stress, knowing she's there. Understandable, Alice said. The rest of the conversation revolved around movies we'd recently seen, people we all knew, and a couple questions about Abel. I changed the topic to other things once he came up, and my friends caught on pretty quickly. I just couldn't handle talking about him right then. Not without knowing what was going on, where he was, how he felt or didn't feel about me, and if he was even alive. Yes, I'd recently heard from him, but that didn't completely reassure me. I really hoped he was alive. Obviously. I mean, hello. I'd started falling in love with him, after all. The next morning, after Eleanora and I had breakfast, I finally got a chance to check my email. With her permission, and while she was puttering around in the kitchen baking cookies, I stole away into the guest bedroom and turned on my computer. I opened up my email, my heart tripling in speed, when I saw a message from Abel. 24. It was short. That in and of itself was a disappointment, but what really stung was that it didn't have much information in it. In fact, it had only a little more than his text had contained. Lizzie, I'm sorry about everything. I'll explain once I get the chance. You probably realize I'm trying to find someone. I don't trust email. I don't know what I can tell you. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I can. Love. Abel. I knew he was talking about his mom. Who else would he be trying to find? I understood why he couldn't give more info. His situation was fragile, and he couldn't afford to have anyone know what he was doing. What really caught my attention was the way he ended his email. He used the word love. Did Abel love me? That thought made the last week totally worth it. He'd apologized for not being here when I needed him, and he ended his email with love. It gave me hope that he would come back to me as soon as he could. I knew he would before, but it was still easy to get discouraged. And since I knew his history with his family, I realized that finding his mom was much more important than helping me with hounds. Yes, what I was doing affected so many more people, but I could find someone else to help me until he could. His mom wouldn't likely have anyone else trying to rescue her. Not with her entire family already dead. I joined Eleanora in the kitchen, feeling lighter than I had in days, and enjoyed a couple of chocolate chip cookies and a glass of milk while she chatted about the two guys who were helping her. Apparently, they were friends of her grandson, who no longer lived in the state. I enjoyed her little anecdotes about the funny things they'd said and done when they were kids, but my attention was still on Abel's email. She eventually noticed and figured out why I was so distracted, asking if Abel had responded. Yes, he did. I relayed the email to her, including how he had ended it. I still couldn't believe he had said the word love. My toes and everything above tingled with warmth at the thought of him saying he loved me. Then I realized he hadn't actually said he loved me, it was just how he ended his email. And maybe he'd done it by accident. I shook my head to myself. Abel didn't do things like that by accident. At least, his personality didn't lead me to believe so. I held on to that thought like a lifeline. We next discussed my feelings where finding someone to help were concerned, and we discussed all of the different possibilities. I told Eleanora about the Russells' offer, expecting her to get a good chuckle out of it, but she surprised me by agreeing with them. You can't judge someone by how they look. I know that, but I was walking on dangerous turf here, considering the fact that Eleanora was at least 10 years older than my neighbors, if not more. We dropped the conversation and separated for a while. Eleanora wanted some time to research, and I just wanted time alone. Someone knocked at the door an hour later, and I went to open it. Mr. and Mrs. Russell, of all people, considering we'd been discussing them earlier, were there, a pretty little bouquet of flowers in Mrs. Russell's hands. Lizzie, Mrs. Russell said, thrilled as ever to see me. She handed the bouquet of flowers to me. These are for you. We were hoping they would cheer you up since you've been so stressed lately. I thanked her and took the flowers to the kitchen, where I placed them in a vase on my table. As I returned to the living room, I saw Eleanora hovering at the other end of the hall. I motioned for her to join us, wondering why she hadn't already. Perhaps she felt like she was intruding. The elderly woman followed me into the living room, and I made introductions, eager for some of my favorite people to get to know one another. We fell into easy conversation. After a while, the topic turned to magic, as it usually did when magical people were around. Mrs. Russell pointed at my necklace. I've seen you wearing that a lot lately. I put my hand over it, wishing I'd found another way to carry it. I'd been looking at different options, but none of them fit my needs so far. I nodded. Yes, it's been very helpful the last little while. It's magical, isn't it? Mr. Russell asked. He raised his hands. Before you answer, I'll tell you right now that we know it is magical. And in fact, we're wondering how it came to be in your possession. I glanced at them, eyebrow raised. His tone of voice had a slight possessive quality to it, like he'd known the amulet for many years. I proceeded to tell them how I'd gotten it, that it was a gift from a shade to help me defend against supernatural creatures. Then I asked, and what about you? How do you know it's magical? Mrs. Russell shrugged, and she and Mr. Russell glanced at each other. The woman looked back at me. It helps you find shades? I nodded, obviously noticing her redirection. Yes, but I haven't used it for that purpose very much. It mostly helps me find demons. Like the ones that have been attacking your place. There was no point in withholding that information from them. The hounds already knew about them, had been at their place many times, and I was beginning to suspect that my neighbors knew more than they were letting on. Regardless, the moment I got a hold of Alexander, I was going to have him set up those devices around the Russells' house. If the device is what I think it is, Mr. Russell said, you should be able to have it tell you to find anything supernatural that's under your, or jurisdiction, for lack of a better word. To warn you about anything that might be coming. I tilted my head, my hand enclosing the amulet again. What do you mean? Mr. and Mrs. Russell looked at each other, and Mrs. Russell rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just tell her, she said. Mr. Russell leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands. These fire vampires you talked about a while ago in our house. The ones that consume their victims in flame before running. They fall under your jurisdiction, right? I nodded. Yes. Because I was the only Fire Impeder around, it was natural they would be my responsibility. The purpose of the amulet is to help you fulfill the obligations that have been placed upon you. And as such, it should help you find fire vampires. And it should warn you when they're about to attack, too. I leaned back in my chair, staring at Mr. Russell. Not a very intelligent response, but he totally caught me off guard. I'd frequently wondered how the amulet that had been named after shades had been able to tell me about hounds, but I hadn't wondered enough to actually ask anyone. But how did the Russells know? What had they done before retirement, and why had I always assumed it had to do with landscaping? Probably because that's what Mr. Russell was doing now, and he was very good at it. Still, I needed to ask. How do you know all of this? Mr. and Mrs. Russell chuckled. I used to be a magical items expert, Mr. Russell responded. Much like Mr. Coolidge, your professor from Caton University. He glanced at Mrs. Russell. And Mrs. Russell has done quite a bit of her own work. We might not be arites, but that didn't mean we couldn't learn how to work with magical items. I know the history of pretty much anything that has ever been on Earth at one point or another. It may have been many years since I was in that field, but it's been even longer since the amulet has been in active use. Did you know my teacher then? Mr. Russell nodded. He's a bit after our day. He started teaching around the time I retired, but yes, we ran in a few of the same circles. His wife pointed at the amulet. If what we think is accurate, you should be able to request that it alert you to fire vampire attacks as well. That would definitely make my job easier. Part of me wanted them to leave right away so I could talk to the amulet in private. As if on cue, Mrs. Russell directed the attention to Eleanora, and they started chatting with her. Pretending to follow the conversation, I searched inwardly, seeking the amulet. Are you there? Of course. Is what they say true? Yes. You need but ask. Well, would you alert me to fire vampires as well? When they are near and when they are about to attack. The amulet warmed against my sternum. I already have. Memories flooded into my mind of the first night I'd had the amulet, when it had led me to the two vampires attacking nearby. As the amulet had gradually stopped working for me, I'd begun to wonder if that was just a fluke. It was not. Why haven't you guided me to other attacks since then? I didn't fully belong to you. Fire vampires weren't as directly your responsibility as hounds. Okay, let's make this official. Could you lead me to fire vampire attacks? Yes. They are attacking right now. 25. Are you serious? Where? I will show you. I jumped to my feet. I have to go. Fire vampires are actually attacking right now. Eleanora stared at me. That was fast. I didn't respond as I rushed to my bedroom and grabbed my things, making sure I had my gun holstered in case I needed it. How was I supposed to fight vampires? Eleanora had said something about stakes. Did I have anything stake-like? I wasn't sure. I ran back to the living room and glanced at her. If I'm going to be fighting these things, I'll need an arsenal of weapons that can be used against them. Eleanora nodded. Yes, you will. In the meantime, we can use my things. She beckoned me to follow to her room. She had me lift a super heavy piece of luggage to the top of her bed, then open it. It was full of all sorts of weapons, many of which I'd never seen before. I couldn't believe it. This woman was seriously prepared. Take your pick, she said. What works best against vampires? You mean what works best against fire vampires? There were different weapons for the different vampires? I guess that made sense. Yes. Anything that isn't flammable. You can use your magic to stop the item from bursting into flames, but that'll just slow you down in your fight. This doesn't apply to stakes, they have to be wood. I suggest you first choose a stake that fits your hand well, then we can go from there. Eleanora chose 2 long and slender stakes, and I picked out a couple that were a little more rounded and stubby. They were comfortable in my hand, and I marveled at how natural it felt to have them there. Then she motioned for us to go. As we walked down the hallway, the amulet warmed my sternum, giving me the first direction. South. The Russells were still in the living room. I'd totally forgotten about them. "I'm sorry, but Eleanora and I need to leave," I said as I passed. I halted in my tracks though, because I'd automatically assumed that Eleanora was going too. I wondered if it was wise to have her accompany me. This was very different from fighting fire on the mountain. It involved volatile people, and she wouldn't have anyone to help her get around quickly. I brushed aside my concerns. There was no one else to assist me, and regardless of the woman's frailty, she was still incredibly powerful magically. If necessary, I'd distract them and she could stop them with her powers. Mrs. Russell jumped to her feet. "We're coming. We can help." I shook my head. "No way." Eleanora gave me a withering glance. Good thing I knew her well enough to recognize that she was exasperated, yes, but the expression was mostly one of impatient love. "They say they can help, let them help. Give them the benefit of the doubt, Lizzie." Absolutely not. My elderly neighbors would not be fighting vampires with me. I could compromise though. "Fine. They can come, but they're staying in the car." The couple glanced at each other, and Mr. Russell shrugged. Then the four of us went to my car. The amulet guided us south to Pioneer Crossing and west to Redwood Road, where we went south again. We continued south until we reached the very end of Saratoga Springs. I was surprised when the amulet kept having me drive. There was hardly anything out there. We reached what looked like a cement or stone factory, and the amulet guided us toward a set of offices. I stopped the car, and Eleanora and I jumped out. I pulled the stakes from the trunk, keeping an eye on the buildings. All was quiet so far. "How about you do the heavy magic lifting?" I whispered to Eleanora, "and I'll focus on fighting." "Sounds good." The Russells hopped out of the car before I had a chance to remind them to stay put. "You might not need to resort to violence," Mr. Russell said. I did my best not to flip out at him. "Stay behind me." Well behind me. I was quickly realizing that bossing a stubborn pair of elderly people around simply did not work. With me in the lead, we headed toward the office door. I was very aware that my companions were all old, very old. This was ridiculous. How was I going to stop fire vampires with only a geriatric unit on my side? Eleanor's words echoed in my mind, though. Give them the benefit of the doubt. They acted like they knew what was going on, like they were able to help if needed. But how? The door was locked. I fiddled with the handle, wishing I'd learned how to pick locks. Eleanora stepped next to me. "Allow me." She sent a few trickles of magic to the door, a little click sounded, and the door swung open. Man, I really needed to master my powers. Knowing how to do that would be handy. The amulet guided us past a receptionist's desk, down the hall and into a back room. There on the floor, 5 vampires were feasting on one man. He was obviously dead by that point. My stomach turned at the sight of the body, completely drained of blood. "Stop!" I yelled. The vampires glanced at me and froze. I noticed as their eyes tracked to the stakes in my hands, but that didn't seem to bother them nearly as much as the amulet at my neck. Maybe having the amulet visible wasn't a bad idea after all, especially if it elicited this much of a reaction. The vampires hissed at me and jumped to their feet, their backs to their victim. They slowly stepped toward us, and I lifted my stakes, ready to defend myself. They moved so quickly, I could barely keep up with them. One second, I was standing in front of them, holding my stakes, and the next, the 2 men had me pinned up against the wall with the women advancing, preparing to attack. They hesitated again when they saw my amulet, though, and it gave me a moment to realize I recognized the blonde woman. She'd been in the living room the first night I'd seen fire vampires. I'd snuffed out her companion's flame. Flame. I reached out to the fires around me, then I too paused. I already knew from experience that snuffing their fire wouldn't kill them. In fact, Raoul had been able to attack even after I'd killed his flame. The six of us hesitated long enough for Eleanora to come to action. All 5 vampires were thrown across the room and plastered up against the opposite wall. My jaw dropped. Massive magical pulses, similar to ones I'd only ever sensed from Nicole and Austin, flooded from the woman. She'd been a Fire Impeder, and her main focus was stopping fires, but I'd long suspected she was also a Silver. How had she managed to master both? From what I'd learned in training, Fire Impeders did their best when they hadn't specialized in any magic other than fire. Eleanora was turning out to be an exception to pretty much every rule. She was in her 90s and still acted as if she was 40. It was quite insane. "Sorry I didn't do something sooner," Eleanora said from where she'd stopped in the doorway, blocking the Russells from entering the room. I hadn't realized how fast they move. It caught me off guard. "Me too," I said before turning to our captives. The vampires were seething with anger. They struggled to get free, ripping and scratching at their clothes and trying to pull them off. The thing about Arete magic is that it can't control anything that's living. Only inanimate objects. Eleanora was holding the vampires in place by their clothing. Were the vampires alive? Was alive the same thing as immortal? I didn't know. I took a step toward the vampires, about to ask if the body on the floor was their only victim, when they relaxed, slumping against their clothes. I raised my eyebrows. Had they stopped fighting because of me? Then I noticed that all 5 of them were staring at the doorway where the Russells now stood. 26. Something flickered near the Russells, and all the vampires dropped their gazes and lowered their heads. I glanced back at the Russells. Nothing had changed. I watched, mouth open, as Mr. Russell stepped into the room, his normally stooped body held tall, his gaze direct. Mrs. Russell was at his side, her step just as confident, just as authoritative. They stopped directly in front of the vampires. "Why are you here?" Mr. Russell asked. "Because of her, Your Majesty," the tallest of the vampires said, pointing at me. "Your Majesty? What the heck?" Mrs. Russell scowled and the man flinched. "Holy cow. She's got the amulet now," Mrs. Russell said. "There's nothing you can do to stop her. I suggest you reconsider your position and decide where your loyalties really should lie." All 5 of the vampires hissed. "No way. He betrayed us. He doesn't deserve any recognition." Mr. Russell raised his hands, silencing them. "We're not talking about him, but her." He glanced back at me. And then to the vampires again. "And he didn't betray you. It was the other way around." Who were they talking about? I opened my mouth to ask, but a quick glance from Eleanora silenced me. Mr. Russell continued, "Go back to your coven. Tell them to expect a visit." "From whom?" one of the women asked. Mrs. Russell picked up where her husband led off. "And make sure they know they must be willing to enter into negotiations with Miss Ashton." The tallest of the vampires shook his head. "It won't happen. She's destroyed everything we put in place. She deserves nothing but death." All 5 vampires glared at me, and I held perfectly still, doing my best not to show any sign of intimidation. I couldn't remember if vampires could control me through their eyes, and I didn't want to find out. Instead of dropping my gaze and appearing submissive, I looked at Eleanora. The woman met my eyes, her expression grim. "She wouldn't be welcome to come," the blonde woman said. "She'd be destroyed the moment she stepped foot in our hollow." Mrs. Russell looked back at me and raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything she can do to make things better?" "You know what she must do." Okay, that was enough. "What's going on? What are they talking about?" Mr. and Mrs. Russell stared at me, and Eleanora stared at them. It appeared she was in the dark too. That made me feel a bit of relief. I turned my gaze back to the vampires. They surprised me by squirming, their eyes shifting around and not meeting mine. Mrs. Russell also turned back to them. "Well," she said, arms folded. At this point, I realized Eleanora was no longer holding the vampires against the wall. I didn't know if they'd figured it out. Either way, they weren't fighting anymore. The blonde glared at me. "He's still in the hospital. We can't reach him, and because of his condition, he can't escape." I knew immediately who she was talking about. Raoul, the vampire whose flame I'd extinguished. I glared at her. "What do I have to do with him?" She shifted her gaze away, and again I wondered if she had the ability to control me through her eyes. Was she avoiding doing so? And if so, why? "He's in the hospital. Because of you. And he's slowly starving to death. Because of you." I rolled my eyes. A vampire? Starving to death because of me? Not likely. She hissed, and the tallest of the vampires grabbed her arm. "Don't say any more," he commanded. "She doesn't need to know." I snorted. "Let me see if I've got this straight. You want me to go visit Raoul in the hospital, but you're unwilling to tell me why?" Eleanora glanced at me. "Pretty ridiculous." The Russells looked like they agreed. I didn't stop glaring at the 5 vampires. "You have to stop attacking here." The woman guffawed. "And what do you propose we do instead? This isn't Twilight. We can't just survive off animal blood." I struggled not to smile. Hearing a real vampire talk about Twilight was seriously funny. Before the giggle could burst out of my mouth, I clamped down on the edge of my cheek, forcing myself to keep my thoughts serious. And then my curiosity got the better of me. "Wait, really? You can't use animal blood?" The woman's mouth dropped open. She looked at me like I was insane. "Of course not. It's physically impossible, but more than that, it's disgusting." I glanced at Eleanora. She has a good point. What should they do instead? Break into prison and kill people on death row? I don't know. She looked at the vampires. But you need to stop attacking innocent people. What about getting fresh blood, but not from a person? And also, do you have to kill them every time you drain their blood? Or could you just take a bit here and there? The 5 glanced uneasily at each other. "Well," the blonde started. "Probably. But we're fire vampires. We can't fully subsist off just blood." The man's hand tightened around her shoulder and she winced, glaring up at him. "Go talk to Raoul," he said. "He has permission and will explain everything." After Eleanora and I quietly deliberated, we let the vampires go, unable to do anything else. It wasn't like I could have them arrested. They were much more lethal than any cop Chief O'Hare could send their way. The moment they were gone, Eleanora and I turned to Mr. and Mrs. Russell. I folded my arms and raised an eyebrow at them. "It seems Eleanora is right," I said. "There's more to you than meets the eye." "Who are you?" Mrs. Russell's cheeks tinged pink and she glanced at her husband. "Obviously not who you think," he said. "Well, yeah. They called you royalty and your majesty. There have been many types of supernatural beings who've lived on Earth. Humans were able to eradicate vampires several hundred years ago, but Earth recently came back into the picture, and remembering how much we enjoyed living here, Mrs. Russell and I decided to return." I blinked. "And you took up residence next door to me? What a coincidence." Mrs. Russell laughed. "No. You didn't live there when we moved in. We've owned that house for almost 40 years now." Mr. Russell gave her a serious expression. "I think she deserves to know the whole truth." Mrs. Russell's mouth opened and closed several times as she stared at her husband. "I think you're right." She stepped to me, putting a hand on my arm. A small part of me wanted to cringe away, but the majority of me, the part that knew and loved this woman, refused to budge. "We've only lived in that house for a year and a half." I shook my head. No, I've known you the entire 3 years I've lived here. Mrs. Russell nodded. You've known the Russells. But we aren't them. My mouth dropped open. Who are you? And where are they? Mr. and Mrs. Russell shared a look. It's best if we have this conversation back at home, Mr. Russell said. Yes, it is, Mrs. Russell said. I'll give you my cookies and a cup of hot chocolate. Eleanora and I agreed. We were technically trespassing now that the threat had been removed, and I could tell Eleanora was tired of standing. We debated what to do about the body, finally deciding to leave an anonymous tip. We later found out that he was an employee of the company who had been breaking and entering in an attempt to steal some petty cash. The fire vampires, it seemed, had already been targeting lawbreakers. We returned to the car and headed to the Russells' house, silent the entire way. I knew I hadn't received enough information to make any judgments, and I was both eager and hesitant to learn more. A part of my heart ached as I considered the implications of what they'd told me. If the Russells were no longer there, where had they gone? Who were these people I had been associating with for over a year now? What had they done to the Russells? Why had they moved in next to me? And could they be trusted? My instincts said yes, that they were as harmless as I was. I startled, then chuckled inwardly at that thought. I was incredibly dangerous, and becoming more so as I learned to use the amulet. The Russells, if they were just as harmless as I was, were fairly lethal. Thinking of the amulet, I raised my hand and gripped it, wondering at the fact that it hadn't warned me about them. If they truly were dangerous to me, it would have. Right? Right. The thought from the amulet warmed me to the core, and I decided to stop stressing over the information I was getting that day. I just needed to let it flow over me to digest later. We arrived at the Russells' house, and true to her promise, Mrs. Russell served cookies and hot chocolate. I didn't care that it was blazing hot outside. I wanted the stuff, and I was going to have it. Okay, I said. Explain who you are and how you came to be my neighbors. 27. We wanted to be close to the Fire Impeder in this area. Especially once we learned it was you. You've been to our dimension, and we recognized Nicole's adventures were over, and that yours were just beginning. And so we watched your neighbors for 5 months, finally choosing the Russells. Why? I asked. Because you had an established relationship with them, and they were elderly and had failing health. Mrs. Russell nodded. Robert had cancer, as you know. I gasped. You're right. And you gradually got better. I just assumed it was because the chemo and radiation were working. Mr. Russell shook his head, a sad expression crossing his face. Sadly, that was not the case. Did you kill him? Mr. and Mrs. Russell both gasped, giving me shocked expressions. Of course not. Mrs. Russell said. We would never, ever kill someone. Mr. Russell interrupted. I raised my hands. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend. Yes, it's understandable you would assume that. Mrs. Russell turned back to Mr. Russell. Go ahead. Well, once we realized his cancer was terminal, we approached Mr. and Mrs. Russell and explained to them who we were. I'll bet that was an exciting conversation, I said. Oh yes it was, Mrs. Russell said. Understandably, they were stressed and anxious and quite freaked out. But we visited them over several weeks, and gradually, they came to see that what we wanted was in their best interest too. And what was that? I asked, getting impatient for them to tell me. We would take over their bodies and lives, and continue living for them. Nobody would ever need to know they had passed on, not even their children. I frowned. How? Eleanora put her hand on my arm. You remember the Croants you and Nicole encountered? Yes, I did. They drank blood through their fingertips and could completely disappear. They also had the ability to emulate other people. Eleanora had told me a while back that they were a type of vampire. We are equivalents, Mrs. Russell said. And because we are of a pure bloodline, some of the usual restraints don't apply to us. What restraints? Most only can temporarily resemble someone else. The amount of time they're able to do it gets longer the purer their bloodline is. Because we have the purest lineage, we have no limit on how long we can take on another creature's appearance. Mr. Russell nodded. Indeed. Hundreds of years ago, Croats didn't have any restrictions whatsoever. But the royal family wanted to prevent someone of impure blood being able to resemble, say, the king, and oust the family from the throne. Mrs. Russell nodded. Yes. Kings and queens are perhaps a bit old-fashioned, but we've maintained a pure bloodline, and those benefits have served us well. So, I said, you took over Mr. Russell's body when he died from cancer, I'm assuming? Mr. Russell nodded. All I had to do was drink just a little of his blood once, and I was able to take on his appearance. We'd been watching them for so long and had been meeting with them nearly daily for over 3 months. It wasn't difficult for me to impersonate him. Yes, and Mrs. Russell was still alive for the last year, and was able to correct Mr. Russell whenever he did something that was uncharacteristic for her former husband. My mind was reeling. I couldn't believe what they were telling me. If he took over for Mr. Russell only a year and a half ago, that would mean Mrs. Russell has only been gone for 6 or so months. Mrs. Russell nodded, and it surprised me when I saw tears in her eyes. Yes. She was a lovely lady. She passed in her sleep. Tears gathered in my own eyes. I hadn't been able to mourn the passing of 2 very dear friends. I felt cheated, robbed, and I couldn't help the anger that swelled up inside me. Mr. Russell took his wife's hand, sending her a glance of compassion. We grew quite attached to both of them. They were very good people. I swallowed, forcing my feelings aside. I'd address them later. For now, I needed to continue letting the new knowledge flow over me. And that brings me to another question, I said. Why do it at all? To experience life as a human. I shook my head. I don't buy it. Mrs. Russell gave a soft laugh. Honey, not everyone has an ulterior motive. We also wanted to be near you and to interact with you so that hopefully, one day, we could help if the need ever arose. Which it has, Mr. Russell interjected. Beyond that, we were tired of our former lives. You've been to the dimension we're from. You know what it's like. It's nowhere near as beautiful as your Earth. She was right, their home was stark and boring. Mr. Russell motioned out the window. I will never grow tired of the beauty of the desert. I nodded. I knew what he was talking about. I'd quickly come to love and appreciate how dry it was in Utah. The heat enveloped you, warming you through and through, and the sunshine was almost always present. It filled my soul with happiness. It was a lot like where I was from in Texas, which probably helped. During the 4 years I'd spent in Seattle, I could never get fully warm. You really don't plan to murder me in my sleep? Mrs. Russell chuckled. Of course not. We're being honest when we say we want to help you as much as possible. And like the Russells, we've come to care for you deeply. Her sincerity was fairly palpable, and I knew she spoke the truth. But still, I couldn't help but mourn inside for my lost friends. What did you do with the Russells' bodies? What happens when the family finds out you're not them? Their bodies have been buried in our dimension, Mr. Russell said. They will be preserved there. And we fully intend to bring their children in on the truth, eventually. Mrs. Russell shook her head at her husband. No, we don't. It would be cruel to tell the Russells' children that their parents have been dead for some time and they didn't know. She looked at me. When the time comes, we will fake our deaths and bring the Russells' bodies back so their children may mourn them properly. In the meantime, we are enjoying having children to spend time with whenever they are able. And we love having you as our adopted daughter. I watched them, really watched them, especially as they spoke about their children. It surprised me to realize they were nearly as lonely as the Russells had been. It seemed having kids who lived on the other side of the country and rarely visited was something that would affect many, and not just humans. It really surprised me they felt such strong emotions for kids they'd had no hand in raising. How do you pull it off when they come to visit? We were able to access the Russells' memories when we took on their images. It's helped a great deal. I nodded. That would make a difference. Another question: how did the other vampires know you? Are they also originally from your dimension? Mr. Russell shook his head. No, they're from their own planet. We allowed them to see through our disguises for a brief moment. Why did they treat you with such respect? Because technically, we are their king and queen too. Croats have come to rule over all forms of vampires. He winked at me. Something to do with being able to impersonate anyone. We allow them their own governments, but have found that occasionally we must step in to prevent war between factions or now discovery by humans. That was a satisfactory answer. My mind was completely blown though, and I needed to take a mental break. Eleanora, who had been fairly quiet, started talking to the Russells about weather here versus on their planet, and my thoughts turned to Lord Kenan. It had been a while since I'd last heard from Omar. I waited for a break in their conversation before asking, "Do either of you know anything about Lord Kenan?" They glanced at each other before Mr. Russell responded. "Yes. We know of him. And we actually—" Mrs. Russell gave Mr. Russell a slight smile. "We know more than just of him," she said. "We helped banish him to the cemetery in Holland, where he is currently imprisoned." I shook my head. "I hate to inform you of this, but he's, going to be breaking free from the prison any day now." Mr. and Mrs. Russell both paled, leaning back in their seats in shock. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Russell asked. I grasped the amulet, feeling my cheeks tinge with color. In order to get the amulet functioning, I had to give him back his flame. Mrs. Russell gasped. "He has his flame back?" My heart started beating double time and my mouth went dry. "Yes. He does." Mr. Russell got to his feet and started pacing. "I'm not sure you're aware of how serious this is. Lord Kenan without his fire is incredibly dangerous. We imprisoned him for a reason, even after we stole his flame. But with his flame?" He turned and stared at me. "He's practically invincible." I felt my stomach drop. I've had plenty of warnings about who he is and what he's capable of, but I still had to get the amulet back. I had no choice. At Mrs. Russell's insistence, Mr. Russell returned to his seat. "Why didn't you have a choice?" I explained to them everything that had happened. How Lord Kenan had been the previous owner of the amulet, and how he'd kept back a portion of it. I told them about hunting him down to get the rest, and how he'd made me trek across the world to find his flame, which had been split into 7. "Of course it was split into 7, Mrs. Russell said. "There was nothing else we could do. It's the main reason we and other vampires left this planet. If he ever escaped, he'd destroy us. We realized the chances of Lord Kenan rising to power again were much slimmer if no supernaturals existed on Earth." 28. Okay, tell me. What exactly is he? He's a vampire. An incredibly powerful and dangerous one. How dangerous? How powerful? Mr. Russell shook his head. Very. We're not sure how much. He never had the opportunity to stretch his gifts fully, but what we saw was bad enough. Wait. He's a vampire? Is he a fire vampire? I'll bet he is. I mean, he did originally have a flame, which I returned. So, if I steal it back. I wasn't sure where I was going with that, since taking Ral's flame hadn't done anything. But it had been so very important to Lord Kenan, and it stood to reason that removing his fire would be a good idea. Mrs. Russell nodded. Yes, he is a fire vampire. And though we are royalty, he will not bend. He has never respected our roles. We can help you fight him, but you need a lot more than just our help to destroy him. It goes without saying that I do need to destroy him, then? Mr. Russell nodded. Definitely. He will stop at nothing until he gets your amulet and either destroys the entire world or turns everyone on it into slaves. Naturally. Why else would a vampire seek power? To get his own army, of course. I didn't miss the irony in the situation, though. I needed the amulet to hunt and destroy demons, and in order to get it, I had to release a demon that I would also need to hunt and destroy. Sigh. Eleanora glanced at me. This is beyond my strength, she said. I hadn't heard of him before by name, but I know who they speak of. He truly is a force to be reckoned with. What do I do? We have to gather as many supporters as possible. And that includes joining with others, even fire vampires. I shook my head. No way. You saw them. There's no way they'd be willing to work with me. Mr. Russell raised his hand. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. The two fire vampires who were causing problems for you weeks ago weren't looking to destroy you, but to gain information. You said as much yourself. I nodded. Good point. Some of them will be embittered against you because you did release Lord Kenan, but others will be willing to fight with you. They'll see why you had to do it. And because you're a different type of vampire, I said. I really do need to go see the one in the hospital. Yes, you do. I leaned back in my seat, folding my arms. I didn't know what would be expected of me once I got to the hospital, but I recognized that I would need to do some bargaining. That was fine. I was willing to do anything but help Raoul get his fire back. There was no way I would ever do that again. Traveling all over the world and being forced to enter ancient temples that didn't actually exist. Yeah, not going to repeat that. Still, maybe Raoul wouldn't ask. Maybe all he'd want would be for me to help him get back into good health. Something in the pit of my stomach told me that wouldn't be the case, but I chose to be optimistic, or idealistic. So, what do I call you two? I asked. Do you have other names I should be using? Mrs. Russell shook her head. Just keeping using the Russell name. You wouldn't be able to pronounce our real names anyway. That's easy enough. Eleanora and I thanked them, then returned to my home. We were silent as I prepared dinner, and Eleanora put in another batch of cookies to bake. I couldn't believe I hadn't gained extra weight with how many cookies I'd been eating lately. I knew that was due to my active Fire Impeder lifestyle, but the extra calories wouldn't always fall off. I was going to have to exercise some self-restraint soon. Ha ha. Exercise restraint. By exercising. Puns are fun. I obviously wasn't getting enough sleep lately. I called the hospital to find out if I could visit Raoul. He was in the ICU, and visiting hours were already over. I'd have to drop by the next day. The call came to fight a fire on the mountain above Orem, not long after. Again, Eleanora accompanied me, but this time she didn't have her men come too. I argued with her, but she was stubborn. And she surprised me by keeping up with me physically. I didn't know how, maybe magic was strengthening her, but much like the last fire, fighting it went seriously fast with her there. We still had no clue as to who or what was starting the fires, though. As soon as visiting hours were about to begin, I walked through the doors of the American Fork Hospital. They were hesitant to let me visit Raoul until I showed them my badge. He was so frail, so gaunt. Nothing like the vampire I'd seen in the living room so long ago. His cheeks were gray and sunken in, and dark rings surrounded his eyes. I noticed immediately that the window was completely covered. He's not responding to medications or anything in the IV, the nurse whispered. And we think he's allergic to the sun. I slowly shook my head. I could understand why he wasn't responding to their treatment. So awful. Raoul's eyes popped open and he stared at me, recognition crossing his face. Fix it, he rasped. The nurse glanced at me, probably wondering what Raoul was referring to, then patted my arm. If you're sure you're okay, I'll check back in a little while. I thanked her, then took the chair and dragged it farther away from the bed than it had been before. Fix it, he repeated. Fix what? You need to be more specific than that. Yeah, I knew what he was talking about, but I wanted to hear him say it all the same. His hand fluttered as he tried to raise it, but it didn't go up more than a couple of inches. My fire, he said. You destroyed it. Bring it back. No way. Then I can't help you. Do you even know what I need? To stop Lord Kenan. And to do that, you need assistance from the fire vampires. I nodded. I sure do. I glared at the wall above him. Why do you need the fire anyway? I obviously didn't kill you when I took it away. His voice was a little stronger now. Maybe the hope that I'd help was giving him strength. Or maybe it was only getting better now because he was using it again. Of course I need it. Without it, I am a regular vampire. I know what a regular vampire is, but what does the fire do for you? Regular vampires burn up in the sun. Fire vampires harness the sun's power, which of course is actual fire. Along with other things, it grants us the ability to walk in sunlight. And when we consume things with our flame, we gain power and strength that regular vampires do not have. His eyes were closed while he spoke, but when he finished, he opened them and stared at me. By removing my flame, you've turned me into a regular vampire. But I'm a fire vampire, not a regular one, and not having my flame is slowly starving me. Blood will only take me so far. I must also use flame and I need to be in the sun, but only if I have my fire. Sunlight burns me otherwise. Without the sun and without my flame, it is impossible for me to survive. Will it eventually kill you then? He chuckled mirthlessly. No. I will starve but not to death because I'm immortal. I will starve and suffer in agony until someone takes mercy on me and stakes me through the heart. I realized now was not the time to joke, but I couldn't help it. Do you want me to do that? I mean, I keep stakes with me now. He frowned at me. Of course I don't. Why would I want you to destroy my life? More than you already have, of course. I'm sorry. I was just joking. I looked at the window, barely able to see the sunlight through the edges of the curtain. What about Lord Kenan? He's a fire vampire, right? Yes. Yes, he is. But he's more than just a fire vampire. He has other powers that were just coming to the surface when he was imprisoned. No one knows exactly what he can do yet. We hoped never to learn. Raoul continued. We imprisoned him in that little graveyard in Holland. With his flame gone, the sun should have gradually killed him as he starved. But he found a way around that. By consuming the souls of ghosts around him. Raoul nodded. Yes, exactly. I leaned forward, resting my head in my hands. What am I supposed to do? I need your help, but there's no way I'm going through all that again to get your fire. It was absolutely horrendous. Raoul chuckled. What makes you think you have to? I'm not Lord Kenan. My flame wasn't hidden from me. I blinked. You mean I wouldn't have to return to the Atemenanki? He shook his head. Of course not. The process is relatively simple. Being a Fire Impeder, you already have what you need. I don't have to travel halfway around the world. I needed to reaffirm that. I was done with traveling, forever if possible. Raoul shook his head. No, you don't. You could even give it back to me now, if you wanted to. He did a decent job of hiding his hope, but I caught it just the same. And? If I did, I'd still be in this hospital bed. It takes time for us to regenerate enough to function. And I'd need nourishment, real nourishment. Once my flame is restored, the sun will gradually feed me, but I'll eventually need a fresh blood supply. So, if I gave your fire back right now, would you kill me immediately? 29. Raoul laughed bitterly. No. It was never my intention to kill you. I only wanted to gather information. Okay, let's get on the same page. I give your fire back, you stick around here until you're able to take care of yourself, and then what happens? And then you meet me at Crimson Hollow. Crimson Hollow? I don't know where that is. Of course you do. You've seen it. It's where I was when your stupid police officers found me. Why do you call it Crimson Hollow? Crimson Hollow is anywhere we choose to live. It's a sacred name to us. He raised his hand as if to stop me. It's not sacred enough for you not to know. It doesn't carry power. It's simply where we're currently dwelling. Mainly because we use blood to further our powers. So blood everywhere. Basically, yes. And what beef do you have against Lord Kenan? I asked. For all I knew, he would go off and join Lord Kenan right away. He used to be our king, several hundred years ago. Lord Kenan was a tyrannical king, a horrible dictator who refused to allow us any freedoms. We weren't the only ones who didn't want him around any longer. He was dangerous not just to us, but to humans and animals alike. Long story short, we tired of it and joined together to create our own royalty. He glanced at me. We know that if we don't side with you and help you stop him, he will destroy us. He won't have forgotten what we did to him. It's in our best interest to stop him, just as much as it's in yours to make sure he doesn't destroy your world. Give me a moment to chew this over, I said. He nodded, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. I debated stepping out into the hallway, but opted not to. I realized then that the amulet wasn't warning me about Raoul. I wasn't sure if that would change once he had his flame back, but for now the vampire was harmless. Still, before I decided to help him out, I needed to check. Am I safe to do this? Yes. He poses no harm to you. And he does not intend to turn on you. It is more important that you stop my former owner. Thank you. It sure was handy having this amulet on my side now. I got to my feet. Okay, tell me what to do. Raoul opened his eyes. The same way you removed it. Tell your amulet to give you power to do so. You might need to be near me for it to work. I nodded, then stepped closer to him, holding the amulet in my hand. Even though the amulet wasn't warning me about him, I still didn't feel exactly safe. This was a vampire, for crying out loud. I approached him cautiously, noting as I did that his eyes didn't leave my face once. My heart skipped in my chest and my palms started sweating. I sincerely hoped I wouldn't regret what I was about to do. Raoul pointed his chin upward, fully exposing his throat to me. I got as close to him as I thought was necessary, about 2 feet away, then turned my thoughts to the amulet. What do I do? Command me. Very well. I took a deep breath. Amulet, I command you to return this vampire's flame as it was before. I felt magic rush through me, tingling from my fingertips all the way down to my toes. A ball of fire spun into life and hovered in front of Raoul. He plucked it from the air, and then, similarly to how Lord Kenan had done it, he rubbed it across his sternum and throat before swallowing it. I watched as it floated downward, coming to rest behind his sternum. Immediately, Raoul sighed in relief. I saw the color start to appear in his cheeks again. Do you need me to do anything else? I asked, stepping away from him. He shook his head. No, I don't, he said, sounding surprised. I'm already feeling better. He fell quiet, and a sly smile crossed his face. He closed his eyes for a moment but took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and looked at me. You had better leave now. My heart stopped in my chest and I froze, staring at him. Raoul grinned wickedly. You don't want the hospital to think you had anything to do with my disappearance. I tried not to show my relief. You're feeling well enough to escape already? Raoul chuckled. I feel well enough to literally disappear. I realized what he was saying. Fire vampires, many vampires, if what Eleanora told me was true, had the ability to turn into mist. He was right. I had no desire to be around for that. So I said goodbye and stepped away from his hospital room, trying to act as nonchalant as possible. I waved to the nurse and thanked her for her help. I hoped Raoul would wait to leave until after the nurse's next visit. Otherwise, I'd probably be getting a visit of my own. Not like that would be a bad thing, but it definitely wouldn't be convenient. As I was driving home from the hospital, the amulet warmed at my throat. Hound attack. Where? Alpine. I turned onto 100 East in American Fork, but hadn't gone more than a mile or so when I noticed a huge black dog speeding down the road behind me. It was going too fast to be a regular dog. The amulet didn't warn me about the hound, and I watched in the rearview mirror as it caught up before running alongside my car. It jerked his head to the side of the road, indicating for me to pull over, which I did. I trusted the amulet, it hadn't led me astray, and I knew that if this was a dangerous hound, it would let me know. Just to be safe though, I only cracked my window an inch when the creature came close enough. It shifted into Alexander. Alexander. What are you doing? Hounds are attacking an alpine, did you already know that? He nodded brusquely. Of course. We've got that handled now. We were able to stop them before any damage was done. Luckily, Omar alerted us quickly enough. I frowned. He didn't tell me. That's because he doesn't think you're doing your job. He keeps me abreast of attacks as well, and we're worried that you haven't been as proactive as we hoped. We need you to be out there, hunting hounds. You need to be doing more than you are. 30. My face flushed. Really? Another talking to? I'm doing the best I can. I've got a job I have to maintain too, not to mention the fact that this whole business with Lord Kenan, which by the way is tied hand in hand with what's going on with the hounds, is sucking all of my attention. Alexander shook his head. I know. I don't envy your position. But the longer you wait to track these hounds down, the stronger they'll become, and the better their plans will be to destroy you. Lord Kenan has controlled and worked with hounds before. Don't put it past him to do it again. I nodded. That wasn't a surprise to me. I already knew he was gathering supporters. And I knew he had worked with hounds before, so it didn't surprise me that he would seek them out again. Omar did mention, however, that Lord Kenan is searching for support. He still hasn't been able to leave his graveyard, but the connections he's already made have far-reaching circles of influence. They're gathering to that church, preparing for the time when he's strong enough to break the bands that hold him contained. I need to stop him before that happens. Alexander chewed on his lip for a moment, studying me. Yes, you need to stop him, but I'm not sure you're ready to go there. You don't have enough supporters, and you don't have a grip on the situation with the hounds. You need more help. I know. I've already been told I need to find a Fire Impeder assistant. He shook his head. No, not help from people but from something. My hand immediately went around my necklace. I've got the amulet. It's already helping quite a bit more than it did before it was fully mine. The amulet has worked with other magical devices before. It doesn't have to be the only thing you use to win. You might want to look into that. Interesting thought. Why hadn't the shade in Mount Koven mentioned this if it was a possibility? Or was it one of those things where he wouldn't offer the information unless I asked for it? Alexander looked both ways, then shifted back into a hound and ran off. As soon as he was gone, I turned inward to the amulet. Is he telling the truth? Is the threat in Alpine really neutralized? Yes. It happened just as he was approaching. Then how'd he know to approach at that moment? It seems like too much of a coincidence. He came through a nearby house and ran at you as fast as he could. Is he also telling the truth about devices that used to work with you? Again, yes. Would you like to go to Mount Koven? I remembered that the amulet would help me find a shade who would then help me find a way to Koven. Yes. What do I do? Just drive. A shade will find you. Okay. Not knowing where else to go, I turned my car around and headed back down the highway, planning on driving home. Surely the amulet would lead me to a shade at some point before I got there. Instead, I got called out on a job. Man, I needed a break. Never mind, I thought to the amulet after hanging up the phone. Let me take care of this situation first, then I'll be ready to head to Koven. Very well. I couldn't tell if the amulet was disappointed. I knew Alexander would be. But so be it, I needed to do my job too. I turned my car around and headed to the Arby's on State Street near Costco. Why did it have to be Arby's, my favorite fast food restaurant? Some insane woman was there, threatening to kill everyone, all 2 employees and 1 customer, if she didn't get what she wanted. Whatever that was. She could have picked a better time to make a statement. The place was still serving breakfast, but the morning rush, if they had one, had already ended and the lunch one hadn't started yet. I pulled into the parking lot closer to IHOP, then got out of my car and approached the group of cops near the IHOP building. Cole saw me coming and stepped from the group. "You're not going to like this one," he said. "Why's that?" "It's Miss Reed's. Her boyfriend was killed in a shooting a few days ago." I closed my eyes, coming to a stop. As if this week could get any worse. What is she doing? Getting retribution. She's screaming about you and the cops in this town. Saying we're not serving the public anymore. That we need to be ousted. And this is the way she chooses to do it? Yes, I'd made a mistake. I'd been out of the country when a horrible shooting had taken place. But there were serious ramifications for repeating the awful act that had killed her boyfriend in the first place. It was ironic and ridiculous. "What's the plan?" I asked him. "Same as usual. You get as close as you can, stop her from shooting, we rush in and arrest her." "And you're sure there haven't been any fatalities yet?" He shook his head. "Like I said, only 2 employees, 1 customer. She picked a bad time to make a statement." I nodded. He mirrored my feelings exactly. "Where is she?" "Near the ordering counter. She hasn't moved once since getting there, she's been screaming from the same spot." "Okay, let's go," I said before striding toward the restaurant. I headed to the back of it, near the drive-thru, planning to enter by way of the back door as I'd done in the past. Before I could reach it though, Miss Reeds rushed out the side door, her gun pointed at me, screaming. 31. Several bullets got through before I was able to stop her. And stopping her was extremely difficult, one of the hardest times I'd had with it. She just kept pulling that trigger over and over and over again. Luckily, she only had 1 gun. Unluckily, she'd caught me off guard, and that made it very difficult. How had she known I was coming? I hadn't been anywhere near the windows or door. She couldn't possibly have seen me. I knew she wasn't an Arate, so she hadn't sensed me approaching. The woman continued pulling the trigger, striding toward me, screaming. "You're worthless, Ashton," she yelled. "You should be in jail." I ignored her, thinking through my earlier question. A thought occurred to me, and I jumped to my feet. She's not working alone. I shrieked to Cole and the other officers, who were all rushing toward the woman. Cole froze, looking around, but my warning came too late. A boom echoed through the parking lot, and my friend jerked, then crumpled to the ground. A second boom came and another cop was hit. He too fell. "No!" I screamed, resisting the urge to run to the injured officers. The last thing they needed was me losing control over Miss Reed's guns and failing to find who worked with her. I scanned the parking lot, trying to figure out which direction the gunfire had come from. It took me a moment, but I spotted him. He was in the passenger seat of a car, reloading a rifle. The anger on his face was intense. "There!" I screamed to the other 3 cops who had taken cover behind cars, their own guns drawn. He's in the blue car. I've got a hold on him and Miss Reed's. Hurry. They didn't hesitate. Moments later, the man had been dragged from the car and was lying face down on the asphalt, getting handcuffed. It took all three of them to contain him. Other cops coming from the opposite direction apprehended Miss Reed's. With the two dirtbags taken care of, I rushed to Cole's side. I felt like crying with relief when I saw that he was conscious. Are you okay? I asked. So this is what getting shot feels like, he said, breathing heavily. I brushed his hair from his forehead, inspecting him for the bullet wound as I did. He'd been shot in the upper thigh. Oh, Cole, I'm so sorry. He definitely needs surgery. It had practically pulverized his leg. Don't be. Didn't occur to us that she'd be working with someone else. She knew the moment I was heading for the restaurant, I said. She came outside even when she couldn't possibly have seen me. He nodded, his eyes on me, and I could tell he hadn't really heard me. Sirens wailed in the distance, and I gripped his hand. You sure are beautiful, he whispered. He swallowed, then took a breath. I've loved you since I very first saw you. That was the week you were hired, you know. I felt my cheeks flush. I sensed honesty there, and given my history with him, I didn't doubt he spoke the truth. I also knew he was in shock, and would most likely be very embarrassed about this later. You're pretty good-looking yourself, I said. Cole smiled. But not good-looking enough. He didn't let me respond before saying, It's okay, Lizzie. I know you love him. I didn't really have a chance. I closed my eyes. I'm sorry, I whispered. Don't be. Things happen for a reason, you know. I met his gaze again. Paramedics were rushing toward us, pulling a gurney. The ambulance had parked nearby, and he was about to be carted off to the hospital. Yes, they do. I stayed near his side as they strapped him to the gurney and put him in the ambulance. Another officer approached me, and we watched in silence as the ambulance pulled away. Once it was gone, the cop turned to me. Miss Reed's boyfriend was murdered in a shooting about a week ago. Her accomplice was the boyfriend's brother. Good to know. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. I hate failure, I said, motioning to the chaos before us. The cop nodded, not responding. I was glad he didn't say something like, You did your best. Yes, I had, but 2 people had still been shot. This shouldn't happen when I was on duty. How is the other officer? The cop shook his head, a troubled expression on his face. He might not make it, he said. Shot in the stomach. If they get him into surgery fast enough, he could be okay. But he didn't continue. I didn't need him to. I watched them cart off Miss Reed's and her accomplice, trying not to feel anger toward them. They weren't worth the emotion. I had other things to worry about. Like Cole. And hounds. Once I'd finished filling out paperwork and had gotten my invoice to the cop, I returned to my car. I'd go visit Cole in the hospital soon, but first I needed to find a shade so I could visit Mount Koven. 32. I slowed to a stop at State Street, watching oncoming traffic for a break so I could turn right. The perfect opening came, and I stepped on the gas, making the turn before I lost the opportunity. And I was no longer alone in the car. I shrieked, nearly losing control of the wheel. A ghost sat in the passenger seat. He stared at me, his face half rotted, his expression serious. Hi, he said. You scared the crap out of me. Sorry. The lack of contrition in his voice and expression didn't make me believe he really was sorry. It's fine. How can I help you? I figured he was there to take me to Koven, but I didn't just want to assume. You seek Koven, correct? Yes. I didn't expect you to hop in my car, though. Turn around and park at the grocery store. The nearest way to Koven is by it. I did as he asked, pulling into the busy lot. I parked and got out, trying to look like I belonged there, like I was about to go shopping. The ghost joined me, pointing across the street toward the police station. Nobody paid us any attention as I made my way through the cars and to the crosswalk. 10 minutes later, the ghost guided me past the police department, and we entered one of the little side streets off American Fork, Maine. The sunlight flickered and became hazy the farther down the street we walked, and the door to Mount Koven came into view. I thanked the ghost for his help, then went through the usual routine to get through the door. Once inside, it took a while to find what I looked for, especially since I wasn't sure what my exact question was. Finally, someone approached me. "The magical device you seek is located in Russia," said the elderly woman who'd found me. "Great. How do I get it?" "You don't. Like the amulet, the previous owner must grant it to you." She closed her eyes and mumbled a few things, then glanced at me. "It is on its way. Do not fear, this owner isn't nearly as intimidating as the owner of the amulet. However, once the device is in your possession, you will have a deadline to return it." "How long?" "I don't know, he will tell you." "Can you let me know more about this device?" "Yes. It will function alongside the amulet, allowing you to know the whereabouts of hounds. It will grant you a second type of sight and will cross great distances." I nodded. That sounded like exactly what I needed. With that sort of help, I could get my task done relatively quickly if I caught the hounds unawares. Especially if they all congregated in the same places. "But be aware," she said, "it will only work once there are 50 or fewer hounds." "Only 50? I asked. That wasn't the best news I'd received all day, but it wasn't the worst either. She nodded. I didn't know how many hounds were left, but getting down to 50 seemed doable. "Does my timeline to get it back start now, or when it's in my possession?" "When it's in your possession." She tapped her cheek, studying me. "If I were you, I would use the time between now and then wisely." I nodded. "Of course I would. How long until it arrives?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure. I'm not aware of all the magical abilities the current owner possesses. He may or may not be able to travel the same way humans do." "Okay, that's vague. If he has to walk from Russia, it could take months." "Do not assume he will walk. Also, he does not need to sleep, eat, or take any other sort of break. If I were to wager, I would guess 5 days, maybe a week before he arrives." "Okay. Thank you for your help." How was I going to know how many hounds needed to be eliminated? Could I do something to draw them out? But what? Something told me that the more cunning ones, the ones like Connor, wouldn't be easy. I'd already noticed that the smartest ones had not tried to approach me again. Mainly, Connor and the governor of Utah. Instead, other, easier-to-fight hounds had come. My thoughts were pensive as I returned to my car. The shade was no longer around. I hadn't expected him to stay. I drove home, tapping the steering wheel as I thought through the dilemmas I'd been presented with lately. Needing a break from Lord Kenan and the hounds, I turned my thoughts to the wildfires. They weren't regular flames. We'd established that again in Orem. It hit me just then. The fire in Orem had felt slightly familiar. Only a little bit, sort of a hint of déjà vu that slipped quickly if I concentrated too hard on it. But why? Despite everything else that was on my plate, I couldn't stop thinking about that feeling as I went about my day. It was as if the flames were related, but different. I pondered it while I checked my email, scrubbed the already clean house down, visited Cole in the hospital, learning that the other injured officer was still in critical condition, and wrestled with whether or not I should go out and find hounds to kill. Finally, I pushed all thoughts of demons to the back of my mind. The fire that would be coming that evening was the biggest priority. I hopped in the shower while Eleanora turned on a movie. She hadn't really spoken all day, probably sensing my need to think. I'd already bathed, but sometimes showering unlocked my thoughts in ways other activities couldn't. I was nearly done when it finally hit me. The fire, that sense of familiarity, was one I'd felt while in Iraq. And I hadn't grasped it earlier because it was just different enough from the original source, just faded enough by the time I got to the mountains for me not to recognize it. An Ifrit. The fire had to originate from an Ifrit. And it was so hard for me to put my thumb on that fact, not just because I'd killed the only Ifrit I'd ever encountered, but also because while I'd been fighting him, I hadn't really recognized just how different his magic was. I'd been too panicked, too injured, too exhausted. What were Ifrits doing out here? Especially since, to my knowledge, they'd never been here before. Eleanora certainly would have recognized their magical print if they had been. My blood chilled as I hit on the answer to that question. Revenge. 33. I didn't know anything about Ifrits. I didn't know where they came from, what their purpose was, what their temperaments were, how intelligent they were on an Ifrit by Ifrit basis, or if they banded together and would seek to vindicate the death of a loved one. What had I gotten myself into? I found myself yet again regretting stupid Lord Kenan's need for me to get the fire. So many issues had arisen from that quest. Not just because of missing work here in Utah, but also because what I'd encountered had followed me home. My dumb mission to eradicate the hounds had yet again affected my career and the people I was supposed to protect. Lord Kenan was imprisoned in Holland for now, but I had zero doubt that he would, as soon as he was free, bring his battle here. He'd pretty much told me that when I'd run away from him. He'd given me a head start. It was turning out to be a longer head start than expected, which I appreciated, but still. He would follow me here. And the hounds? They'd already followed me. And the fire vampires. And who knew how many others? All of this because of a side mission that had almost nothing to do with me being a Fire Impeder. I was bringing a whole lot of destruction and violence to a state that rarely had destruction and violence. Utah was a relatively peaceful place. The people were friendly and neighborly, and even in Salt Lake, the biggest city, shootings and gang fights were exceptionally rare. As I towel dried and did my hair and makeup, more resignation and a realization that my instincts were correct settled over me. Ifrits were in Utah. But why would they start at the base of Utah County and burn their way north? Why act so methodically? What were they trying to do? Couldn't they just come to Lehigh and hunt me down and try to kill me like every other evil demon? Why go to all the bother of setting mountains on fire in such a non-random way? When I came out of the bathroom, Eleanora stopped the movie and turned her attention to me. You were in there long enough. Did you figure it out? I sat down next to her and put my face in my hands. That bad, huh? I nodded. Yes. It's Ifrits. From Iraq. They're the ones causing the fires. That is bad. It was to her credit that she didn't question me, didn't try to find out how I knew for sure. Regardless, I decided to explain anyway. I wanted to see if I'd missed anything. Once I finished going through my reasoning, she nodded slowly and leaned back in the couch, folding her arms and staring at the ceiling. So what do we do? She asked. I honestly have no idea. You saw what happened to me after I fought one Ifrit. She glanced at me, eyebrow raised. What makes you think there's more than one this time? I frowned. She had a point. I don't. It's just, I guess one Ifrit could be doing all this. Either way, I want to go in with the expectation that there's more than one to prepare myself for the worst possible outcome. Good idea. She leaned forward, clasping her hands together. Again, what do we do with this information? I wish I knew. Eleanora stared at me. You wish you knew? Come on, Lizzie. You can do better than that. I got to my feet and started pacing. You're right. Okay. We need to alert all of the firemen. I stopped myself and shook my head. No, we need to go alone. And we must go now. We can't let the firemen around these creatures. If they're after me, there's no point bringing helpless humans into battle. Eleanora nodded. I agree. Of course, I'm going with you. I nodded, thankful. I would appreciate that. I no longer doubted Eleanora's physical abilities. She'd long since stopped using her cane around me. And that last fire, the one in Orem, when she hadn't even needed Corbin and Garrison to go with, made me wonder why she'd retired in the first place. Other than the broken hip, anyway. Maybe she didn't want those she worked with to watch her slowly go downhill. We were about to head to Grove Canyon, a beautiful hiking trail I'd taken a couple of times since moving to Utah, when I got a visit from someone I hadn't seen in a while. Sir Christopher, I exclaimed, trying to recover from the shock of finding him on my porch when I'd opened the door to head to my car. How are you doing? Fine, Miss Ashton, and how are you? Great. Call me Lizzie. I think you mentioned that to me before, he said, nodding. I'm here to instruct you. I don't have much time, but I thought you'd be interested in the things I've been learning about your amulet. His eyes strayed to where it hung at the base of my throat. I could see longing in his expression, and it made me wonder if the previous owners of the amulet ever got over those feelings of possessiveness. I hoped so. I didn't want to feel so attached to an inanimate object. I chewed the inside of my lip, wishing he hadn't chosen to show up just then. How much time will it take? I'm just leaving to fix a pretty big issue. Only minutes. I nodded, still chafing, but knowing Sir Christopher had a fairly busy schedule. Where do you want to go? Inside is fine. We won't need a lot of space. I let him in, explaining to Eleanora about my visitor. She excused herself to her room, and Sir Christopher took a seat on my couch. It was weird seeing him sit there, when he'd been floating moments earlier. I perched in my armchair across from him, and looked at him expectantly. What have you learned? I asked. A lot. The amulet works with other devices. I think you know that already. But it has abilities I never knew existed, that I wouldn't have been able to unlock even if I'd wanted to. Well, it's truly yours now, no longer belonging to Lord Kenan, so you shouldn't have any problem with them. What sort of abilities? It should give you slight vision in the dark. I thought it would. He nodded. It won't be much. That's fine. Even a little help will be great. He nodded again, then slid forward on the couch, obviously eager to share more. That's not all, though. I hadn't expected it to be, not when he'd said there was more than one ability. Go on. It offers a shield. For when you're in battle. Now that was good to hear. I was glad he'd caught me before Eleanora and I headed up to find the Ifrits. It does? I heard the excitement in my own voice. Yes. It takes time and practice to master, but at least you won't be completely defenseless. How do I use it? He waved as if the process was easy. Just like other aspects of the amulet, you command it to shield you. I jumped to my feet, eager to try it out. Shield me. Nothing happened. It didn't do anything. And that's where things get complicated. You must already be in danger for it to work. Oh, that's a bummer. He nodded. And it makes it hard to practice. It must be true danger. I can't fabricate it, as you would never be in actual danger around me. You're right, this is complicated. Because battle is the last place I'd want to practice something. He nodded. It does give you another avenue of protection and strength, though. Yes, exactly. I returned to my seat. Anything else? He shook his head. That's all for now. I would suggest you seek out dangerous situations to practice in, but that would be unwise. And unnecessary. I find myself in them frequently enough as it is. Very true. Along with other shades, I've watched you from time to time. You definitely have your hands full. Definitely. I didn't want to think about him and other shades watching me. Sir Christopher said goodbye, and I quickly updated Eleanora on what he'd told me. I'm not surprised, was her simple response. Oh, right. She was the one who'd originally told me that something was wrong with my amulet, that it should have been doing more than it was. Well, I was glad to have that finally confirmed. 34. Eleanora and I got in my car and headed to Grove Canyon. We parked in the lot above the watershed, then shielded our eyes as we stared up at the mountain. Based on the fires you've already fought, when do you think this one will start? Eleanora asked. I closed my eyes and reached out magically. She probably couldn't feel any flames yet, and if she couldn't, I definitely couldn't. She was much stronger than me. I haven't noticed a pattern yet. We headed up the trail, relishing the part of it that was shaded. Soon enough, the switchbacks led us to the barren side of the mountain that only grew sage and dry grass. The hot sun beat on us. Hiking this time of day was a pretty stupid idea, especially since we were in the dead of summer. We'd brought water, I'd thought that far ahead, but it was over 100 degrees, and without any shade, I wasn't sure how far we'd get. In the end, it didn't seem to matter. I asked the amulet to guide us to the Ifrits, and it took us off the trail. We crossed over a few of the foothills, finally reaching a point where the amulet cautioned me to slow down. I glanced at Eleanora. She looked pale, and I offered her my water bottle. She gratefully accepted it, downing half the contents before handing it back. She'd already emptied one of her own. They're near, I whispered. The two of us surveyed the area, but I was unable to see anything significant until Eleanora pointed down. What do you make of this? She asked. Rocks were laid out along the ground in such a way that I could tell they'd been placed there purposely. And they'd been that way for a long time. Weeds grew around them securely. I didn't have much of a chance to examine them, though, before we were interrupted. And there she is, a man said. He stepped out from some scrub oak about 50 feet away. I felt my stomach twist. He was almost exactly the same as the last Ifrit I'd seen in human form. His head was shaved, his face painted, and he wore robes. They were a slightly different type and color, but I'd recognize them anywhere. My name is Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton. What brings you to my territory? We seek blood in exchange for blood. I didn't miss the we in that sentence. Blood from whom? In one simple motion, the man changed into his Ifrit counterpart, towering over us. 6 or 7 other horned beings stepped from the underbrush. Without warning, they charged. I braced myself, ready for whatever attack they were about to give. But the ground shook, and a huge crevice appeared between us right before they reached us. They stumbled backward in their attempt to stop in time, roaring in frustration, striking at us with their whips. Thank goodness Eleanora was there. Before you attack, I said, at least allow me to explain what happened. The Ifrit responded in a garbled, unintelligible tongue. I can't understand anything you're saying, I said. Shift back into humans. I promise, I won't do anything until we've reached an agreement of sorts. The man changed into a human again. His companions remained in their Ifrit form, chuckling as he did so. What makes you think you are a threat to us? I shrugged. Only the fact that I was able to destroy one of your kind before. I can definitely do it again. Especially since I knew what their weakness was. Even now, I sensed the fire that engulfed his entire body. It called to me, beckoning me, practically begging me to destroy it. I pushed that urge away, returning my focus to the man and his companions who were across the huge divide. Before we fight, let me explain everything. He glared. No explanation is required. You may feel differently soon. At least, I hope you do. I nodded at Eleanora. She's a powerful arete. She'll keep you in check if you don't do it yourselves. The man snorted. Aretes are no match for one of my kind. I held up the amulet. But this, combined with our arete power, is. He stared at it. I have no idea what you're holding. The Shade Amulet. He didn't react, the name meant nothing to him. It allows me to extinguish every bit of flame that courses through your body. Like I did the other Ifrit who challenged me. Would you like a demonstration? Or will you allow me to tell my story? He glanced at his companions, then grunted. Give us your side. Then we fight. I agreed. I told them what happened from the beginning, with Lord Kenan all the way through to getting the flame and having to defeat the Ifrit in Iraq. I didn't leave out any details. I made it as complex as I could, wanting them to have a chance to fully understand why I had done it, but also wanting to allow them the opportunity to calm down. They'd obviously been gathering their anger for quite some time. We know Lord Kenan, the Ifrit said. We know the danger he brings to this planet. And Ifrits, while quick to anger, are a loyal and honest race. I know without asking that my brothers would agree that the fault is not yours, but Lord Kenan's. I raised my eyebrow, not sure whether to believe him. It couldn't possibly be that easy. What do you know about Lord Kenan? I asked. Only that the fire we hid from him kept us from being his servants. Oh. The Ifrit went on to explain that several hundred years ago, when Lord Kenan had ruled, he controlled nearly any creature that used fire in any way. He made slaves and guardsmen out of the Ifrits. They weren't allowed to own their own land or to have families. In fact, it sounded like Lord Kenan had tried to kill the race entirely. I suspected it was because he feared their strength. As the man, Ifrit, continued his explanation, I gathered he felt the same. Lord Kenan had never learned to control fire artes. I found a bit of comfort in that, until the Ifrit mentioned that the demon had combined himself with a fire arete, in an effort to gain power over them too. It was his final act, before the supernatural beings imprisoned him. Lord Kenan, if left alone, would eventually control all creatures of fire again, including Arates. We'll address your sins later, but as you can see, the information you gave us now changes our plans drastically. They aren't my sins. I just told you, there's no way I would have even gone to Iraq if I hadn't been forced to by Lord Kenan. The man glanced back at the others, and I wondered for a moment why only men had come. I didn't have time to ask, nor would I have, before he looked back and responded. Yes, I understand. We need to discuss this on our own. And then we'll decide how we might help you stop Lord Kenan. You'll help me. I felt my eyebrows raise in incredulity. Maybe I shouldn't have been so surprised. Lord Kenan was just as much a threat to Ifrits as he was to me, and probably even more so, if he was able to control them completely. Of course, if he learned to control fire artes, I'd be in the same boat. Do not forget what I just told you, the man said. We must eradicate this planet of Lord Kenan. They should have destroyed him when they had the chance, several hundred years ago. We will not repeat that mistake. 35. His companions shifted back into human at his command, then he turned to us. We will meet together, as I said, and decide how best to assist. Return to this location this evening. We'll discuss everything that must be done then. And you're not going to set the mountain on fire? Not today. We've reached our destination. He motioned to the ground around him, where the weird rocks were lined up. I almost asked what the rocks were for, but the man leveled a stern expression at Eleanora. Please fix what you have done. Very well. With a rumble, the crevice closed and the ground became what it had been before. Even I couldn't tell it had changed. This woman was good. Much gratitude, the man said. We will see you at dusk. Eleanora and I returned to my car. It took us half an hour to get back. It had taken us over an hour to reach the Ifrits. I was completely exhausted and dehydrated. Neither of us said a word until after we stopped at the gas station in Pleasant Grove to refill our water bottles and buy some snacks. Once back in the car, Eleanora turned to me. An unlikely alliance. I looked at her, my eyebrow raised. You're okay with this? I still felt like they'd caved way too easily. I am? But only because I sensed truth in what he was saying. Either way, we need more information. I nodded. I can get some. I suggest we do that. It's always better to know what we're getting into as far in advance as possible. Unfortunately, a few hours isn't a lot of time. After we'd returned to my house, I asked the amulet to help me find a shade. I ended up having to drive the streets of Lehigh for 20 minutes before one approached. That entire time, my anxiety and nervousness grew. I needed to get this fixed, and quickly, before it affected any other aspects of my life more than it already had. At least the fires on the mountains had been resolved. That reminded me. While waiting at a light, I sent a text to the chief of the Provo Fire Department, telling him I'd figured out how the fires were being started and letting him know they wouldn't be happening again. I asked him to spread the word, then said I'd give him more information as soon as I could. The ghost that had taken me to the link in American Fork the other day hadn't been joking when he said links to Koven tended to change. This time, an old cowboy took me to an apartment building near the roundabout and rodeo grounds. Instead of an alley, though, the door to Mount Koven was one of the actual apartment doors. I felt silly standing there, holding my hand against the wood before stepping back and watching as my blood seeped into the surface. Despite my nerves, I knew the door I'd touched was a magical one and not the actual door to the apartment, that the people who might be living on the other side wouldn't know I was there. I hoped. The information I gained on the Ifrits was interesting but scant. Not many ghosts knew a whole lot about the race, and I was coming to find that the occasional piece of knowledge was impossible to be had, even in a place as powerful as the Akashic record. From what I did glean, though, it seemed the Ifrits were created by a very strong Arate several thousand years earlier as a way to defend ziggurats in ancient biblical times. The demons had a bit of Arate power in them, but obviously not enough for me to recognize their magical print. Rather, this ancient Arate had created them using what would be called black magic today. They weren't supposed to be good, but they also weren't supposed to be bad. Their entire purpose was to defend and hold strong where a regular human and even an Arate would shy away. As I'd already learned, they were shapeshifters. The one thing that calmed my nerves was the fact that when an Ifrit gave their word, they never broke it. If only people were like that still today. The punishments against those who did lie or break an oath were pretty drastic. Arms cut off, tongues cut out, things like that. Typical biblical time punishments that the Ifrits still carried out today. The ghost apologized for not having more info, but what I'd learned was enough. I didn't need to know the exact person who created them, the year, or even the location. I only needed to know how much I could trust them. And apparently, I could trust them more than a regular person. I thanked the ghost and returned to my car, thinking over my new bit of knowledge. My nerves were calmed for the meeting that evening, and I looked forward to sharing everything with Eleanora. I just pulled up in front of the house when my phone rang. My heart skipped a beat when I saw that it was Abel. Rather than hurrying to answer it, thereby giving the impression that I was hanging on to my phone, waiting for him to call, I counted to 10 before picking up. Hello. I hoped that my breathlessness didn't come through. As it turned out, Abel probably wouldn't have even noticed. I heard his relief the moment he spoke. Lizzie. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice. I'd spent enough time with Abel to know he rarely said things he didn't feel to the core. He missed me. It's good to hear your voice too, I said. I wanted to say more, to gush out how much I'd missed him, but I needed to tone it down a bit. At least until I knew how he was feeling and if he'd gotten his mom back. How are you? What's going on? I'm fine. His voice was quiet, deep. I'm coming back soon. I'm sorry I've been gone so long. I steeled myself, hoping he'd been successful, but wondering at the lack of enthusiasm. He didn't sound happy. How did it go? He sighed. Not well. I'll tell you more when I return. We ended the call and I sat in my car, staring blankly out the windshield. Poor Abel. Oh, I hoped he didn't have bad news about his mom. I hoped he simply hadn't found her yet, that she was alive somewhere. I mourned for him for a couple of minutes before a slow smile crept across my face. He was coming back. I couldn't wait to see him again. My heart ached with how much I'd missed him, and I hadn't even realized the extent of that loneliness. I really, truly had fallen for him. Once inside the house, I relayed what I learned about Ifrits to Eleanora. I suspected as much, she said. I folded my arms and gave her a skeptical look. Go on. She shrugged. They were created to protect ziggurats, yes? And in that time, people did everything they could to keep their word. They won't go back on it. Good point. Now we need to eat, she said, and prepare for this meeting tonight. I frowned, noticing that the house didn't smell like dinner, before realizing I'd forgotten to start something. Dang it. My tummy complained, and I put my hand on it. Yes, we do. Somebody knocked on the door, and I glanced at Eleanora. Are you expecting anyone? She grinned wickedly. Only the pizza man. I got up from my seat, sending her a grateful smile. I'll pay you back later. No need. Remember, I always did charge far more for my services than you do. I hadn't told her about Nicole's generosity. I wasn't withholding it from her, and I didn't see any reason why she couldn't know, but it just hadn't come up yet. I made a mental note to tell her over dinner. When I went to answer the door, though, the pizza guy wasn't on the other side. Instead, it was Raoul. 36. My heart skipped a beat at the surprise. I hope he didn't see it on my face. I didn't invite him into my house. He might have temporarily been on my side, but I wouldn't forget what he was. I leaned up against the doorframe. Hey. Yeah, totally convincing act of nonchalance. Maybe he wouldn't notice I was trying too hard. They're ready to meet with you. But it needs to happen soon, a woman said. I looked around. I couldn't see her. Raoul glanced at his side. Come on. No games. Some mist appeared, a form took shape in that mist, and then the blonde vampire was there. Deciding to put aside any differences between us, and to take charge on my property, I extended my hand. Hi. I'm Lizzie. I don't believe we've ever learned each other's names. I know your name, the woman said, staring at my hand indecisively. Raoul nudged her with his elbow, and she begrudgingly accepted my handshake. Jenna. Jenna? Doesn't seem like a very old name. It's short for Jennifer. I went by Jenny for a long time. And depending on which country I'm in, it changes. It was originally Guinevere. I was hoping she'd tell me she was a young vampire. The centuries-old ones sort of creeped me out. A question popped into my mind. How did they change into vampires anyway? The only vampire literature I'd read was Twilight, and as I was coming to find out, it was hardly informative regarding actual vampires. I turned to Raoul. Thank you for helping me arrange a meeting. I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't really, but it seemed the polite thing to say. Where and when? As I told you, in Crimson Hollow. Up Alpine Canyon, right? He nodded. We haven't moved it yet. No need to, humans can't see us if we don't want them to. Jenna glowered at me. Oh, except for Raoul for a long time. Because you stole his flame. I could tell that was only the tip of the iceberg where her frustrations with me were concerned. Her anger simmered just below the surface, and her eyes were dark as she glared. I avoided making eye contact, pretending not to notice her anger. All right, Alpine Canyon. I didn't want to call it Crimson Hollow. That just felt weird. What day and time? Raoul shrugged. We're flexible. Whatever is good for you works for us. It's not like we have anything else to do now that Lord Kenan has been revived. I rolled my eyes to myself, but ignored his stab. Okay, how about tomorrow? He agreed, then asked what time. When I told him after sundown, he shook his head. No. Daylight is better for us. We're more powerful in the sun than in the dark. Why do you need to be more powerful for this meeting? Jenna snickered, but Raul's expression didn't show any mirth. Because when large groups of supernaturals gather, trouble tends to follow. I hoped he would be wrong, but something told me that wouldn't be the case. Speaking of which, do you mind if I bring a few of my own supernaturals along? Jenna glared at me, baring her teeth, but her words were cut off by Raul's impatient wave. What sort? Ifrits. They're the ones who've been setting fires in the mountains. They were here to stop me, but their plans changed once they learned what happened. They're going to help us fight Lord Kenan. Ifrits? Interesting. Be sure you have their word that once they've helped, they will leave this land and go straight home without causing any harm or damage to anyone else. I don't plan on the battle happening here. We need to stop Lord Kenan before. The pizza delivery guy walked up the sidewalk just then, and I clamped my mouth shut. I'd been too involved in the conversation to notice his car across the street. Besides, I didn't want to give away too much of my plan, not until I'd had more time to think it over and to meet with the Ifrits. But most importantly, that gangly teenager who was bringing a steaming box of pizza to the door didn't need to know anything about my visitors. He grinned, showing a mouthful of braces, and extended the box to me. Pizza? Yes, please. I didn't miss the look of disgust that Raul and Jenna shared with each other as I accepted the box. Eleanora pressed a handful of cash into my hand, and I gave it to the teenager and thanked him. I hadn't realized she'd been there, but it didn't surprise me. I should have invited her to join the conversation. Then again, maybe it was better that Raul and Jenna didn't know much about her. I didn't like the fact that they could be hanging around my house, invisible. I'd have to figure out if I could find a way to monitor them. And actually, maybe the amulet could help me keep tabs on creatures who didn't intend to hurt me. I'd have to check that out when I had some time alone. Raul and Jenna left after we decided we would meet at 5 p.m. the next day. The moment the door shut, Eleanora and I dug into the pizza. It was absolutely fantastic. My palms were sweaty as I stepped up to the trailhead, and it wasn't just because of the blazing heat. The upcoming meeting had me nervous for more than one reason. I glanced back at Eleanora. She'd enlisted the help of her young men again, since her body had apparently had it after the earlier hike. The heat still hadn't abated for the day, and the sun wouldn't set for at least another hour and a half. I knew better than to expect cooler temperatures anytime soon, even once the sun was gone. I couldn't wait to get this meeting over with, and not just because I didn't feel completely safe there. Memories of the first time I'd encountered an Ifrit played on repeat in my mind. It would take a lot more than just an oath to get me to trust these creatures. Raul's warning had come at the perfect time. It wasn't helping me feel confident, though, that the Ifrits wouldn't just destroy us once Lord Kenan was gone. I couldn't afford to leave any loose ends, or make them feel like they could seek retribution once they'd finished helping us. None of us spoke as we hiked. Because I knew where we were going, we arrived there faster this time. The Ifrits were already waiting. All of them were in their human form, their robes shifting slightly in the small breeze that blew dust and hot wind across my face. I was surprised when they offered us food and beverages. They'd also procured chairs and a table. On the table was a folded-up map. I couldn't believe how much preparation they'd put into this meeting on such short notice. Undoubtedly, they'd also put a lot of mental and emotional preparation into it too, just as I had. Well, Ms. Ashton, said the Ifrit I'd been talking to the most. Where do we begin? Introductions, of course, I said. Followed by expectations. Mine for you and yours for me. The man introduced himself as Jack. He gave names for the other Ifrits, but they slipped my mind as soon as he'd given them. Hopefully, I wouldn't need them later. I introduced them to Eleanora, along with Corbin and Garrison, who apparently were used to being around weird people. Once introductions were done, Jack raised an eyebrow. I thought we'd already established expectations in our previous encounter. Just the same, I think it's best if we make sure we're on the same page. Very well. We agree to transfer our desire for retribution and vindication from you to Lord Kenan, working with you to destroy him. At that point, we will return to our homeland. If it hadn't been for Raoul's warning, I would have left it at that, content that everything would be fine. Instead, I said, and you vow not to touch anyone, not to hurt anyone, not to try to take up permanent residence, or even temporary residence here the moment Lord Kenan is dead, or the moment he no longer exists on this planet and has been destroyed. I was quick to correct myself, knowing that Lord Kenan as a vampire was technically already dead. That would give the Ifrits a potential loophole. Jack's face looked serious, then he smiled. Miss Ashton, we have no intention of causing harm to you or any of your loved ones. We truly are ready to destroy Lord Kenan and leave your country peacefully. Just the same, I'd like you to make a vow. Promise me. Jack froze for a moment, and then relaxed when one of the other Ifrits cleared his throat. Very well. I swear and my brothers swear that none of us or our own will cause any harm to you, your friends, your loved ones, or anyone else in relation to the matter with the Ifrit that I killed while I was in Iraq, I interjected. Or anyone else related to that incident while we are here. I swear that once the task with Lord Kenan is done, we will return directly to Iraq. We will not seek out vengeance on the way, and we will depart peacefully and as friends. That sounded about right, but still, I had no experience in these sorts of negotiations. I glanced over at Eleanora. The woman had a shrewd expression on her face. Why do I feel like you're not being fully honest with us? She asked. 37. Jack looked at his friends, then back to her. We don't understand your question. Eleanora snorted. I'm sure you do. Your oath seems valid, and yet I still feel like you're putting loopholes in it. Jack glared at her. I don't know what you expect. I expect you not to do anything to cause any harm to come to Ms. Ashton or anyone else ever. We were created to defend and protect the holy ziggurats. If we make an oath such as that, we won't be able to perform our tasks. Eleanora nodded. Good point. Still, make a vow that even after you return to Iraq, you will not seek to cause harm to Miss Ashton. Jack carefully and slowly took a drink from his goblet. When he set the cup down, he licked his lips, his eyes stealing over to mine. Sudden appreciation and relief that I'd brought Eleanora flowed over me. The woman had saved my bacon. Even I could tell as much. Very well. Swear it. I swear that even after we return home, we will do nothing to cause any harm to Ms. Ashton. Ever. Ever. I swear it. He glanced at me, his eyebrows raised as if he was asking if that was satisfactory to me. I nodded once. Accepted. In turn, what are you promising us? He asked. I, Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, swear that I will do everything in my power to undo the damage I've done to you and yours by destroying Lord Kenan, who caused the problems to happen in the first place. My oath seemed to please Jack, because he didn't ask for any further negotiations. I hoped that wasn't a bad omen, but thankfully Eleanora seemed fine with it as well. Once all parties had agreed that the oath and promise had been complete, a speck of light appeared between us, growing from just a pinprick until a fistful of gold spun in the air like a wheel, growing larger and larger until it encapsulated all of us. I was unable to move, to react, to think or blink. It didn't hurt, and it quickly went away. I half expected warmth to envelop me, but nothing happened. It is done, Jack said. Very well. I cleared my throat. Now then, we need you to attend another meeting. We're also teaming up with fire vampires who previously worked with Lord Kenan. They betrayed him, which led to his imprisonment. It is very important to them that he be destroyed. The plan, Eleanora said, is to stop him before he leaves his prison. We're not sure if that'll be possible. If it is, it would require you to accompany us to Holland, where his graveyard is located. Jack agreed, and we discussed the particulars of the meeting that would take place the next day in Alpine Canyon. Once we finished all matters of business, we made small talk about the weather and how they felt about Utah's dry climate in comparison to the Middle East. Not surprisingly, it wasn't hot enough for them. When I asked the reason behind the fires they'd been starting, they wouldn't respond. That annoyed me, but I decided not to press the matter further, and Eleanora seemed to agree. I hoped we'd eventually learn the reason. I realized how much the day had exhausted me when Eleanora and I got back to the car. We had leftover pizza back home, but neither of us wanted it, and we were both famished. We decided to have a sit-down dinner at the Thai house. The whole time we were eating, I couldn't help but think about the last time I'd eaten there. It had only been a couple of months, but so much had happened since Abel had first come back into my life. Thinking of that day made my heart ache. The intensity of the pain and loneliness I felt took my breath away. Yes, I had fallen in love with him. But still, it was shocking to find just how much his absence affected me. If Eleanora noticed my melancholy mood, she didn't say so. Instead, we discussed the Russells, our upcoming meeting with the fire vampires, and all the revelations we'd had recently. We finished off our mango sticky rice and returned to my house. A strange car was out front when we pulled up, and my hand automatically reached to grab my amulet. It didn't say or do anything, but still, just because the owner of the car wasn't a hound or fire vampire didn't mean it was a friendly visitor. I noticed a rental company's sticker on the window. Whoever it was didn't own the car. I hoped it was Abel. But why would he be driving a rental? The car was empty. I tried not to make it too obvious that I was checking it out, but the sun had long since set, and I couldn't see well enough without a bit of staring. Eleanora and I glanced at each other, and I shrugged, then led the way to the house. The front door was still locked, and I forced myself to breathe to calm down while unlocking it and pushing it open. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw someone sitting on my couch. But then I recognized that it was Abel, his eyes full of concern as he inspected me, and my heart leapt into my throat. I rushed across the room, a slight squeak escaping before I had a chance to hold it in. I threw myself at him, practically landing in his lap in my effort to get close to him. He pulled me tight, burrowing his face in my neck with a moan. It hadn't been long since I'd last seen him, only a week or so, but it felt like it had been an eternity. I was vaguely aware of Eleanora saying she'd give us some space before heading back to her room. "Where have you been?" I already knew he'd been looking for his mom, but the question blurted out before I had a chance to stop it. "Oh, Abel. I can't even begin to tell you how much I missed you." 38. He kept his face burrowed in my neck, his response muffled. "I missed you too." I smiled at the longing in his voice, surprised to feel wetness on my cheeks. Holy cow, I had it bad for this man. Not good, what with everything that was going on. There was no way to guarantee our safety. No way to know if falling for someone right now would only cause problems for me down the road. It gave someone a lot of ammunition against me. "I hope not too much happened while I was gone," he said. I shook my head. "You missed some but not much." "Like what?" "We can talk about that in a minute. I need to know if you were able to find your mom." He shook his head. "I couldn't even figure out where she's been held for the past month." I felt a burning sense of urgency to leave at the exact moment I did, but it didn't pan out, and I have no idea why. "I'm so sorry." Abel didn't respond, he just held me tight, chin resting on the top of my head. After giving him a moment to collect his thoughts, I updated him on everything that had been going on with the Ifrits, fire vampires, and the hounds. I told him about my neighbors, and we talked about the plans Eleanora and I had made to try to stop Lord Kenan before he left his prison in Holland. Abel approved of that idea, and we called Eleanora to join us. The three of us talked for 2 hours, discussing plans and different scenarios. Eventually, Eleanora bowed out, and Abel and I were alone again. He didn't let me go the whole time. We talked late into the night. I hoped I wouldn't end up regretting doing so, but I couldn't bring myself to pull away and go to bed. Instead, I rested against his chest, listening to his heartbeat and his grieving as he told me about the places he'd gone while searching. I didn't get a whole lot of details, and that didn't bother me. Apparently, in the beginning of their captivity, his parents and siblings had been held in an abandoned farmhouse in the Midwest. After he'd dropped me off at the hospital, he'd started there. He tracked them outward and to a couple other holding places, but he constantly ran into dead ends. He spent a lot of time walking as he tracked, and that made me feel bad because we'd already done a lot of that when he'd been with me. When I mentioned feeling bad, he brushed my hair out of my face, tucking it behind my ear and gazing into my eyes. "Don't ever apologize for spending time with me," he said. "Even if it means a lot of walking. There's only one other place I would rather be, and even that doesn't completely compare to spending time with you." I didn't need to ask him to know where that was. His mom sighed. His eyes got a faraway expression in them, and my heart twisted as I realized something. Yes, Abel was falling for me. But until he had his mom safely back, he would never fully be mine. It wasn't possible. He was too caught up emotionally and too focused on finding her to have it be otherwise. "What's on your mind?" he asked. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. I worried I would say something that would hurt both of us. He didn't need any pressure right now, and he would definitely feel pressure if he knew where my thoughts were. But I had to say something. So I said, "I missed you. A lot." "Same." His arms wrapped tighter around me, his gaze not leaving my face. He freed a hand to place against the side of my cheek, his blue eyes dark in the lamplight of my living room. My heart pounded against my ribcage, and not for the first time, I was grateful to be healthy again. The expression on Abel's face made my mouth go dry. He was going to kiss me. It was about time. He snuggled me closer, his eyes dropping to my lips. He tilted my face upward, brushing his thumb across my mouth before lowering his lips to mine, softly. There was a question in his kiss, not just for me but I sensed for himself as well. My chest burned with an aching desire to press myself to him, to remove every bit of air between us. Instead, I let him set the pace, understanding he needed to. His lips moved tenderly against mine, slow and unsure, and my heart swelled at his hesitation. Still, I didn't take over like I usually would. I wanted him to feel confident in our relationship, to feel like he could express himself without me plowing over him. I wrapped my arms around his neck, making sure he knew I was okay with his show of affection. That was all the encouragement he needed. Abel took my face with both hands, and his mouth moved faster, more urgently. He nibbled my lips, and along my jaw up to my ear. "Lizzie," he breathed, making me shiver. "I think I love you." I stroked the side of his face, enjoying the feel of his prickly 5 o'clock shadow. Tears filled my eyes, and my heart swelled even more. "I love you too," I whispered. He groaned, pulling me close, his mouth returning to mine, moving urgently and excitedly. Even though it was like he couldn't get enough of me, couldn't satisfy his longing for me, something still held him back. I knew what it was, but my own heart was finally full, complete. Abel was there again, and he loved me. Nothing else mattered, no dangers, no stresses, no demons. Abel finally pulled back and tucked his chin over my head. I felt his chest rumble as he made a noise of contentment. I knew he wouldn't really be there until he found his mom, but what he was giving me in the meantime was sufficient. It was plenty, all things considered. After all, my life wasn't exactly organized and perfect either. "I want you to write me a song." I blinked, pulling away, and stared up at him. I couldn't help it. I laughed. "What?" A slight teasing expression was behind his eyes, but also seriousness. "Really? I want you to write me a song. A love song." I raised an eyebrow. "A love song? Please no. I'm not. I can't possibly." I'm not a musician, and I'm definitely not a lyricist. I know. But I've heard you singing. You have a pretty voice, and I missed it a great deal. I tilted my head. When have you heard me singing? You sing when you're cooking. And when you're cleaning. I was about to ask him when he'd seen me do any of those, then realized he'd had plenty of opportunity. I didn't know that. It's endearing. My face flushed. It still doesn't explain why you want me to write a song for you. He pressed his forehead against mine. You don't have to do it. It was just an impulse idea. I lay back against him, pondering what he'd just said. The Abel I knew never did or said anything out of impulse. He must have given it a lot of thought. He wanted me to feel like it wasn't a big deal to him, but the fact that he brought it up told me it was. And another thing, how difficult had the last week been for him if he'd make such a request? I resolved to do something about it just as soon as all of this madness ended. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too late. Maybe, depending on where our relationship went, I'd write a whole album of songs describing things from the beginning. I closed my eyes, enjoying the feel of him absent-mindedly rubbing my back. I'm going to help you find your mom. Abel's hand froze. I pretended not to notice. You've been helping me a lot. I owe it to you. It's not a good idea. Why not? It's way too dangerous. I rolled my eyes, turning to him. What are you talking about? The things you and I have done together over the last couple of weeks have been incredibly dangerous. Yes, I know. But this is different. Different because your family's involved. It wasn't so much a question as a statement. He didn't respond, and I knew I'd hit the nail on the head. It wasn't that he didn't trust me, that he didn't think I could handle it. But this was something very close to his heart. Another thing occurred to me. His mother was all he had left of his family, and as far as I knew, I was the next closest thing. If he lost both of us, it might destroy him. It made me want to comfort him, to reassure him that everything would be okay, and that my involvement wouldn't complicate things or make it worse. I knew better than to say that, though, given the fact that I couldn't predict the future. Instead, I tucked the topic and my arguments away. Oh, I said. I almost forgot. I found an easier way to get rid of the hounds. I quickly told him about the device that was on its way to me. It will only work if there are less than 50 hounds, though. So we'll need to get their numbers down before it arrives in the next week or so. He tensed. What are we waiting for? I shook my head. I just got you back. We're not going anywhere. And tomorrow is our meeting with the fire vampires and ifrits. I'm not about to risk missing that. We can start hunting hounds as soon as tomorrow night is over. Abel didn't look totally convinced, but he didn't argue. We fell into a comfortable silence, punctuated with the occasional kiss. Eventually, Abel asked if he could sleep on the living room couch. I said yes, made sure he had what he needed, and retired to my room. My heart swelled inside my chest with love and happiness. Abel was back. He loved me. And he'd finally kissed me. The next morning, I woke up with a horrible headache and a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. I checked with the amulet, wanting to make sure it wasn't trying to warn me of something that was to come that day, but it didn't have answers for me. It did try to comfort me, before going back to its usual state of silence that it seemed to prefer when nothing was happening. Abel surprised me by cooking breakfast, and I paused before entering the kitchen to admire him as he stood over the stove, scrambling eggs. The lines of his back and shoulders were attractive, tight muscles well-formed and well-used. Abel made building muscle seem easy. I knew, though, that he spent a great deal of time making sure he was physically fit and ready for any job he might need to do. He must have heard me behind him, because he turned and gave me a smile. I approached, putting my arms around his waist and resting my head against his back. I was so glad he was here. The day was so much brighter already, just having him in it. I sighed inwardly, not wanting to leave him, but needing to take care of my migraine. I poured a glass of milk and grabbed some painkillers. Abel noticed and gave me a concerned look. "You feeling okay?" I shook my head. "Nervous. And I've got a big headache." "Don't push yourself too hard. We can take the day easy, as you suggested." I nodded and accepted a plate of toast, eggs, and bacon from him. Eleanora joined us, and we had a slow and leisurely breakfast, chatting about what we would be doing if none of this was going on. Abel, of course, would be searching for his mother. I told him I would be with him, and he looked at his plate, a conflicted expression on his face. Eleanora glanced back and forth between us, before acting like she hadn't heard anything. She cleared her throat. "I'd be working in my garden." I chuckled softly, appreciating the fact that the person with the most experience there would be doing the most mundane thing. The day went by uneventfully, and while my headache decreased, my nervousness increased. About 2 hours before we were to head up the canyon, we decided to hold a tactical meeting to discuss all the possible outcomes for the evening. Almost as soon as we started discussing, the amulet began pulsating against my sternum. 39. "What's up?" I asked. "Danger. Tonight." "Great. So it really would be an exciting evening." "From whom?" "Don't know yet. Decisions still being made." I was grateful for the warning, even though it wasn't very specific. Who knew what would happen once the Ifrits and fire vampires were in the same location? For all we knew, they were mortal enemies, and the Ifrits were using the event as an excuse to destroy the vampires. I chuckled at that line of thought. It was pretty ridiculous. The Ifrits could have found the vampires at any point. Once we'd discussed all the possible scenarios we could see, including the Ifrits and fire vampires attacking each other, or if we had a surprise visit from hounds, which was very likely given how hyper the amulet was acting, Abel and Eleanora brought out their weapons. Between the two of them, we were set. I couldn't believe how many guns, swords, and knives they owned, not to mention other weapons I'd never heard of before, nor would I probably remember after. I chose the stakes I'd been borrowing from Eleanora and my trusty CZ. To this, I added a knife at my thigh and one near my ankle. I would have loved to bring a machete again. I gazed with fondness at a beautiful one Eleanora owned, but realized I wouldn't be able to hide it. We ate a quick dinner, then headed to Alpine. My nervousness of the morning was nothing compared to how I felt as I drove up Main Street. I barely felt the steering wheel, my hands were so sweaty, and I had a constant lightheaded feeling that might have been left over from my migraine. I parked at the base of the trail, and then we headed up. With me and Abel helping Eleanora, we made decent time. I could tell as we neared the location where the meeting would take place. Crimson Hollow described it well. At first, I couldn't see anything, but then I felt a tickle cross my entire body. It was unpleasant and uncomfortable, but it ended quickly, and after that, I began to see patches of red. I assumed the tickle was a barrier, and regular humans wouldn't know they were passing through a magical place. The farther up the trail we went, the more intensely red the area became. "Why the blood?" Abel asked. "Marks their territory," I said. "Not exactly important here," Eleanora said. "Not when most everyone is human, but old habits die hard. It also gives them strength, sort of an at-home recharge the rest of us get from sleeping in our own beds." "Whose blood is it?" "Their own." The poor woman was out of breath, and Abel and I fell silent, allowing her to focus on the hike. We soon reached a large boulder, and Raoul stepped out from behind it. "Where are your comrades?" he asked. "They should be here shortly," I said, knowing he was referring to the Ifrits. He beckoned us to follow him around the boulder, and into a small clearing. This had to have been Crimson Hollow. Pretty much the entire thing was coated with fresh blood. I stepped gingerly, not wanting any of it on me. Raoul noticed and sent me an apologetic smile. We've brought seating for you that doesn't have our blood on it. I nodded. Thank you. We appreciate it. He showed us to the center of their camp, where 10 or 11 chairs had been set up around a fire. I was surprised to see several tents staked around the outskirts of the camp. I suppose it shouldn't have surprised me, as vampires had once been human. And as Eleanor said, old habits die hard. Maybe they needed protection from the elements and didn't want to sleep under the moon. Several vampires nodded or said hello as they joined us. They were friendly for the most part. I couldn't tell if it was a show, like they were on their best behavior, or if it was genuine. We took our seats, and small talk commenced until the Ifrits showed up a few minutes later. I got to my feet. Everyone, this is Jack. He's the leader of the Ifrits here. Jack nodded to the vampires, then introduced the other Ifrits. Yet again, I didn't catch their names. As we continued the small talk, I was surprised to see the Ifrits going back and forth between nervousness and confidence. I was positive that if they ever engaged one-on-one, an Ifrit would pull ahead of a vampire. Of course, there was the matter of the sun giving the fire vampires extra strength that regular vampires didn't have. I instinctively put my hand on the amulet, grateful it was fully mine and would alert me if anything bad was about to happen. So far, it had been calm and quiet, occasionally sending me little bits of peace and reassurance. A vampire finally showed up that I could only describe as tall, dark, and handsome. All the vampires bowed, and Raoul introduced the man as Vincent, the son of the king and leader of the fire vampires in Utah. 40. Prince Vincent turned to me and smiled, his eyes warming. I glanced away. It's a pleasure to finally meet the woman who has caused so much havoc for everyone, he said, taking my hand in both of his and kissing the back of it. We'll be sure to keep an eye on you. I sensed a twofold message behind his statement. He was both warning and encouraging me. Warning that they'd know if I did something they didn't approve of, while encouraging me to push my limits and figure out where I would be placed in hierarchies. I wasn't sure how so much got across in one sentence, but it did. Maybe he had magical powers that the other fire vampires didn't. Once Vincent was there, we all sat, most of the Ifrits choosing to stand behind Jack, and began discussing the situation. Several of the fire vampires immediately spoke out against me, and the situation got tense. Still, the amulet didn't warn me of any danger. I was surprised how angry a few of the vampires were, including Jenna. What surprised me even more was the fact that Raoul was on my side. Of anyone, he actually had something to hold against me. But as it turned out, he was totally fine with me. Why was Jenna holding it against me when he wasn't? The longer the meeting went, the more I realized, though, that Jenna wasn't holding my attack against me, but the fact that I'd brought Lord Kenan to life. I knew that had upset her, but somehow, I'd figured she was more affronted by the personal attack against her and Raoul. Vincent proved to be level-headed, fair, and willing to hear pretty much anyone's comments. I had expected him to be bloodthirsty, like a typical vampire, and to crave power. After all, he and his father had ousted Lord Kenan from his position several hundred years earlier. Instead, I noticed that of all the vampires, he was the one with the common sense. He was mostly interested in protecting his vampires against Lord Kenan. This is why I sent people to find you, Vincent said. I wanted to educate you on his abilities, so you would know exactly what you were going up against, should you have chosen to fulfill his requests. You knew he would want me to bring the fire back to him? Vincent nodded. I would have warned you, but I had an emergency of my own to deal with during that time. Several of the vampires' gazes shifted to Raoul, and I couldn't help but wonder what happened after I'd taken his fire. Lord Kenan all alone isn't completely powerful, Vincent said. He tried to gain more power when he attempted to combine himself with an Arate, but it didn't do anything, other than theoretically giving him the ability to control fire Arates. It was untested and he didn't master it before we ousted him. Vincent leaned forward in his camp chair, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands. His gaze was intense, and I had to keep looking away in case he tried to do something. I didn't think he would, but there was no sense in taking chances. Lord Kenan's main ability is the power to amplify the magic of those around him. And he's great at forcing people to comply to his will. He gained significant power when he was king over us. He controlled us and forced us to do things we would never have done on our own. And he gained support amongst Arates and humans too. He was able to command Ifrits for a long time, Jack said. Vincent nodded. He's especially dangerous now that there are so many magical beings here. He has access to demons who weren't here several hundred years ago. The portal opening to Earth has drawn attention from so many different worlds that this land will soon become overrun with demons from other dimensions. Jenna raised her hand. Go ahead, Vincent said. I disagree. I think the Arates here are powerful enough to keep the vast majority of demons who might visit under control. Besides, things aren't going to get as bad as they did 8 or 9 years ago when, what was his name? Catus rose to power. Catus had nearly destroyed half of America. Nicole had been the one to take him down, and the land still had significant scars from the event. What do you mean? Vincent asked. Just that he attracted the stronger demons. Now that he's gone, I don't think as many will come to Earth. But if Lord Kenan controls power, won't he do whatever he can to attract more? I asked. Vincent nodded. Yes. That is what I worry about. If we don't do something to get rid of Lord Kenan soon, he will rise to full power quickly, and we won't be able to bring him down a second time. I have reason to believe that he will attempt to get the amulet from you first, and then, once he does, the amulet will lead him to and draw to him many magical beings, even from other worlds. I put my hand around the amulet. And this is why we need to stop him before he gets a chance to leave his graveyard. Exactly. We'll do whatever it takes to prevent him from coming because once he's here, in the country with the most active population of silvers, he will draw them to himself, along with demons. He will magnify the abilities of those around him, and he will use those abilities against anyone who opposes him. Abel got to his feet and rested his hands on the back of his chair. I could tell he was getting antsy throughout the whole conversation, and it surprised me that he hadn't spoken earlier. What we need to do is go to Holland right now and destroy him there. Exactly, Vincent said. When do we leave? I asked. As soon as possible. The minute we have enough supporters on our side. Who will fight with us? Vincent started counting hands, but just then, the amulet began warming at my sternum. What's going on? I asked. Phone. Check phone. I pulled my cell from my purse. It didn't have any service. Glancing around, I wondered if I could leave the meeting gracefully. I waited for a moment, then said to Vincent, I've had an emergency come up. Do you mind if I step out to find out what's going on? I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Go ahead. We'll take a break. Would anyone like some beverages while she's gone? 41. I hurried back to the trail and rushed down it, hoping to get service in the parking lot. My phone vibrated with incoming messages before then, and I stopped in a little forest just up the hill from the lot. My cell dinged repeatedly. 5 voicemails and over 10 text messages. Rather than checking my voicemail, I opened the texts. They were all from Cole, and almost all of them said the same thing. Answer your phone. I called him immediately. Shouldn't you be resting? I said. He totally ignored me. Finally. The governor's acting against you. He sent several teams to Alpine Canyon. I don't know how he knew that's where you are, but he plans to stop you ASAP. What do you mean, several teams? Police, SWAT teams, Secret Service, you name it. They're on their way. And because he's a hound, you can bet he's also sending some of those. Crap. How much time do we have? I've been trying to reach you for 30 minutes. If they haven't already arrived, they'll be there soon. How had he learned all of this from the hospital? I stepped to the side where I could see through the trees into the parking lot. My heartbeat doubled when I saw it filling with black SUVs. They're here now. Call you later. I shoved my phone into my pocket as I turned and raced up the trail. I burst into Crimson Hollow, out of breath from having jogged uphill for 10 minutes. We're about to have company, I said. A lot of company. Vincent stood. What type? Regular humans won't be able to find us. Hounds, SWAT teams, police officers, security agents. Everything. What makes you think they'll get through our defenses? Vincent asked. The governor of Utah sent them. Abel jumped to his feet, understanding immediately. He's a hound, he said to Vincent. I wouldn't count on your protection stopping them from finding us. If I'm not mistaken, the cops were able to find Raoul last time, right? Vincent gave a nod. If they know where they're going, they'll make it through. They won't see the blood, but it won't protect us from them. He glanced at his people. Prepare yourselves. The meadow erupted in a flurry as vampires, ifrits, and arites alike burst into action. We weren't able to do much of anything. Too much time had been spent discussing, and only moments after I arrived, a man shouted, hands in the air, over a megaphone. Vincent and I made eye contact. Then Abel and I looked at each other. Play along, I whispered. Vincent and Abel both nodded, and everyone put their hands up. Hundreds of uniformed people swarmed into the hollow, all with guns trained on us. Arrests started being made. A SWAT team member approached us, pointing a gun at my chest. Do you know who you're arresting? Eleanora asked. The guy smirked. Of course we do. He glanced around the clearing, then yelled, now? Even more pandemonium erupted. Guns started going off, and people screamed and men roared. Abel, Eleanora, and I fell to the ground near each other, needing time to figure out what to do. I was confused, though, when I saw that government agents were also shooting other government agents. My confusion gave way when I realized something. Those who were doing the shooting were hounds, and they didn't want any witnesses. A lot of people were going to die. The hounds were intent on devouring anything and anyone that saw them for what they were, monsters. Some of the hounds were shifting into dog form and were running around the clearing, attacking, while others were giving orders. All were avoiding me. At first, I couldn't understand why. I was the biggest threat to them. And then it dawned on me. They were eliminating as many of my allies as possible. I couldn't allow that. 42. I jumped to my feet, pulled my CZ, and started popping the ones who were shouting orders and shooting. I stopped as many bullets as I could with my powers, taking care not to overdo it. There were far too many. Abel and Eleanora joined me, both with their own weapons, and I sensed as Eleanora also prohibited enemy guns from going off. I dropped to my knees next to unconscious hounds and snuffed out their fires, then joined the fighting again. It didn't take long for the vampires to enter the fray. Their style of fighting was similar to one Abel had attempted to teach me a while ago. It was graceful, more like a dance than anything. They flashed through the air and across the ground, faster than humans, their moves well executed as they snapped necks and spun enemies into trees. It was almost beautiful, if I took out the carnage and violence. There were too many hounds, though, and we weren't keeping up with them well enough. It was too hard to know who was a hound and who was a human, unless the hounds were dogs or were shooting other agents. After fighting as humans for several moments, the ifrits shifted into their more dangerous counterparts. Their whips flashed in the air, grabbing hounds and flinging them across the clearing. Eleanora ran out of bullets and turned to magic. She was vicious with her powers. She held a knife in one hand to protect herself should anyone get near, and I sensed as her power continued stopping as many bullets as possible, but her most epic damage was done using the elements. Hounds were swept off their feet by strong winds and were thrown hundreds of feet away, their bodies crumpling in heaps. Dead branches crashed into the clearing, smashing only into agents and pinning the good ones in place to keep them out of the fight or stabbing through hounds. The ground around us swelled, covering our enemies in mounds and knocking others into crevices. Wind and water also played a role, and the scene before me could only be described as chaos. Abel alternated between shooting and throwing knives. I noticed he wasn't inflicting lethal damage unless he knew it was a hound. He was skilled enough with his weapons to pull that off. I was grateful for it. So many were already dead or dying. It was time for this to end. I reholstered my CZ and turned my focus to permanently eliminating hounds instead. So many people were hurt, and there was so much blood, I could no longer tell which was fresh and what had originally been there. I wondered if the vampire magic was still working, or if the regular humans could now see all the blood too. It was a gruesome sight, one I wouldn't forget anytime soon. I dropped to my hands and knees, crawling over downed government officials, checking for flames. The moment one appeared, I extinguished it and moved on to the next body. Most of the government agents were regular humans, and I soon felt like I was wasting my time. Eleanora screamed, and I turned back to her, gasping when I saw Connor. He lifted her in the air and threw her across the clearing. I shrieked, jumping to my feet, knowing I wouldn't get there in time. Instead of landing roughly on the ground, though, she hung in the air by her clothes and started lowering herself gently, eyes closed. About 2 feet up, her body slackened and she dropped roughly the rest of the way. She was unconscious. I could tell by how the magic around her quieted suddenly. I turned to face Connor. "You disgusting freak." Connor laughed, then charged me. "Protect me," I said to the amulet. Nothing happened. Connor grabbed me by the arms and whipped me around, barely avoiding tripping over a body, and letting me go just as I had a mental grasp on his flame. I pulled my CZ and shot him 3 times before running out of bullets. The wounds didn't even faze him. He charged me again, but once more, scampered out of reach just as I grasped at his flame. Abel freed himself from fighting across the hollow and raced at him, roaring. What was the command Sir Christopher had taught me earlier? "Shield me." I felt a tingle and looked down. A flicker of gold crossed my torso briefly before disappearing. Connor grinned at Abel, then turned to me. "It'll be a lot harder than you think to kill me, Lizzie." And then he bounded off down the trail, yelling orders over his shoulder for the other hounds to follow. Abel raced after them, tackling 2 of the hounds to the ground while the Ifrit's whips snapped through the air and snagged several more by the ankle, arm, or clothing. Those hounds stayed down, but many others, including Connor, got away. I raced to catch up with Abel, dropping to my knees and extinguishing the fires of the hounds he held down. The dogs slumped, and I took care of the ones the Ifrits held with their whips before getting up to survey the damage. Eleanora still hadn't moved. Abel and I ran to her side. She was unconscious, her body bloodied and bruised. I felt for her pulse. It was there, but faint. Something else was missing that should have been there, that I'd grown accustomed to sensing around Arates. I glanced at Abel, and he met my expression with a panicked one of his own. "Her magic," I whispered. He nodded, stricken. The familiar pulse that usually surrounded her was gone. Had she reached her threshold? Even when Arates did that, I could still sense their magic. The next question was one I didn't want to ask. Had she used her powers enough to cause permanent damage? The fighting wasn't over. Vampires were still scuffling behind me as hounds started coming back to life. I needed to eliminate that potential threat before I could focus on Eleanora. "Take care of her," I said to Abel, then jumped back into the fight, forcing myself through and snuffing flames as I went. Once the immediate threats had all been neutralized, I started sorting through the rest of the bodies, determining which were humans and which were hounds, and killing fires as needed. There were so many dead. So many. Most were government officials, but in all, 23 hounds had been destroyed. Many of the vampires had been badly injured, but being immortal, they'd heal. None of the Ifrits were injured. 34 actual agents had been killed. I couldn't stop asking myself why the hounds had turned on their government counterparts. If they hadn't, they would have won. But maybe that wasn't the point. Maybe they only wanted to scare us and drop our numbers. Maybe they didn't want witnesses to what they'd been planning on doing. They'd only needed that many government agents to help them break the magic of the hollow. Abel's phone got service there and he called 911. By the time the paramedics arrived, all of the vampires had come back to life and had disappeared. Several humans were gravely injured, but not dead, and the paramedics whisked them away, along with Eleanora. We followed to the hospital, escorted by officers, and then the questioning began. It was a nightmare. We didn't have any excuse for what happened. None of us could even fathom how to explain without causing all sorts of logistical nightmares. At least 4 of the injured humans were able to communicate, and they explained that several of their agency members had attacked. Cole, in crutches and obviously in pain, and Chief O'Hare arrived to help work out the mess. Luck was on our side when they found that there hadn't been any evidence that we'd done something wrong, that the governor had been mistaken in the reports he'd read about our involvement and couldn't explain. Still, the damage had been done, literally. Over 50 people had been killed. The massacre was being called Crimson Hollow. Eleanora did not wake up for over 2 days, and during that entire time I answered questions and filled out reports, not leaving her side. When she finally came to, I knew immediately she'd been forever changed. Her sense of humor, personality, and all were still intact, but she slurred heavily when speaking, and her magical pulse was completely gone. She'd forever damaged her ability to access her arete powers. My heart broke for her. Abel and I helped her home after she got discharged. She'd started working with a speech therapist who had high hopes that she'd regain all of her speech very quickly. She would never do magic again, and I couldn't believe it. My strongest ally, my mentor, one of my best friends, would never be the same. A huge part of what made her her was gone. Lizzie, I could be so much worse, Eleanora said not long after getting home. At least I'm functioning. And fully functioning at that. She was right. Her slur was now almost imperceptible, and all of the damage she'd experienced had been minimal. She hadn't even been seriously injured, physically, and that was a huge miracle. But you can't do magic anymore. My voice cracked. I couldn't imagine how she felt. I don't need to. As long as my connections don't find out I can't access my powers, I'll still be able to help you. We'll whip up a rumor about me wearing a device that hides my magic from others, and no one will be the wiser. I nodded. Eleanora had proven very valuable over the last couple of years when it came to her connections. I appreciated that. But it felt wrong to use her in that way when she couldn't do anything else. When I voiced my concerns, she brushed them off. My body is failing. It's only justice that I'm forced to retire all the way. It was bound to happen eventually. That didn't really reassure me. Once reports had been given, bodies taken care of, and friends discharged from the hospital, Abel didn't leave my side. Now that Eleanora wasn't living with me anymore, he camped out in my living room, growing distant occasionally. He came back readily when I commented on it. It's part of my coping mechanism, he'd said, tucking me into his arms and placing a kiss on my forehead. We'll get through this, we'll destroy Lord Kenan. And then yes, I'd love it if you could help me find my mom, even if it places you in danger. I'm never letting you out of my sight again. His determination was contagious. That device would come, we'd eliminate the world of evil demons, including the hounds, and then we'd find his mom. Because I needed to start a new chapter in my life, and it wouldn't be worth living unless Abel was in it. Would you like to hear the story of what happened while Lizzie was asleep, getting healed? It's the only time in the entire series when we find out how a hound permanently kills a hound, and it's available exclusive to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description to learn more.